Notes from the Ahead. The Checkup. Written by Oliver Arnold, performed by Adam 11 Labs.
This account of a hospital visit on Space Station Hoch has reached me on the evening of June 24th, 2018. The transmission began while I was removing winter decorations from my living room when an oscillating noise caught my attention. This was not one of my perimeter alarms, I knew, as the sound had a calm, unhurried quality to it, attracting, not disquieting. Neither TV nor AM radio were on, so naturally I checked the toaster as it had emitted sounds and voices before. But that wasn't it, and I searched everything, from my metal detector to the helmets to the fuel canisters, without luck. The sound just seemed to come from everywhere. Suddenly, an uncanny inspiration struck me, and I dug through my heaps of aluminum foil, parted the ammo boxes, and moved the portable toilet to finally lay eyes upon the hooting source, the 220-volt wall receptacle. Never before had an outlet called me so strongly. Surely this was no malfunction. With a degree in electro, I knew what to do. All of my metal coat hangers were used for an art project, leading me to browse the house for an alternate receptor. I recalled that my new dowsing rod had been delivered. With a heavy heart, I straightened it and rammed its ends into the socket. When I woke some hours later, my head was filled with memories that weren't my own. I believe it was this energy that held the transmission belonging to an anonymous patient in the future about whom I must now report. The desire to relay their experience, to prepare the past, our here and now, for the healthcare system of their time, must have been strong, as I imagine the person underwent significant trouble to transmit this account. But who knows? Perhaps in the days to come, knowledge will be commonly shared with the tomorrow and the yesterday, and we're just now at the threshold of many more transmissions to come. Regardless of the intentions or implications, I see it as my burden to publish this transcription to the best of my memory. Note that the report is written in the past tense, as events have previously been experienced by a person in times ahead.
Beginning of transcription. Dear Post, congratulations! You're in the first batch of mail from my brand new communicator. I love this thing. It's fast and efficient, though I occasionally lose messages. Hopefully the smarts infused into this machine will sort these issues out, or perhaps there's a genius behind its operation that eludes me. That aside, I wanted to tell you about the outrageous experience I suffered at the hospital here on Hoch the other day. As you may know, these businesses aggressively peddle their services these days, especially now that they've moved into the red light district. Loan sharks, gambling, massage parlors, and infirmaries are now all on one level, a logical and natural synergy, I guess. Entirely without plans to visit any such place that morning, I lounged at the casino for a quick game, winning a lot, when my suit's horn alarm went off. I needed the bathroom. Heading to the usual location, I found that the doors had been blocked by one-armed bandits. Signs pointed to the new bathroom location, and I followed them, entered, and they had me. This was not a bathroom at all, but a long corridor leading into a dark room with 2 letters on its wall, ER. Anticipating what would come next, I turned frantically but found no handle on this side of the door. Multiple shadows, bandits of a different kind, came running, and before I knew what had hit me, I stood on a scale. 190! An extraterrestrial nurse yelled toward someone out of sight. I'm sorry, I stuttered. That's 20 pounds more than I usually weigh, gesturing at my spacesuit as perhaps the source of the gain. We always do like that, she barked, vanishing only to return immediately and proclaim that the doctor needed to see me. I was dragged to a receptionist. What we have today? The outworlder manning the desk asked. Nothing. Maybe my elbow. We can help you with your nothing or your elbow. She then slapped a virtual stack of papers on me. Sign here, she rudely barked. In a daze, I began studying the many implicit pages. After 5 seconds, I had already taken too long. Nobody ever read that, the being declared. So I didn't, and after many signatures, I was led into a minuscule waiting room closely packed with sick aliens and humans alike. The hospital had placed a virus-feeding extraterrestrial in the center of the room. These so-called sick suckers are used as filters by infirmaries around the galaxy, I am told, as they remove pathogens cheaply. The one in there was very fat and very dead. I tried not to breathe. Finally, an attractive human nurse beckoned me into the doctor's office. Time for checkup. I happily left the diaeus room, and when I beheld the human practitioner's well-cornered office, my confidence rose as the man was evidently of great standing. Busying himself with papers, the man paid me no heed, though. I restlessly skidded about in my seat when he finally spoke. "Nurse Rita, help Mr." He paused without looking up. I had barely inhaled to speak when the clinician continued. "Undress. How are you doing?" he asked me. "Good, thank you, doctor." "Can't be that good if you're here." He chuckled hoarsely and fell into a hacking fit. After regaining his composure, he ordered me to open wide. "Sorry, doctor, I don't require dentistry," I noted shyly. "Your wallet!" He cracked up. The nurse cackled. "Oh, right," I chuckled. He ceased abruptly. "No kidding, though, this is going to be expensive." "I just have a minor discomfort on my elbow. An itch, really," I explained. "And you're seeing a doctor for that?" He looked at me curiously, then shrugged at the nurse. Before I could explain the situation, he continued, "Just messing with you." He slapped my elbow. "We'll take good care of you." The nurse nodded and then shrugged. "Remove your pants," he ordered. "Doctor, is that, necessary?" I croaked feebly, nodding toward the nurse, and then whispered, "There's nothing wrong down there." "I will be the judge of that. Now make haste. I'm a busy man," the doctor asserted, tapping his atomic watch. "Yes, of course, doctor, sir." I lowered my spacesuit. "Rita, have you ever seen anything like this?" he asked the nurse, pointing at my crotch with both index fingers. The woman moved in closer. "No, doctor, I've never seen anything like it." "Thank you, Rita. That will be all." She retreated and immediately sanitized her hands. The doctor turned back to me. "Don't fret. Male human reproductive organs commonly suffer from punishing effects in outer space. A vacuum forms in their bodies and, you know what I mean." I nodded, shook, and nodded again. The nurse sighed and checked the time. He continued, "No worries. It's all confidential here. You're in the best of hands." He removed his gloves with a snap and then shoved them into a wall receptacle to eject them outside. The rubbish floated into space, where a group of small aliens rushed in to claim it. "They'll use them for their burrows, to line them, insulate them," the doctor explained, watching the creatures pensively. "Not good for them. Gets into their tendrils and whatnot, into their young." He kept observing the critters sticking their heads and babies into the gloves. "Nurago tarantoga elvangular!" he suddenly hollered at the nurse. She burst into a cackle and left. "Isn't she so hot?" the doc asked me before she was even out. I nodded. "Alien couldn't tell a human schlong from an arm." He pondered. "Well, maybe in your case." This left me confused. "She looks so human," I commented. "Yeah, they're cheap," the doctor responded, shaking his head. "Ever done it with an extraterrestrial?" he asked jovially. I have thought about it." "Sick!" he shrieked, slapping my elbow. The nurse returned with a report and handed it to the physician. She brushed past my clothes and immediately re-sanitized her hands. "That's unnecessary. I'm not actually sick," I said more to myself. "I'm just here for a checkup." She regarded me pitifully. While the doctor studied my report, I shyly glanced at the beautiful creature. By a mood of nature, her species looked like very attractive Earth women. Her iridescent skin glistened with what a human male could interpret as sweat. Intrinsic lip dryness led them to frequently moisten their mouths with an animated tongue. I was shoved out of my daze when the doctor continued. "We recommend complete body replacement," he declared. I didn't know how to respond. He sensed my confusion. "We don't heal or repair anymore, we replace. After all, who doesn't like sparkling new arms and anus?" I again shrugged, nodded, and shook my head in every which way. "Did you know that customer satisfaction with birth bodies is at an all-time low?" he asked. I didn't, but upon contemplation, my doubts turned into enthusiasm. "Doctor, does that mean I will live forever?" "It doesn't," he retorted. "The parts come with an expiration date. That's government mandated. I can give you an extra few weeks, but that stays between us, all right?" I nodded gratefully. The administration never bothers us about an extra week or two. Could be a computer error or whatnot, you know? I eagerly agreed. He added nothing further, and my mind drifted into imagining life with a new artificial body. I realized that I had many questions. "Doctor, am I trading not knowing when I'll die for an exact date of my expiration?" No, you might still get hit by a meteoroid, he said, making a blasting motion with his hands. Something that's totally normal when you don't have proper shielding around your living unit. I signaled my understanding. I happen to know a great shielding contractor, the doctor said. My cousin, Bill Shelter. Here's his card and a pamphlet. I looked over the handout and nodded while the doc continued. His initials are BS, but don't let that throw you off. You should call him today. Call him right when you get out of here. He'll take good care of you. I agreed, but apparently not strongly enough. Hell, call him right now. He dialed on his communicator. Hey, Bill, how are you? Tress Malady here. Listen, I've got this great guy here named, he pondered, who just signed up for a brand new body, one of our 108 units. Yeah, they're great. Same you got. That's right. He grinned and winked at me. He doesn't want it damaged, so send him a quote. He addressed me. What's your unit size? 100 square feet, I replied. He shook his head. Small, but cheap. He spoke back into the communicator. Shoot him a quote for 150 square feet, will you? You have a special for that size? Outstanding. Yes, sign him up right away. I shook, nodded, and shook again very gratefully as he continued. So let's go ahead with that. Say hi to Marge. Spend the weekend on your cruiser? Sure. The doctor hung up and took notes. All went quiet for a moment, and my eyes wandered over to the nurse. She gawked at my crotch, suppressing a grin. Dr. Malady went on. Let's schedule your procedure. He ripped up a piece of paper and ejected it into space, pensively regarding the aliens collecting it. Not good for them at all. He returned his attention to me. The procedure will take place on Qualicin 10, not covered by your health insurance, though. Are you taking Soylent Blue? I gasped. Qualicin 10? That's a light year away. No problem. I'll hook you up with a hotel for the 4 weeks. Outstanding place. The owner's a good friend of mine. He picked up his communicator and booked a room. When I learned the rate, I coughed, but that might have been my brittle body decaying. Lucky, I thought, that I would get a replacement. After the doctor arranged transportation to the clinic, he organized rehab at the end of the procedure. Now that comes to a total of... He added 2 firm strokes to the bottom of a huge spreadsheet. 5 million quantos. You pay cash? I gulped. Wow, that's a lot. I only have 10,000. 10,000? That won't even get your little elbow thing fixed. At least not on Qualicin 10. We could have saved a lot of time had you admitted your pauperism right away. The nurse sighed loudly. Gonna set up a procedure locally then, the doctor continued. Won't be as fancy as on Qualicin 10, I can tell you that. He reached for his communicator. Is Dr. So-and-so available? He listened for the reply. Of course he is. He made a face. Yeah, neither would I. I choked. My elbow began to itch. All right, fine then. I'll have him sign the disclaimers. He disconnected. What do you do for a living? Line skipper? Isn't that boring? At least you get some exercise. Need elbow grease? You wouldn't believe how many penises drop from people who take that. I always recommend my customers spend a week or 2 at Zero G Health Club. I can set you up with 0 down for 0 health. I mean health in 0 G with no down, but then we've established that you're too poor. Never mind then. The nurse had me sign more forms and left. After she was out, the doctor encouraged me to tip her. They rely on gratuities to make a living, you know. As I put down a 20, he added, and so do we. I produced an extra 20 and passed it to him. He licked his lips and grabbed both bills hastily. We rely on these tips to make our living. Yes, doctor, you already said that. The cash safely tucked away, his gaze veered back outside and into the void beyond. The nurse will prepare you for robosurgery. Robosurgery, I gasped. The word conjured up images of people strapped to conveyor belts, mass procedures performed by the automated arms that had become so popular following the Clone Wars. Cheap, but with an unacceptable failure rate. Feet were frequently attached to arms, hands were placed on legs, and legs were placed on heads. Superglue often makes such procedures irreversible. Thus produced freaks were frequently hauled to the entertainment world Carnivos 9, voluntarily, mind you, as they could no longer bear the presence of loved ones. The doctor sensed my unease. Don't worry, old chap. The procedure will be performed by a singular automaton, and a new one at that. I sighed. Well, new to us, he added. With the specter of automated surgery driven from my future, I much enjoyed letting my mind fly in the surgeon's office. I remembered articles on cutting-edge subspace surgery. The copies of the surge were submerged into another dimension using this hot new technology, while the originals went after their lives. Only after successful surgical completion would the operated body return to our realm and replace the original person, ailment-free. "You won't know it's done until it's gone," was their slogan, referring to your tumor. A tinny rattling from outside, followed by a laborious mechanical wheeze, forced me out of my reflections. The door swung open, and an ancient bipedal automaton stomped in. The machine approached me and halted, its misaligned timing belt winding down with a wail. I stepped aside, allowing the thing to clean the room or do whatever it was here for. It pounded its chest, and after an eruption of rancid air, the whirring stopped. A hollow hunch rose from my stomach when the rust bucket remained in place, that this electrical artifact had something to do with my surgery. "Good day, I am Robo-Refurb Alpha." The system even linguated like a mechanical of old. "Warning, someone has been creeping the hose pi-tal with the soul gem sucking a knee ma from the deceased." What? Really?" I stammered, sounding like the damn robot. What would they be doing with it? Black magic?" I didn't know what to say. The robot went on. "LOL, LOL, just messing with you." The thing simulated laughter. I joined in. Laughter is healthy, after all. "Oh, I see. Ha ha." I laughed uncomfortably. "I will now cease talking like a robot." The machine operated a switch on its chest. "We are programmed to ease tension with humor." Of course, I thought, they'd want the patient to feel at ease. Oh, the foolery. What an advanced system this had to be. It stomped toward the window and went on. "We will install for you the finest body available, but maintenance will be stiff. Frequent maintenance, that is, for such a fine frame needs tuning every 50,000 steps. It is that high performance." Clunking emitted from deep within the machine, like dwarves were mining inside it. After slapping its chest, it continued. "Pneumatic valve tuning, muscle fluids, waste draining," I interrupted. "I won't be able to use the bathroom anymore?" "Of course not. The BostBod XS wouldn't allow such nastiness. Detox happens away from your home and loved ones in the privacy of your hospital service center." I pondered over this. It made sense. "Can I see my new body before the procedure?" Just then, an alien nurse entered and whispered into the machine, whereupon the robot rushed out. Surely the device was a much-wanted specialist. The nurse looked me over, pausing at my crotch. "Relieve yourself of your clothing," she said. I did as ordered, not uttering a word amid her continued stares. "You look like my third husband," the alien finally said. I do? How many have you had?" "2. I yearned for the robot's return. Will the robot Alpha come back soon?" "I noticed how furry you are," she said, running her eyes across my lushly coated body. She apparently came from an ice world. "You know, funny fact," I said, choking a bit, "we humans often remove it." "Why?" She began to run her tendrils over my plush. I wished I hadn't said that. "Find it, My eyes traveled across her woolliness, but the words had already formed in my head. "Unappealing." Her smile vanished. She stepped aside and spoke nothing more. Luckily, the Sergobot returned, yet its mood was also lowered. "Let's get this over with," it said. "Proceed to the operating platform." I did as asked and soon found myself lying down with a dividing curtain just below my head. The two went to work, producing much cling and clang, yet I could not see how. The robot addressed me. "Sir," it appeared as baffled as a machine could be, "where is your bing-dong?" I don't believe I have one," I stammered. "Oh, wait," the machine clanged its forehead. "I've loaded the wrong anatomy." My mind desperately wanted my head to rise, yet I found that it could not. "No big deal," it said. "Nurse, hand me that red thing I trashed." "Are you sure you have the right file now?" I asked feebly. "I'm human. Did you load a human male?" Yes, I'm 96% fail-safe," rattled the machine. "You're insured, so no worries." Upon this, the nurse whispered something into the robot's microphone. "Oh, he doesn't have money for insurance," the machine computed aloud. "Update. I'm sorry, you're not covered. You're too poor." The nurse shot me a condescending glance. I grew increasingly edgy as I was still fully conscious, and many kinds of obscure noises erupted from behind the screen. It didn't help that the nurse often looked me straight in the eyes while producing an exceptionally nasty sound, her body jerking as if exerting great force. Out of nowhere, the silicone surgeon exclaimed, "Yuck!" "What? What is it? Did something happen?" I asked. "Blood, lots of it," it said. The nurse shook her head. "Does that pose a problem?" "No, it's gross. Organic life is revolting. Look at all this wobbly stuff. Everything is wet and soft. One never gets used to that. Makes me rust." I'm sorry. I found myself apologizing once more. "I try to think of these bits as cogwheels and springs, cables and lines," it said. Suddenly the machine's alarm sounded. "Oops," it shrieked. "What? Is something wrong? I shouldn't talk so much. It's distracting." "But nothing happened, right? Don't worry. But I'm getting dizzy now." "Are you? Perhaps you are only imagining that?" I began to panic. "Is everything all right? I feel very shaky now." The nurse once again whispered, "Nurse Agro advised me that you're experiencing the effects of the tranquilizer. There's no need for concern. Everything is in accordance with your weight of 190. "That's not my weight," was the last thing I recall uttering as my mind entered a world of molasses. "Geez, look at those red strings," the robot said, his disgust turning into confusion. "Can you take them out? They're all connected." The nurse shrugged. "And see? That's what they use to reproduce. They're the only beings doing it like that." He paused and looked the nurse over. "Do you want to hook up later and replicate?" The nurse giggled, then shrugged. "Let's finish him up real quick and get it on." Then I was out. Suddenly the door flew open. The bang must have pushed me out of sedation. A supervisor rushed in. His eyes were on me at once. "Oh my God, you tin fool, what are you doing?" He came running over to the operating table, pushing the robot aside. "Why is this there?" I suppose he pointed. "Is he alive?" The sup nodded at me. "I'm alive," I croaked feebly. The manager disconnected the instrument from the robot and yelled, "Put that here and this there, you idiot! I will see you later in my office." And just like that, the raging man left. All 8 sets of eyes were on me. "This is your fault," the surgeon said, as his apertures narrowed. "I'm sorry," I uttered. Now both the nurse and surgeon fidgeted with hard, crude motions. The robot frequently turned to me to spin up attachments. It seemed like the machine deliberately moved its arms beyond the view barrier to rev up its saws, drills, or rasps in front of me. The unending howl of power tools began to unnerve me. They still hadn't produced my new body. I had hoped to catch a glimpse of it before being out. "No tough feelings, right?" I said, but no one answered. The nurse addressed the robot. "He's still listening," she whispered. "Let's speak hex." 6361, 6E2774, 2077, 61, 69, 74, 2074, 6, said the surgeon. They snickered. I blacked out. I woke in a different location. Some unknown nurse gawked at my lower body but rushed off when I opened my eyes. My attempts at viewing my fresh self were met with failure, as I could hardly move. Another caretaker arrived. "You awake, good. We go to cashier," the creature said, steaming from its 13 orifices. "Did everything work out as planned?" I stammered. "You alive, no?" I nodded, and she continued. "Or maybe this all simulation, like dream. How would you know?" While I agreed once more, she rolled me off, banging the bed into every corner along the way. After traversing a maze of hallways, she pushed me into the last barrier, a parking spot next to a wall that looked a lot like where we'd started. She then walked away without saying anything. I waited. After an eternity, I stopped a random employee. She looked me over and said, "You have to pay." "Yes," I agreed. "But is it safe to rise?" "I don't know. What did the doctor say?" She tugged at my sheets. My patience was running thin. "I haven't spoken to him. Can you please ask someone?" "Okay," she said, still yanking my comforter every which way. "What surgeon's name?" I don't know." She looked at me funny. "You don't know?" It was a robot. Robot? There's no robot surgeon. My heart froze. I hoped not literally, although at least that meant it was still there. Someone yelled from around the corner. Is the new guy? Now she remembered. Ah, new guy. Anyhow, you good to go, or he would know have left you here. But he didn't put me here. It was a nurse, I screamed while still attempting to look down. Yeah, either way. The outworlder was losing interest. A blanket still largely covered me. The nurse, for some reason, had difficulty getting it off and gave up. The numbness left my body. I probed my limbs and discovered that I had gained additional control over motions that felt novel. I moved an arm and a leg and felt the covers slip off. People passing me reacted strongly to my sight. Perhaps I was naked. Eager to see my shiny new self, I glided from the bed. My shadow was different from how I remembered it, with many added protrusions. I rushed to a glass door and saw myself. My new frame was shiny, all right. It was the shape that struck me. I had become I'm still not clear on the term, roborachnid? Panic boiled. A note was attached to my crawly legs. Gave you a metal body is less disgusting. I hailed a caretaker and demanded my former body be reinstated. The whoever told me that it was impossible as my old frame had been discarded. Just then, a motion outside the window attracted my attention. An object floated into view, larger than the usual trash hovering outside the station. It looked strikingly familiar. There was the herringbone sweater, the striped socks I had worn the day before. It was my headless body, now in a tug-of-war between scavenging aliens. I freaked. Stout hands arrived and threatened to pluck my appendages unless I paid the bill in full. Peace enforcement was called. The cops drew heat and leaped into defensive positions. Spider freak! By chance, an arachnid appeared. Not a robot, mind you, but a proper Cobb 5 spider. It ogled me with disgust and rushed off. That was it. I could not contain my frustration any longer. I jumped to attack. The police fired their blasters and finished me. And thus I woke. The nurse was right. It had been a simulation. A team of specialists surrounded me, concluding sensory tests. I was still alive. The operation had been a success. I strained my arms and legs and found they responded sans problem. Take it easy, buddy, said one of the technicians. Here's a mirror. He produced a selfie screen, lovingly styled as a reflective surface. When I gazed upon myself, my heart froze. But of course it didn't, as it was made of iridium. The outcome of the procedure was, once again, unexpected. Instead of a spiderling, I found my head on the surgeon's trash can tin trunk. Undo this atrocity at once, I screamed at the baffled team. Sure, sir, the cashier is down the hall, some idiot proclaimed. Screw that. I shook him like a baby. The robot did this without my permission. The sound of grinding gears emitted from my chest. I thumped myself. That felt better. We'll see about that, sir, said the idiot, and ran out. He returned with the nurse, who had me sign the dang papers earlier in her tow, the hospital director, and some other suited fools. Conversing with both administrator and supervisor quietly, she repeatedly looked over, shaking her head. The wretched creature then left, and the hospital officials turned to me. I strove to look as angry as possible and must have succeeded as the men momentarily jerked back. She's lying, I screeched. I had laboriously raised my rusty fist when my family arrived. The children cried and my wife fainted. It was bedlam. I grew tired of drama, and while everyone engaged in loud discussion, my eyes veered outside. There, unseen by the arguing crowd, I found the robo-surgeon plus furry nurse zooming by in a snazzy, convertible space cruiser. The hairy wretch had wrapped her arms around my own fuzzy body, which was now installed under the surgeon's head, and had undressed to all but a pair of skimpy shorts. They zoomed off, laughing and having a merry old time. I gave up and in. Here's my money. Just make me human again, I yelled, flashing my BiteBucks card. A few days later, my body was exchanged once more. Not to my old self, of course, as my birth body remained at large. If you have information on the whereabouts of a robot with a human body and a furry alien, please contact me. End of transcription.
And thus the broadcast ended. I'd like to point out that the narrative, as I received it, was in words rather than visuals. It was a literal account of the events. The experience was very different from a dream, or what my critics would call delusions. I was able to recall the situations described word for word and write them down as they occurred, using the exact spelling as it appeared in my mind's eye. Many questions remain. Is this what the kids mean by watching a TikTok? Was this impossible account from the future worth ruining the dowsing rod for? It leaves me with mixed emotions regarding the times ahead. Blasters, robots, space stations, and giant spiders? It's all as real as chocolate milk and the brown cows that make it. The message sounds like a cry for help. I want to assist. I started poking the red eyes out of those small robots the neighbors' children play with. They appear as innocent toys, but I know better. When the parents approach, I run. I must not include them in this conflict just yet. Actions in our time affect the future. Why was I chosen? They were looking for someone off the chart. Yes, off and beyond the map. That's exactly why. An unassuming person, beyond the government's radar, and with lots of spare time. It is clear. I must continue. I will listen.
The Checkup, written by Oliver Arnold, performed by Adam 11 Labs. The Hot Down, written by Oliver Arnold, performed by Adam 11 Labs.
It turns out the future wasn't done with me. Am I unique, or do others receive these messages? If you have temporal visions or receive dispatches from the tomorrow, contact me. I sense that a new age of education is dawning, learning from the future. For those who have read my previous report, I have made a complete recovery. Thank you very much. But now you must learn about the situation under which I received this second spectacular timecast. I had only recently recovered from the effects of the first message when the following account of a year 2189 transportation nightmare reached me on September 24th, 2018, while on the roof of my double-wide, where I doused yet another St. Elmo's fire. A powerful storm had me holding onto my AM antenna when out of nowhere a surge of energy struck and I lost consciousness. I didn't wake dead, but my mind was once again loaded with thoughts that weren't my own. The sender evidently understands our misconceptions about future transportation, warning us of its pitfalls, guiding us, and sending this information to our benefit. If this is the same person who sent the first report, I feel they have grown cautious, not aiming their transmission at the public anymore, but at trusted individuals. The government may be onto them like they are onto me.
Beginning of transcription. These times. After employing remote workers from space became unfashionable for many businesses, I found myself forced to relocate from the lovely Hawk to Earth in search of a job. "Tara, you'll have to pull your weight," a friend advised me. After mentioning that I always worked my best, he added that he was referring to my physical body weight. I looked down. Yes, it had been a while since I had dwelled under planetary gravity. My belly, looking much like a globe itself, would not carry well on Terra. It'd be an ugly sight and uncomfortable, but I had no choice. The limited job pool on the space station was unkind to a specialist such as myself. My wife, unfortunately, disapproved of our moving back to a soiled surface. "Did you know Earth is 30% dirt?" she asked, while presenting pictures of grimy pants and dirty shoes. She lectured me about arachnids, maggots, worms, and all the other unclean things that dwell in the ground. "These boots aren't made for walking," she said, pointing at her shiny magnetic hull scalers. "If I want to live on dirt, I'd move into the compost sector," she proclaimed. My wife finally ended her rant by asking, "What if I lie down and a tree grows through me?" I, in turn, explained the many benefits of Earth, that we could give our bonsai room to grow, perhaps whip out the old heirloom broom. But despite my angel's tongue, she would not budge. There was simply no way that she would use doormats again. She even asked her father to employ me at his lunar meatpacking plant, but I declined because of my regolith allergies, and thus I planned my singular surfacing. I remembered little in the way of transportation, as on the station we perform all errands per pedis. I consulted a friend regarding my options for riding down. "Should I book the shuttle in advance?" I asked, concerned with prices and schedules. "You'd be crazy," he said. "It's much cheaper to book at the transport hub. Traveling to Earth is like riding a bus these days." I nodded in agreement. "Get your shuttle tickets at the gate right before your flight. That's how you get the best deal." "You sure?" I asked, because I had already secured a job interview for the following day. Of course! That's when they dispose of the leftover seats at fire sale prices. It's a trick a pilot taught me, he said with conviction. Only suckers pay full price in advance. Makes sense, I thought, and took a nice long rest. After, I lazily dragged myself and my luggage to the transit sector, where I elbowed my way to the shuttle service counter. 1 ticket to Earth, please, I said cheerily. And make it cheap. Yes, sir. When do you wish to fly? Asked the agent. Right away, I hollered loudly and with a big grin. Yes, sir. That'll be 1 zillion bitbucks. My enormous grin froze. 1 zillion bitbucks are the equivalent of the Milky Way's stars times all the sand grains on Earth. I swallowed. The agent smiled. Yes, sir. This is why the adage down to Earth means sky high nowadays. I perspired. We have 1 ticket left, sir, the lady continued, and are otherwise booked for weeks. I gasped. Yes, very pricey, she said. My in-law is a ticketing executive and always advises us to book flights early. After appraising my miserable self, she added, You didn't fall for the pilot story, right? I resolutely shook my head and rushed off to the teleporters. There, I was informed that teleporting services had been out since the station's waste management began transferring all refuse to the back of the moon by teleportation. This was ill-received by the artificial intelligences controlling the systems. They would not work on a task so mundane and halted all teletransports in protest. The programmers had argued that most people were crap anyway and that the AIs wouldn't see any difference, but the systems had grown past such semantics and would not be persuaded. Now I only had one option left, I gulped, private transportation sector, where vendors offered all kinds of unregulated transportation services. A sea of signs, most of them red, greeted me when I arrived at the circle of storefronts resembling a food court. I looked for clues to what they offered and whom to trust. Zoom and boom, supersonic rocket services, read one sign. XX Eros rocket trips, read another. Not what I was looking for that day. Zoom sala boom. These are only a few examples, but you can see why my desperation deepened. I ended up choosing down and out rockets. They sounded speedy, and that was vital as I had lost precious hours. When I attempted to enter the tiny booking office, a salesman rushed from a neighboring booth and blocked my way. Sir, the rocket-tie-dressed man hollered, forget rockets. I ask you to reconsider. I looked the guy over. You do? But you're wearing a rocket tie. I pointed at his accessory. He pretended to just now notice. Oh, that's yesterday's. I worked in that industry all my life and finally switched. Rockets are no good. Okay, what's your suggestion? I asked. Fompression, the man said enthusiastically. Huh? I had never heard of this technology. Our advanced phase compression system untangles all your subatomic ribbons and compresses them in real time. Yeah! A loud voice yelled from behind. It takes real time. We ignored the shouter and my salesman continued. Are you aware that our bodies are mostly empty space? I wasn't and said, Right. Sir, you wouldn't accept horrendous rates to transport a few tiny ribbons and the empty space between them. Before I could answer, he did. Neither would I. When I opened my mouth to speak, he continued. You're being charged for your 99% void. A rip-off. I raised my index finger, but he continued. You wouldn't want to reach your destination as a lesser you? We both shook our heads. He then patted his mighty belly. Although an advantage in certain places, he chuckled. I tried to skid sideways, but his belly stood in my way. I pondered his offer. Have you done it? I will definitely try it for my next vacation, said the salesman. So you haven't. We've been so busy transporting guests that I haven't found a chance. I thought you'd been selling this since yesterday. That too, I was convinced. Where do I sign? Lies! The voice from behind us shouted. He's never done it because he's afraid of getting phase-freaked. Phase-freaked? I retracted my signing hand from his paper. Yes! The man who had kept away now strolled over to us. You're not always decompressed correctly. According to the paper analysis, all looks well. Your body might even function, but to your fellow humans, you'll be a disfigured freak. The lanky man generated a digital stack of images. Here! They showed people with warped faces and too many eyes. I gasped. What is this? This is how their AI sees a person. I've reverse-coded it to output these pictures of what it considers a human being. How do you know all this? I asked suspiciously. I programmed it, the man exclaimed pridefully. I gasped and replied, Did you inform your superiors about this issue? The man nodded. They ignored me. The big-bellied salesman jumped between us. Nonsense! I again stood confused. Well, I asked the new salesman, what do you suggest? The cabled service I offer is much safer, he said while drawing an invisible line with his hands. How is it cabled? It's an elevator. Surely you've seen it. It goes all the way to Earth. I hadn't, but nodded and shook my head all the same. With this physical solution, there is no compressing yourself. Just get into the capsule and safely glide, using only nature's forces. The other salesman cut in. He isn't telling you about the tangling. Tell him about the tangling. What tangling? I asked in great confusion. When his Earth elevator tangled and wrapped around the moon 5 times. He held up 5 fingers. We unraveled it, replied the lanky sales guy dismissively. I stood, greatly confused, and checked the time. This had taken 20 minutes. I made up an excuse and fled. Would I crawl back to my wife and accept her father's job at the lunar canning plant? I plodded down the salvage sector with luggage in both hands when a voice hailed me from the shadows. Hey, shh. I saw no one. Up here. I looked up. Sure enough, on the ceiling in a corner hung a green humanoid outworlder. I hadn't met the guy, but recognized the species. They were known for their business acumen. Looking for a hot down? The creature asked, descending by elegantly rolling and twisting. If by down you mean to Earth, then yes, I replied. The being stepped into the light, and I saw its eyes. Oh, those eyes! This race from the helical system and Fractuous 12 had spiral pupils adapted to navigate their twirled home galaxy. Why pick your service? I asked the creature suspiciously. Is no fancy tech. Just a regular shuttle. Only 1 seat left, the helicon said with a stretched mouth that I deemed a smile. The being's eyeballs began to spin. At that point, I knew I wanted the seat. Very well, I said. How long will it take? Only a day, kind sir. I gasped. 1 full day? The alien considered this. Rome was also built in a day. It was true. Historic records proved that the Grand Terran City took a full day to erect. I wasn't convinced, though, and the alien grew apprehensive. Only 2,000, it quickly added. My eyes popped. This was a fraction of what other operators charged. I played it cool. Right. What kind of ship is it? The eco-friendly kind. Eco? I was surprised, although the alien was green after all. From reclaimed substances. I wasn't familiar with that process, but I was too excited to delay. Deal! I shouted, and extended my hand toward its lower tendril. We shook, and the creature produced a digital contract. Sign here. After the pixels had dried, the alien's face contorted into a full-mouthed grin. It then gestured me through a narrow opening. We ventured past stacks of junk to reach another aperture, finally leading into a rather spacious, albeit shoddy, hangar. At the center stood a platform complete with seats, passengers, and luggage on it. Robotic arms were arranged around the deck to serve drinks and snacks, I assumed. Surely this was the pre-flight lounge. The crowd was comprised of red aliens from Planet Furnace 13 and a few younger human flyers. I took a seat and waited for the shuttle's arrival when a surprising announcement sounded. Fasten seat belts! Only then did I detect the safety belts by my seat. Where's the shuttle? I asked the alien attendant. Shuttle now come print, she said. The robotic arms around the platform whirred to life. I gasped. Was it really? I had to ask, is it printed around us? Yes, sir, but no concern. This is normal, the attendant assured me. I remained unassured. How long will it take? It print 1 day. 1 day? I repeated the words like an idiot. Yes, sir. Rome was also— Yes! I barked, gesturing the creature off. I hadn't much choice, and regardless, the inconvenience was worth the savings. Cacophonous grinding rose as aliens loaded shredders with refuse, feeding enormous nozzles that squirted the metallic paste into organized lines all around us. Was that my spider body from the hospital ordeal going in? No, that had been a dream. I followed the process with disinterest. Zip, zap, zip, zap, zip, zap. What did I know about recycled space travel? Was this a safe way to fly? What was the failure rate? I elbowed my neighbor. At the very least, I hoped for an invigorating armrest elbow war. Sadly, he was of the yielding type. Everything shook and vibrated and shook. To ease my mind, I decided to lose myself in the complimentary book film. I put on the experience headset, and the movie began. But all I saw were blurred lines, at times horizontal, sometimes diagonal, and then vertical. The printing arms showered the platform with high-frequency vibrations so incessantly that the show fuzzed beyond recognition. After getting a piercing headache, I summoned the attendant. "There's only blur," I said, sounding like a ghost. "Your experience is normal, one moment." The alien left and quickly returned. "Action was taken." I was glad to hear this, but the rattling remained. "For your comfort, sir." She handed me a goggly gadget of sorts. I studied the thing skeptically from all angles. "De-wobble goggles these are," the alien said proudly. "Compensate for the effect of shaking." This was a new and very alien approach to problem-solving. I had heard of blur cancellation, of course, but stared rather incredulously at the head-mounted contraption with its gyros and screens. After attaching it to the headset, the blurred movie screen miraculously turned into tack-sharp vision. Sleep overcame me. I woke up to loud, sputtering noises. It must have been much later as the movie had finished. I peeked from under the mask. Indeed, something resembling a spaceship had formed around us. Delightful. But something was amiss. There was a distinct lack of, openings. I hailed the attendant. "Where are the exits?" "Openings not needed," was the surprising reply. "How will we deplane?" I asked. "Sir, that's rather obvious." And with that, she left. No other passenger seemed alarmed, and thus I too leaned back as the crew served pre-printed pre-launch cookies. When I reached into the jar, my fingers sank into a sort of goop, and I pulled my hand out in disgust. Brown dough flowed down my hand. "These are unbaked," I loudly observed. Once again, the attendant's reaction confounded me. "Of course, this is normal." All other passengers had arranged multiple blobs in front of them, but none ate theirs, yet no one complained. How this string of mysterious events would fall into place I would soon fathom. The printing robots were nearly finished and began disassembling each other for parts. I could not help but marvel at this efficient process. How the aliens had copied nature's effectiveness was indeed astonishing. Suddenly, though, the arms sputtered, and the goggles slipped off my head to shatter on the ground. With one last hoarse and climactic cough, all printing ceased. I couldn't help but regard the rather sizable, unfilled hole in the ceiling. The crew addressed us. "More trash needed. Please contribute." The extraterrestrial pointed at the gaping opening. Everyone produced as many soup cans and pocket lint as they could. I handed them the shattered goggles, and with that last contribution, the gap was closed. Presently the shuttle moved. We launched, calming my worries. This is normal, I thought to myself and yawned. Must relax. I needed to be at the top of my game for the job interview. I felt chilly. "Blanket, please." The attendant came with an amused face. "You won't be needing, sir." "What? Why not?" "You're so funny." She brought me one anyway, but left with a grin. This was not normal. After an eternity of tossing and turning, the undulating drone of the shuttle's engines finally had me dozing off. Terrible dreams of hells and devils haunted me. I distinctly remember waking to the scent of baked goods. Hell smelled delicious. Was it breakfast time? I opened my eyes and wiped the nightmares from them. The devils remained, though, and it was hot. Scorching hot. Where my blanket had covered me, I only found a shriveled crisp. Somehow, the environment had an undulating blur to it. The devils turned out to be my fellow passengers from Furnace. The red beasts had disrobed and hung out by the exterior walls. I activated my personal fan, but the blades had melted and flopped around uselessly. What little breeze emerged turned into plasma. Hailing the attendant, I gestured at the floppy blades and my crisped blankie. "The ship's melting!" I screamed. "Of course it is, sir. This is normal. Disposable shuttle, go vanish." I gasped, searing my lunges. "But what about us?" I stuttered, my hands digging into the oozing armrest. "I don't know about you, sir, but I'm a hologram," the attendant said, gesturing a magical puff of disappearance with her hands. I looked around. Not only were my fellow human passengers unalarmed, they calmly suited up, some quipping and laughing, even munching their now well-done cookies. An odd discoloration appeared on the wall behind them. I couldn't take my eyes off the spot. It changed from a light beige to brown, toward red, and next to blue. Suddenly a flame poked through as if someone had worked it with a blowtorch from outside. A hole opened behind the guys, and hasty tongues of multicolored flames licked through. My mind raced. Surely I wasn't the only one to have witnessed this.
Uh-oh.
Some passengers shouted in a delighted chorus. "The ship's adjusting attitude," one observed. "You know what that means," another said. They hollered and grinned. "No!" I screamed. "I don't know!" I jumped up and quickly grabbed a fire extinguisher, rushed to the flame, and sprayed. To my great surprise, the other travelers didn't hail me as a hero, but followed my actions bewilderedly. "Dude, where's your hafnium suit?" a younger Earth guy asked. "You don't look like you're from Furnace." "I'm not," I replied, panicking. Aren't you gonna scorch?" Yes. Is this an emergency?" "You're funny, man." Just then, the rear wall peeled away. I stood in a trance and would have perished had an alien not shaken me out of my daze and dragged me off. "Dude, you've got to suit up," a fellow human remarked matter-of-factly. "Yeah, gonna be a sick descent," another nodded. They high-fived. "To where?" I asked. "Earth, man," I asked the obvious question. "Aren't we landing?" "We are, but the ship isn't." "Dude, you're on an extreme re-entry adventure. Carve the thermosphere." The alien's fist bumped. "Ah!" was all I could think of. "You be in my situation." Finally, the wall behind the creature disappeared in an intense stream of flame, revealing outer space and the absurdly enormous globe of Terra outside. We were still high in orbit, not much lower than the space station, in fact. But by now, the first aliens had exited through holes in the hull. "Re-entry? Adventure? What does that mean?" I asked frantically. "The ship's gonna burn up," one guy said, reaching through a hole to the outside as flames licked around his arm. "We jump out and have a blast." "There's gonna be a blast too?" "No, man. We're the lizards that carve the troposphere," the guy said, and exited among my terrored stare. The next person in line came to the hole and said, "Better hurry, dude. The ship will be free ions in 5 minutes." "What about my luggage?" "Bring your hafnium box." "Hafnium?" I glanced through the ever-widening wall cleft just in time to see a tiny falling star that used to be my belongings. I visualized my body dissolving into colored flames and yelled at the attendant. "I need a spacesuit. Where's my suit?" "Over there in the closet," the attendant said. "See you on your next extreme re-entry adventure," she added, and vanished. At that point, the floor had liquefied. Upon my every step, streaks of ground pulled up like cheese on a pizza. I made poor progress and feared sinking through before reaching my suit. Eager tongues of plasma licked past the growing wall openings. I was doomed, a disposable astronaut on a one-way trip. I sweated profoundly, or was it my body's hydrogen burning? Or both? I would flare, reduced and removed, becoming free energy, during a disagreeable chemical process. My protons and electrons would leave a tiny nebula, perhaps not even that. Just then, a friendly spaceboarder came over and helped me forward. I had tears in my eyes, so grateful was I, or were they melting? I hastily Googled through the cabinets. Where did this word for search originate, I wondered, followed by, why am I thinking this now? I found a suit and put it on. "Good, you're suiting up, man," one of the young guys said. I slithered into the protective shell, and when the floor became vapor, I slid outside, the overwhelming orb of Earth stretching out before me. The sky was Earth. I spun erratically, and a group of Outworlders glided over to help. "Thank goodness! The ordeal is over!" I screamed at the guy holding my hand to guide me. "Ordeal?" the re-entry enthusiast asked, dumbfounded. "The best is yet to come." What's the best?" I stammered. "First relax," he told me. I did, and suddenly my pants were full. Luckily, the suit came with a nano-black hole at its bottom. Many other passengers still floated around the disintegrating ship, laughing, beckoning, and cheerfully recording my emerging. "We're gonna surf now!" The alien gestured flow with its tendril. "But first, we've got to correct our vector." It gave me a powerful tug, and we dove into the exosphere. A tinnital roar embraced me. Violent streaks of plasma shot across me, canceling any vision or orientation I might have had. My friend's guiding grip loosened, and I tumbled about helplessly. It wasn't long, though, before someone again assisted me, a guiding grip tugging and correcting me. The blind meteorite. "You're my Samaritan," I confessed to the creature tearfully. "Don't think so," it replied. "I'm a heater from heat." I gazed dumbly in the direction I assumed was up and, by chance, glanced at a bright star that must have been Hawk. That put a smile on my face. My vision cleared. Our velocity was lower now, and the descent quieted. A bright crescent formed on the planet's horizon and rapidly grew. The sun came up. Even with only a slither of the star visible, its brightness shone, blasted beyond imagination. Immense radiant heat struck me, and I could not imagine withstanding the entire star out here for even a second, suited or not. Experiencing nature and the cosmos in this direct way was entirely new to me. To my relief, we retreated from it, fleeing into the night. Everything darkened, not only the skies but the lands below. Few lights shone where we were headed, the North Pole. After minutes of this descent, I made out a ghostly blue-green glow. At first ahead, then suddenly all around us, streaks of undulating color appeared everywhere. The aurora borealis. I had seen this dazzling phenomenon many times, but being inside of it was something else. We were submerged in enormous glowing blankets of light. The aurora even reacted to us, like fluid streaming across. I stared dumbly at the immensely intricate shapes of the swirls and eddies, only to be outdone by the astounding ballet of a fellow borealis border in front of me. Some shot through the aurora, leaving holes. Others rode the crests and troughs of the luminescent waves as if they had substance. I became part of it when my hands sliced the ionization for a few playful minutes. Too soon, my buddy's tug interrupted me. He grinned and gestured. When I didn't comprehend, he pulled me onto the crest of one luminous wave and let go. I crashed right into the breaking borealis, yet at this point I had lost all fear. I observed the other boarders and noted their postures and how these affected their motion. I began experimenting. At first I bumbled, didn't hit the crests quite right, and slipped off. Even then, the effects on the glowy clouds resulted in fascinating whirls and ripples. My frequent failures washed right off the phenomenon and myself, not least to my buddy's amusement. Next, I swung heavily and took advantage of a large undulation on the borealis. A surge of ions gripped me, and I jolted with a force I wouldn't have attributed to a particle shower. Apparently, the interaction of solar wind and gravity produced a force that hadn't been explored much, other than by the thrill-seekers I was with. Not paying enough attention, I tumbled sideways. "Help!" A laughing furnace friend helped me right myself. It astounded me that all this time we moved at 10,000 miles per hour. Then suddenly, the polar lights were above us. I wanted to go again now that I was getting the hang of it, finally experiencing exhilaration and fun. My human buddy shook his head. "Dude, it's magnetic midnight," he said. It was time to position ourselves for the landing. How this was to be achieved I had not considered until now. Fear and anxiety returned to my bones, and goosebumps formed on my skin regardless of the 1,500 degrees Celsius. The group assembled into a landing formation. As we reduced altitude, the surrounding flames ceased, the black void turned blue, and I experienced the peculiar color of Terra's sky that the ceilings of all bathrooms on Hawk are embellished with. I received a heavy tug and hand signals from my alien buddy, pointing down. Some in our group were already far below us. On the ground, I spotted a large rectangular structure. The first of our group hit the square and then glided down what seemed like a glacier, an action even more insane than our descent. But I was arguably pretty committed and concentrated fiercely. I could do this. I followed my friends as they shot down onto the enormous trapezoid of a trampoline-like surface, only to slip off it and onto a slide of ice with immense speed. Yet the rough surface slowed our movement quickly until we came to a rest precisely at the base camp's outer building. "Shaka! Our kinetic energy is harvested," my friend informed me. "Enough to power an Inuk Eskimo village for a week," he added. The Sky Slickers support team then greeted us and served us hot grog. As we derobed, I and my newfound friends chatted. "We're going rafting on Io tomorrow. You coming?" they asked me. I hadn't considered that anyone would wish to redo our past 30 minutes, but of course these guys did, all the time. Don't you people work? I asked. We're on a mission, I was informed. Furnace scientists discovered a lack of awesome in the universe. I laughed. How do you afford this? We clean mollusks off satellites, they explained, for a small fee. We also sell bottled aurori. But aren't all the burned-up shuttle ships terribly wasteful? I asked. This outraged my mellow friends. No, dude, they're planting much-needed ions into the tropopause. I then learned that the species from Furnace had been carving Earth's atmosphere for hundreds of years, far exceeding humans' first space flights. With a heavy heart, I left the friendly Borealis borders. What a sweet life they lived indeed, floating and free. If you ever experience the desire to burn without dying, this activity is for you. I am not one for cheap thrills and have never spaced or cyber-dived, but this atmospheric re-entry proved exhilarating. Now I had the minor problem of getting from the North Pole to Themerica for my job interview, and I sensed that my transportation worries had just begun. I will send reports on upcoming events, time permitting. Let me now, after this digression, find employment on Earth. End of transcription.
And thus ended the second transmission. A loud pounding at my home's front door roused me. The clock showed 4 a.m. I expected no one. Why had my perimeter alarm not sounded? The booby traps failed. I staggered to my feet, yet the men didn't wait for me to get to the door. After forcing their way in, the marshals seized my transmitter and all my slingshots. Broadcasting without license, they claimed, was the charge. It is now clear. The authorities don't want me to receive any further messages. Who knows? I might have become a personality in the future and stand in the way of powerful interests. All that remains are my thoughts. Good thing there are so many. I cannot allow these distractions, though. The broadcasts don't come to me unwarranted, unlike these police visits. I must move beyond my pursuer's grasp. History will not be kind to them.
The Hot Down, written by Oliver Arnold, performed by Adam 11 Labs. The Flyer, written by Oliver Arnold, performed by Adam 11 Labs.
Dear listener, I touch everything with nervous anticipation. The intense energies blasting my body with every new transmission worry me. If only the author sent warnings ahead, I could prepare. Yes, I have received another broadcast. According to Ravelli and Tegmark, time is an illusion. There is no yesterday or tomorrow, only the here and now, all at once. If true, why is it that I hear from what we call the ahead? Doubt overwhelms me. What if these notes reach me from elsewhere? Could the reports be disruptions by the subterraneals? Or is our own government sending them to lure me out of hiding? Possibly, but I must take risks. The reports are crucial and must not be suppressed. My friend, I hope you appreciate the agony and danger I suffer for your education. I have decided to continue publishing these accounts despite the dangers for myself. I am hunted. Draw wide open the world's eyes, I must, and show the travesty that's our future. I imagine this summarizes the sender's intent. I wonder if the originating language is English. The text offers no indication of the ethnicity of the future's inhabitants. Could the world be headed toward a single, unified race, language, and government? What a terrifying vision for those of us who frequently disagree with their own administration.
Beginning of transmission. It had been some time since I had traveled any distance on any planet. After decades on the space station, I was very much used to minor expanses where everything happens per peds. Now, walking in a city on Terra the size of everything dizzied me. A tall sky, colossal buildings, the crowds, and heavens, the ads. At Airborne Al's, the wheels came off years ago, a giant screen stated while flashing a rolling car about to break down. You! An on-screen crowd shrieked. It's touching the floor! A TV family of 5 shouted as the children held their noses. A bald and bold man with a floating hat entered the screen. Do you want your car touching the ground? The man, presumably Airborne Al, asked, pointing at a doo-doo that, judging by the tire marks, a rolling car had just passed through. Do you truly want to bring the outside's filthy ground inside with your personal vehicle, a transport that will be parked in your garage at your home all night? Al continued, while taking away the conclusion by shaking his head. Of course not. It's unclean. It's disgusting. At once, the on-screen car's tires popped and deflated with an obnoxious noise. Escape the rolling pains. Enter the flying age, Al said, delighting the on-screen family. Their soiled garage, overgrown with weeds and inhabited by worms, turned into a space so clean the family decided to have a picnic on its floor. Feel newborn and get airborne. Airborne Als. I watched the ad, not comprehending. Why would anyone need a vehicle when they have perfectly working legs? I thought to myself, striding along the sidewalk. I had made good way, was well on time for my interview, and my mood lightened. Then I reached a street crossing. The light was red, and I joined a group of waiting pedestrians. I stood out as the only person who wasn't carrying a bundle, a wrapped bundle. My fellow pedestrians sported small, wrapped hunks of mysterious purpose. Waiting, I peeked at the wad that a woman carried on a sleeve around her neck. It was an infant. I smiled at the lady and at her treasure, but only received a harsh glance in return. In retrospect, she didn't appear like a fresh mother in her business suit. To my other side stood a lad, who too carried what looked like a baby carrier, though perhaps he was a bit too young to be a parent. Now get this, he held the very same infant. Our light turned blue, and we crossed when, out of nowhere, an autonomous vehicle appeared and zoomed toward us, apparently out of control. The car first headed toward the woman and baby to my left, then changed course to target the lad to my right. In an instant, the vehicle veered yet again, and at the last second, swayed to shoot directly toward me. Frozen like a headlighted deer, I awaited my end when the unthinkable happened. With lightning speed, the lady tossed her baby between myself and the car, causing the vehicle to brake harshly and saving my life. I felt relieved and horrified all at once as the vehicle's occupant rushed out to my aid. "What on earth, sir? Where's your fake baby?" the agitated driver yelled. "Heavens!" I replied, trying to rise while slipping on plastic shards that were scattered all around. "Fake?" "Yes," the lady shouted. "Do you live behind the moon?" "Space station, Hoch," I replied, clarifying. "In front of the moon." I then learned that these days, all of Earth's pedestrians carry plastic babies to fool the autonomous vehicle ethics engines. In delicate traffic situations, these algorithms make split-second decisions as to whom or what to hit. A baby raises your score, rendering your life more worthy than others, thus putting an unbabied walker at a dangerous disadvantage. Luckily, the friendly driver gifted me her spare newborn, and I was back on my way. The experience had cost me 30 minutes. How many other unexpected delays awaited me? It became clear that my habit of walking everywhere would be too slow and dangerous on Earth. This presented a formidable problem. I possessed no personal conveyance as yet, but had to find fast and safe transport. I stopped at a map to study the public transportation options. Rails, tubes, tunnels. With a healthy dose of skepticism, I viewed a subway schematic, remembering this mode of mobility as going from where I wasn't to where I didn't want to be. As I traced the subway lines with my finger, a raspy voice addressed me. "Underground rails have been offline for years." A hologram had snuck up from behind. "Are you not from around here?" it then asked impolitely. I didn't feel like answering, but said, "Hawk," without turning. "Space Station Hawk," the hologram said. "I can see that." I only now realized that I still wore my spacesuit. I turned and beheld the projection of an oversized man wearing a muscle suit and a floating hat. It looked a lot like Airborne Al. "Why don't they work?" I asked. "Aliens built the tunnels. When they vanished, no one understood the technology behind the train system. No one could operate it." "Then how do people get around?" "Glad you asked, old chap. There are alternatives." I glanced over at the station. Sure enough, the doors were boarded up. I stared alternately at my watch and the blockade. Dang, I'd miss my job interview for sure. I should mention that in-person interviews are uncommon in space, as your employer may be light years away. On Earth, though, missing a personal interview is considered a slap in the face. When I called my to-be employer, they told me that if I hadn't shown up already, I needn't show up at all. Great. I was ready to give up on Earth. When I turned, the hologram was still there. Sorry for that, it said, sensing my desperation. Here, this information will cheer you up. It began raining surprisingly tactile and adequately named flyers. Tired of being grounded? The pamphlets asked. Visit Airborne Al's Flying Machine Market. I checked my bank balance and felt Virtual Al's hungry stare from behind. We finance anyone, Al's hologram said. I was anyone. A flying car could get me anywhere on Earth faster. It would reproduce the floaty magic of the space station. I nodded to myself, both desirable. Freshly energized, somewhat confident, but no less eager to put my transportation problems to rest, I ventured the next morning to Airborne Al's dealership. As I approached the building from afar, I stopped and pondered the peculiar way it was shaped. Round and domed, it was formed like a donut, or you might say a wheel. Surely my mind tricked me, and this was no roller, but instead some hover-related donut-shaped technology I knew nothing about. I walked on. But then, what if this was a wheel, and I had been tricked again? I recalled my ordeal with the Earth shuttle. I stopped. This was confusing, too confusing. Was a hover car truly the solution? My solution? Just as I turned to walk off, a hologram came running out of the building, waving its arms and yelling at me excitedly. Wait! Wait! Shouted the overweight holo, gasping a bit too much for an aerial aberration. After the hologram caught up, it blocked my way. Please wait! Begged the familiar-looking image again. This time, though, I intended to ignore it and walk straight on. We collided, and I nearly fell on my back. Yes, it was the real Al. Only my hair's fake, Al hollered, chuckling, pausing. Well, that, and my muscles. But then, what self-respecting salesman doesn't wear holo hair and a muscle suit these days? He laughed loudly. I looked him over. Beside the fiber-optic wig and ridiculous muscle suit atop his fatty self, the man wore a builder blazer, a garment made from an excitable light-up material. Slogans and images flashed across his arms and legs. Intelligent transportation, one slogan said. So, Al, what's so intelligent about your hover cars? I asked. I'm not Al. My real name's Frank. Al, who wasn't Al, said. Okay, I said. Then why not rename your store to Floatin' Franks? This confused Frank greatly. He twitched. It's not Frank, it's Al. I left it at that. Right, I said. So you're selling artificially intelligent flying cars? Yes, and the finest. Frank paused. Mostly. I laughed uncomfortably. He nudged me toward the building. I'm glad you were ahead of my other potential customers. How's that? I asked. You made it here, Frank said, gesturing here with his hands. I shrugged. I don't follow. Despite our dreadful public transportation, he gestured at a decrepit bus stop. You reached me. How did you do it? I walked. Walked? Frank fell to his knees as if pleading with the pavement itself. You too much, my friend. Where from? The moon? From in front of the moon, I said. Right. Come inside, Frank said, leading me through the door with a friendly but firm hand on my back, and make this your last walk. And with those ominous words, we entered the showroom. I remembered my thin wallet. So, Frank, I only have 100 bitbucks. 100! He thrust his arms high in the air and jumped around the room. Embarrassed by my inadequacy, I motioned to leave. Noticing this, Frank shot ahead with a lightning speed his figure shouldn't have allowed. My friend, that shouldn't keep you from acquiring reliable transportation, as long as my name's Al. He nudged me into a chair. All right. One cannot have great expectations at that budget, but I like a challenge. I nodded gratefully. I must think harder than I've ever thought before, Frank proclaimed. How do I help this man? I'm very grateful for your effort, I said gratefully. Frank nodded. You were looking for a flying car? Flying. Right. Flying cars must never be confused with frying cars, he added pensively. Too many delicious accidents. Frank shook his head. We offer a special program for those in need. More of a charity, really. He grabbed me by the shoulder, and down we went into a windowless hallway. Are you aware of the intricacies of AI-driven vehicles? Frank asked me. I nodded. One nearly killed me. That's a great start. I mean, it can't get much worse from there. They can be a bit, picky, you know? I had heard about that. In our time, you don't select your vehicle anymore. The vehicle selects you. Similar to horses in the past, these intelligent machines have minds and needs of their own. Imprinted with animal-sourced desirable traits, such as ardor, confidence, and zeal, the moody digital brains would not function if their owner wasn't to their liking. These intelligences are held to the highest standards, Frank continued. Not the smallest flaw is permitted. That also makes them expensive, highly expensive indeed.
Every once in a while, there's a slightly devious.
He halted, quickly correcting himself.
No, not devious, malfunctioning.
He stopped even harder.
No, not malfunctioning. Moody system that may or may not have gotten along with its previous owners.
I nodded, like this was all common knowledge. Al, whose real name was Frank, continued.
As a manufacturer, what do you do with such systems?
He didn't wait for my shrug and said,
The car's controller chips cannot be reflashed. They're fused to their AI forever.
His eyes wept.
So you gotta find them a loving home.
He blew his nose.
Do you have a heart for lost AIs, mister?
I think I do, I said, stammering.
Great, great. Certain flying cars require that special someone. Now, some of our special vehicles were sometimes not completely compatible with their previous owners.
Frank continued. We arrived at a showroom. It was devoid of cars, but full of tiny cubicles with people in them. Large roll-up doors were on both sides. In front of the cubicles ran a conveyor belt. Al caught my questioning glance. We are showing customers, not vehicles. He grinned and opened a cubicle for me to enter. I couldn't see the other customers, just the conveyor belt in front of me. You're lucky it's early in the morning. That increases your odds, Frank said with a grin. I sat down in the bare bones box, and after some time cars came rolling by to inspect me. Some younger ones took all dignity out of the experience, honking and hooting at me and the other prospective owners. Vroom, vroom, floor me, said one, honking. I got all excited by the attention. Let's fly off together, said another before adding, not. Sometimes multiple cars were interested in the same driver, thus reducing those vehicles' prices in this auction-like system. A really cute car came by and flashed its headlights, but after I got excited, it sped off, honking. Yet another cruel joke. When my frustration mounted, I remembered that all these were troublesome vehicles, most without permanent homes. No wonder they behaved like this. After hours and hours of cars shunning me, I remained the only customer left. Frank came in. Sorry, buddy, we're closing. When he saw my sad face, his heart melted. Well, I don't want to close without selling you some. I have an idea. I lit up. Well, he then said, it's clear that you can't afford an original flying car, nor that these troubled ones would ever take you. That's why we need to lower our expectations. This isn't the bottom, I said, slightly panicked. Without replying, Frank led me to a windowed door with another showroom behind it. There, one lonely car idled, dinged, rusty, with a design of times past. Old Rita here has been a victim of abuse. He nodded toward the car behind the glass. Really sad case. Went from homelessness to joining a gang involving illegal racing. We went inside. I felt deep sorrow as I approached the vehicle, touching her fender gently. Hi, big girl. How are you? I asked. After an initial pullback, she managed to blast a feeble La Cucaracha from her horn. Frank struck an upbeat tone. Presenting Rollin' Rita. She's a wheeler that's been converted to hover. He boomed, but then added more quietly. She ain't flying like the young'ums anymore, but still plenty of life in her. I gently smiled and then asked Rita, when were you built? Been around the block. That a problem? Rita asked in return. Not at all, I said. Where you from? She now asked me. Space station. That a problem? Nope, Rita said. Her door popped open. I took a seat and revved her up. It felt good. I fed a $5 down her tip slit and whispered, I'll always buy premium energy for you. My words found approval.
Oh, yeah.
Surface ointment weekly?
Yes.
Movies and fly-throughs?
All right.
We had a deal. After finishing Frank's paperwork, Rita and I were out the door and off the lot. It was near commuting hour, an excellent time for a test. As we shot into the sky, a large flock of cars emerged all around us. They streamed from alleys and openings around buildings, garages, and driveways, public car parks, and apartment towers, glistening in the setting sun. It was beautiful to behold. And that's how I met Rita. We hit it off right away. Her easy ways, wit, humor, and positive attitude made me wonder why she had been abandoned. I didn't dare ask. Not this soon. Sure, her capacitors were oily and her shifting grindy, but why not give this old-timer a second chance and save a buck or two? A few short days later, we had already fallen into a routine, and the day's early hours were marked by joy. Waves of commuting vehicles would flock into the skies in playful waves, excited to be out and about again. It was a magnificent sight, but everyone had to get to work, and I had to make it to another interview on time. When I gently nudged Rita's controls, I sensed a resisting pressure. "Let's take the scenic route," she said. "I feel so alive." "No, Rita." I gently cuffed the throttle and took control of the yoke. "We must fly to my appointment." Rita's dashboard happiness gauge soured, but she gave in. I felt sorry. How could I not? Our time together seemed to instill such jubilation into Rita's crumbling capacitors. I have to admit, the thought of shooting into the sky and toward the space station was seductive, yet duty called here on Terra. "I promise we'll go on a long flight soon," I told her soothingly. That seemed to help as I sensed the steering trim ease. Upon exiting once again, I encountered resistance while opening the door. "Stay with me," Rita intoned. "We're having so much fun." "I'll return in a few hours," I said, patting the dashboard but also removing the key. Rita's face soured once more. "All this time I'll be alone?" she asked. "Can I at least fly around and go places?" "I think it's best if you stay here, in case I need you," I replied. Her face went from unhappy to sad. "Very much," I added. Her mood indicator improved. "Also, Rita, the insurance isn't fond of long AI solo trips." With so many good points, she must have understood my reasoning. Yet Rita returned to her frown, and the doors opened only reluctantly. But within a few days, we had found our groove. The car hummed and made its way briskly to our varying destinations. Things moved so smoothly that I often had trouble staying awake at the wheel. I felt that my attention was vital, though. I still wasn't 100% sold on Rita's commitment to reach an agreed-upon destination. Luckily, traffic signs in our time are adorned with nudity to catch a human driver's attention. Despite it all, one time I nodded off. A harsh sweep shot me awake. The driver beside us had flipped her off with a pinch circle and 2 fingers. I wasn't up to date on hate gestures, but the man's face revealed displeasure. Our cars engaged in a shoving contest, cutting each other off, pushing, flashing, and honking, but Rita soon withdrew. I was proud of my old car, the sense of responsibility that showed, although the event brought up a zealous side of her that I hadn't yet witnessed. One evening, I had filed up on our office tower's roof for the evening's vehicle commuter pickup. Flying cars came, retrieved, and zoomed away at blazing speeds. Soon it was my turn, but no Rita arrived. I hailed her on my communicator. "Rita, you're late. Is there a problem?" I asked, but received only static in return. I held up the pickup line. My colleagues became restless, and I was forced to give up my place. Back inside, I once again called her on my comm. She wouldn't respond. Only an hour later, when all others had long left, the communicator crackled, and her voice sounded from my wrist. She was outside and ready for service. Needless to say, I wasn't pleased. "What held you up so long?" I barked angrily after slamming her door shut. "I've been on a mission," was her surprising reply. "A what?" "Hunting crooks for the authorities. Vroom, vroom, bang, bang." I was stunned, confused, angry, and tired beyond the ability to argue. We left it at that. While such were episodes of Rita's zeal, she also sometimes showed incredible fatigue. Another morning, we stood outside the garage, and Rita had trouble taking off. "Why is everyone going so fast these days?" she asked as her old demagnetized coils whined. My eyes followed the other cars, zooming by with a heavy heart. I had no answer. Among an awkward silence, Rita huffed and puffed like what I understand was called a steam engine to finally get off the ground. We were not aloft for a minute when she spoke. "Why are you tapping the yoke?" she asked. "Is something the matter?" I hadn't noticed my impatient drumming and stopped. "No, nothing. I'm just into the beat." "The stereo isn't on." "It's in my head." We ended it there. "Look, an Ferrari!" I shouted, pointing at an exotic sports flyer passing us, grateful for this distraction. "Those are always going too fast," she said. "Also, everything keeps getting hotter and brighter." I was on the phone with Franks that night. "At this age," a guy from the shop told me, "she won't fly much anymore." Not exactly what I wanted to hear, but not an unexpected verdict. At 40, even with regular maintenance, Rita is past her usable life. How could I talk to her about this? Or should I silently ignore her increasing deficiencies? Lead her to pasture? The question rose in urgency the following day when this happened. I had just entered her, and we began the pre-launch sequence when Rita asked, "Why don't we take off from the roof today?" I was both surprised and irked. I had a busy day ahead of me and no appetite for shenanigans. Upon my inquiring why we couldn't launch from street level, as we always did, she gave a surprising response. "It's boring." She's right, I thought, now realizing that we had fallen into a dull routine. Why not mix things up? "Go up and have a time," I told her, and the car enthusiastically shot into the vehicle elevator. The 2-minute ride up the 500-story building allowed me to contemplate my reservations for the upcoming adventure. It didn't help that, even as the elevator did the work, old Rita creaked, gasped, and wheezed all the way up. We usually stayed low during our commute, hovering just above street level. The rooftop launch was a monumental departure, both literally and figuratively. My neck hair stood up as we reached the building's upper rim, where few other commuters flew. A brisk wind blew, and I closed the windows. Clouds covered the view below. This was the domain of superfreighters, megacruisers, and orbital entry vessels. I gulped. "I'm gonna zoom out just between those two mega-tugs," Rita announced with an enthusiasm I didn't share. Her servos screamed. "Yeah, safety first, right?" I cautiously said. "Let's live a little," Rita proclaimed. "Live a little longer." And just like that, she shot over the roof's rim. At first, she went straight out and made great way. Impressive, exhilarating. But then the trajectory plateaued, and we dropped like a concrete-filled buoy, like a pallet of Olympic weights on Jupiter. "Oh, God, oh, God, oh, God," her bow pointed straight down. We had too many close calls with too many mega-haulers, one very fast orbit entry vessel, and my friends from Ferns. We wobbled in what I assumed were Rita's attempts to stabilize. The ground stayed deceptively far away, though I knew that by now we were at terminal velocity, 30 seconds max before impact. Rita's coils whined loudly. I knew she didn't want it this way and that she tried everything to level out, gain thrust, and gain control. "Maybe it's time to deploy the chute?" I cautiously suggested. "No, I can—" Okay. The rest of her reply came out jumbled, as Rita must have been rerouting all power to her failing engines. I smelled oil, failing wire, and singed plastic. When I reached for the ejection lever, I found the door locks engaged. Had the mechanisms failed, or had Rita manipulated them? The world turned to streaks. I felt light in my seat and pressed my eyes shut in anticipation of the impact. How ironic that I should have survived so many of Earth's perils only to perish inside, not in front of, an autonomous car. A sudden G-force pressed me back into the seat. I saw stars. My stomach turned. Surely I experienced death, yet when I dared a peek, we were unsmashed and horizontal. Rita had, just barely in time, brought us around. We were floating safely en route at a lazy 30 meters altitude, along other old-timers, and continued our commute to work. Neither of us brought up our brush with destruction. "See you later," Rita tweeted through the comm after she dropped me off. Was all I could muster in reply. Rita was just out of sight when I called Frank. Seen this 1,000 times, the man said. Nothing to worry, he told me, and he advised me to just throttle her regulator tonight when she's charging. Won't she know I'm doing it? I asked with suspicion. No way, said Frank. The controllers deactivate all sensors during charge. It's like they're sleeping. And after I throttle her, what happens? She'll be the same, but calmer and more manageable. A totally common tweak we do in our shop every day. It's simple. Do it yourself and save some. That sounded like an excellent solution, and after terse instructions from a tech, I understood the steps needed. That night, I waited until Rita's whirring indicated that her coils were charging and snuck into the garage to perform the procedure. It only took a minute, but I couldn't tell if I'd done it right. There were no gauges, displays, or indicators. I shrugged, crept back out, and retired to bed. Things didn't improve. We often argued about even the smallest decisions. The car would buck at red lights, often going overly fast and then braking hard when I was just enjoying my morning covfefe. During stop-and-go traffic, the machine would frequently accelerate and brake more harshly than I thought was necessary. Our relationship turned bumpy, literally, as she would take on every magnetic speed bump or force field she could find. Often it was small things like Rita cranking up the radio to a program I didn't enjoy, with me having to beg to lower the volume. I must have appeared like a student driver, and I didn't enjoy looking like a fool to my colleagues in the parking lot. I could no longer take this moodiness. Again, I called Franks. Listen, I must return, Rita, I whispered. There was a pause. Can you imagine what this will do to her mental health? I'm not sure if there's much health left to damage. Why don't you give this old-timer a third chance? Have you no heart? Frank asked. Suddenly, 2 honks came from the garage. As always, Rita needed something. Listen, Frank said in a soothing manner, as if I was crazy. You can disconnect her emulsifier. That removes all passion. A Rita without passion. Was that good or bad? Okay, I'll do it, I said. After the instructions, I went to Rita to see what she wanted. This time, it wasn't a coil change. Have we experienced everything? She asked moodily. Do you ever wonder if there is more to the universe than what your 300 sensors can sense? I knew she was charging, unable to experience much of her surroundings. I quietly opened the toolbox, retrieved the cable cutters, and closed in. Rita continued. Sometimes I wish we were incapable of sensation, that I was blind and deaf to the evil world around us, she said. At that point, I had located the blue box with the 4 large black screws just to the right of Rita's port side wheel well. Her emulsifier. I was about to snip the thing. But then I want to live and experience, Rita suddenly said. I paused and stopped. I couldn't do it. The next morning, Rita wasn't in the garage. She must have figured out how to disengage the door-locking mechanism. Cleverly devious. I felt nothing and found another way to commute. That evening, when she returned, neither of us mentioned her absence. I didn't much feel like commuting or even communicating with Rita, so I took a cab to work the next day. I did, though, leave the garage unlocked as a message, secretly hoping that she would go on one of her trips and not return. That didn't happen. I returned from work to find her not home, but later heard the garage door screech. The following morning, I quietly stole past the garage. Rita was in there, charging. I spotted her through the door crack. Would you like to ride me to work this morning? She suddenly asked. Dang, her timer still worked. Sure, I replied, both surprised, pleased, and less stressed after these days of standoff. Rita flew at a reasonable clip that morning. We stayed low, near street level, along with the rolling cars. Yet others did not go at our leisurely pace. On the rear monitor, I observed how a bulky yellow hunk of metal with wheels sped up very fast, only to zoom past us. I only caught part of its black lettering. District. Yes, it was a school bus. The driver rudely cut into our lane, and I had to hold back old Rita from retaliating. The driving didn't improve and went beyond what I believed these vehicles could do. This was all the more surprising as we were headed toward the notorious Deep Devil Canyon, a ragged, arid, and yawning landmark that had for years been used as a battery dump and was now filled with acid. This maw had claimed many rolling victims due to its location just behind the road's bend. "This is not right," Rita noted, and I could sense her throttled breathing. She was dying to speed up. Dunno," I said, squinting. Inside the bus, children by the windows wildly gesticulated. They were having a blast or morbid fear. "Let's shoot by them, block the road, and investigate," Rita suggested enthusiastically. "I'd rather you contact the authorities," I replied, hoping she wouldn't override my authority. It took her only a second to respond. "The closest peace enforcement cruiser is over 5 minutes away." I suddenly became uneasy. Was Rita falling into old habits? Had crazy taken her over? I knew not what she planned, and worse, I had no way of intervening. I cursed myself for allowing her to lull me into this drive. "Maybe stay out of this one," I suggested, but our acceleration increased. "Something's not right," she replied, huffing hard. "Let's check it out." She must have noticed the unease in my voice because she added, "I won't do anything crazy. Pinky promise." When that still didn't bring about my enthusiasm, she added, "I'll pick you up right on time tonight with a freshly scented interior and a kiss on the cheek." Her humor didn't put me at ease, but perhaps you're sane if there's a funny side left in you. We had caught up with the bus, and Rita's passenger window rolled down. "Climb out and see," she said. "You must be joking," I said. We were going 120. "Why don't you hover up a bit?" "Can't. All my power into forward thrust." She paused and then said, "Do it, and I'll leave your life forever." "Why would I?" I stopped. Lying was useless. I hesitated, but then said, "Deal," and climbed over to the passenger seat to squeeze myself out of Rita's narrow window. I balanced between the two cars to see into the driver's side window of the bus. The pavement was a blur below. I watched as thick drops of my sweat hit the road and vanished instantly. At this speed, everything around me was streaks. Unfortunately, that included the bus's interior. The window was too dirty. I began rubbing it with my shirt. Imagine tiptoeing on a speeding car's window ledge, leaning over to another speeding car to wipe its dang window. Just then, Rita's floating coils surged, and she jerked. I barely held on to the bus rear-view camera. "You trying to kill me?" I yelled. She didn't answer, but I could tell she was laser-focused on steering. I had achieved nothing. The bus still didn't deviate from its course and didn't try to correct its route. I looked ahead. The canyon came up. I could already see it. The children were doomed. "Try opening the driver's door!" Rita yelled. I did, but the cockpit was locked. While the vehicle's inside featured an emergency exit mechanism, there were no overrides to enter. We had 2 minutes before the bus would shoot over the cliff's edge, Rita calculated. My mind raced. Suddenly, a noise from behind thrust me out of my terror. "Mama!" I felt pressure on my rear, and I remembered my backpack. The plastic baby was still in it. When I looked ahead, I could see the canyon clearly now. Its far end vanished in the fog. "Pull 20 feet ahead," I instructed Rita while climbing on her roof. She didn't ask why. "I feel so alive," her rusty speakers croaked. "Yeah, but you're not," I thought to myself, and pulled the toy baby from my rucksack, whirled it in a wide arc, and then tossed the artificial human farce in front of the bus. Unfortunately, the yellow vehicle ran right over it, crushing the doll into 1,000 pieces. I despaired. Had the bus's AI gone insane, much like old Rita? Perhaps the two mad computers could communicate, with Rita giving advice from one crazy machine to another? Rita must have sensed my confusion. "School buses are driven by people," she proclaimed. "What?" There were attempts at school bus automation, but artificial intelligence was soon removed at considerable cost to the taxpayer. But why? To this day, it remains unclear whether the little punks had hacked the controllers, Rita continued, or if the unit's always-on microphones couldn't compute the kids' unending poppycock and went mad. Insanity, tell us about that, I thought, but kept it to myself. "Let's examine the cockpit from the front," I finally shouted with newfound resolve. I didn't have to tell Rita twice. The car tilted her engines, prepped the throttle, pre-charged the capacitors, and shot laterally. At this point, The pavement ended and a rubble road began. Not that this mattered to a hovercar, but the rolling bus started to sway. The thrown-up gravel pinged the bus's deflectors loudly. I climbed onto Rita's hood. Finally, I was able to see through the windshield inside. There, slumped over the steering wheel with his foot firmly on the accelerator, lay the driver. I held up my communicator for a quick visual diagnosis. Choked on a super sub sandwich, my comms display advised me. What to do? Jump across and drive, Rita commanded with a rigor I could not believe. I had one quick and embarrassing reply. I don't know how. You serious? How dare these rusty old wheels question me? Full of hurt anger, I nodded and leaped. I had barely lifted my foot when old Rita bolted ahead until she was nearly at the canyon's edge. She suddenly hit the brakes and spun into a 180 turn to face the bus head-on. Without delay, she fully throttled forward to head toward the bus until they touched. It worked. Her momentum slowed the giant yellow tube, but its overwhelming mass pushed her back. I began kicking the bus's windshield. Only a dozen feet of road remained behind us. The canyon's acid bubbled hungrily, and the first spritzers fizzled on Rita's rusty bumper. But old Rita wouldn't give up. She rerouted power from the radio, the seat massager, and the mini fridge. She audibly disengaged the floaters. I heard an aged capacitor pop. I can make it, she called as her rear was pushed past the canyon's edge. But now, with reduced flotation, her chassis began grinding on the ground. Bits and shreds of her floaters flew off. Fortunately, the additional friction slowed us further. You'll plunge, I yelled into my communicator. No biggie, I'll just levitate, Rita replied. She had forgotten her failing floaters. Rita's pushing slowed the bus, but there were only a few feet of gravel road left. It seemed impossible, and I fully expected us all to perish. I remembered my sunburn the other day. I didn't like the sensation. Would dissolving in a corrosive substance be worse? Rita struggled terribly. Lift his foot off the gas, she yelled. Right, I recalled being on a mission as well. I shoved off the driver's lifeless limb, and instantly, the vehicle's powerful forward momentum slowed. Rita had reduced the bus enough to keep it from the edge, but there was no room for her. The last bit of the bus's momentum pushed her over, and down she went, out of my view. I vividly remember hearing her anti-grav whirring. Any second now, she would rise back above the edge. But all that rose was putrid vapor. My call to her was answered by crackling. Rita, come in, old lady, remained unreplied to. It struck me then that this must have been her plan all along. The kids' raucous cheering forced me out of my stupor, and a smile appeared on my face. So grateful they were. When I ventured back into the cabin, I realized they had paid no attention at all. They amused themselves on their digital bit buddies, playing games and cheering someone's high score. Are we home yet? One brat asked. It was for the better, I assume. No, we're not, son, I replied. When we gonna get there? He asked. I had no immediate answer, but after a second's rumination, I did. Very shortly, I said resolutely. Everybody buckle up. I engaged the electro-whips and took the helm to firmly steer the vehicle back to town. How? You can't drive, you may now say. It turns out that line skipping and school bus driving have much in common. Shoving, pushing, and wedging. Due to my experience, I had a knack for it. The superintendent wasn't surprised to see the dead driver. Third one this month, he said, shaking his head. Those damn school cafeteria subs. Much gratitude came my way, but I remained politely quiet. I knew that the true hero was the old car at the bottom of the acid pit. How are you going to get to work now, sir? A boy who knew nothing about me asked. Without a car and all? I shrugged. Just then, my communicator beeped, and I received notice of my firing. Missing this day of work hadn't gone unnoticed by my superior automaton. All this effort for nothing. The superintendent noticed my sadness. Son, I think I may have a solution here. Yes, he offered me a job, and you'll never guess. As the new school bus driver, I couldn't be happier with my new line of work. A well-paying job I love, serving the community, and my problem of commuting all solved at once. How? Simple. I sleep in the bus. I often think of old Rita whenever I hear a popping capacitor or out-of-phase lev magnets. Why must we these days infuse curious minds into everything? I shall report more on the subject sometime. End of transcription.
And thus, the transmission ended. Allow me to now state an update on my situation as you, dear listener, are my last hope in case I disappear, much like my AM radio equipment did. I have made arrangements for a wooded seaside property for increased privacy and access to the ocean. Surrounded by many acres, I will start the construction of an ark. This one, though, will only save a single species. Me. Don't panic. I have plans for your liberation as well. But for now, I must hide in the deep, dark forest like a frightened animal before I thrash the sea like a shark. It is so quiet. Do you sometimes feel like the world is merely in your head? Soon, the where will matter no more. The future is for those who know how to wait.
The Flyer, written by Oliver Arnold, performed by Adam 11 Labs. The Underground, written by Oliver Arnold, narrated by Adam 11 Labs. Episode 4 from the series, Notes from the Ahead.
I know you haven't heard from me in a while. I've been busy, and in hiding. They are on to me, and I do not have the leisure to sit and write. Excuse the grammar. It is troublesome to work in the dark, but I must not raise the lights. My plea for help has been posted. Through magazines, newspapers, and even online, I've asked the Ahead for help, hoping that my calls would endure the test of time. And behold, never would I have dreamed of playing such a pivotal role in Earth's fate. Life is meaningful again. I am tense as my every step bears immense consequence. The news announced that dramatic change will overcome the world. This is true, but I mustn't reveal myself just yet. The timeline's burden rests on my shoulders. For now, I have received for you another transmission. This latest report on future transportation reached me while chewing bread.
Beginning of transcription. Dear Post, not without pride do I report the events that became my last, and by far most outrageous, transportation adventure. I had settled well into life as a school bus driver and into the vehicle itself, which had become my office as well as my home. Moving into the bus eased my terrible homesickness, as its narrow, elongated shape, the overhead handrails, and the cramped, claustrophobic space reminded me of my beloved space station. It helped that I had glued glowing star decals from promotional dish soap bottles all across the windows. The kids, too, have been great. We've learned so much from each other. One day, a student brought a caged hamster to our ride. The little being was busy running its wheel, and the kids joked about the futility of it. I sympathized with the creature, as I, on the space station, had sprinted many miles in such implements and found nothing worthless about them. These episodes were all great fun and educational, and I was on my way to becoming a full earther. But my life and fortunes were about to change once more. One morning, I had just added the third layer of onions to my worst an onion sandwich when the superintendent rushed into the bus's lavatory, my kitchen. "Fire up the mega drive!" he shouted. "The city's gonna reroute the happy hypertubes, and I want all the kids to witness it." "Hypertubes?" I asked without interest. The superintendent stared at me blankly. "You're new around here, I forgot," he then added. "Those glass extrusions out there," he pointed at the omnipresent transparent tubes crisscrossing the city, "have been eyesores for a long time. But that changes today. The mayor has decided to drain them into the subway lines." I nodded. How and why this was exciting, I did not know at the time. I was unfamiliar with the tubes or their history and was surprised that anyone would bother field tripping there. But being the always reliable driver, I quickly collected my laundry from the bus's rear, emptied the potty bucket, and before I knew it, the children streamed in and we took off. A half-hour later, we reached our destination, the main hub for the hypertubes, which were also known as funsportation. Advertisements presented them as exhilarating rides where passengers shot through transparent pipes, much like in a water park, all the while having a blast. The tubes were often installed in exposed locations, spiraling around buildings, not out of necessity but for the eye's delight. In the ads, folks young and old dashed through them, not simply to go from A to B but to have a good time. The ads presented colorful conduits and twisted candy canes with happy and brightly colored passengers rushing through. I stared at the actual tubes. They were brown. Had they been painted to mimic trees? I squinted but could not distinguish any riders. Rather, a sort of dark substance moved through them, advancing intermittently, much like matter passing through a digestive system. I had no trouble finding the main station, as the place was marked by a monumental silver tower, a clever way to make the station easy to find in a city of sky-high buildings. For the festivities, it was hung with decorations, and bleachers had been erected, although I could not make out any guests. We were the first to arrive. I brought the children to the meeting point. We waited. No one presented themselves, and lacking any direction as well as getting bored, I walked toward the station. It bore no obvious entrance presented other than one roundish door that sported an enormous turning wheel. Thinking of it as perhaps the same kind of hatch the space station would have, I began turning it. A dive siren activated, and I giddily rotated the hoop faster when a wildly waving man in an overall appeared. "Crap! Crap!" he shouted, running toward me. "What is it, good man? No need to curse," I replied, cheerfully turning the mechanism more. "Fool!" he screamed, breathing through his mouth. "It's waste!" Waste? A waste of time? A wasted effort? I didn't follow. Easing my grip, I let the huffing man arrive. "The tubes are sewers!" he exclaimed. Only then did I see the sign. Happy Hypertubes, now operated by the Ordure Authority. Instead of excitement, I had found excrement. "You from behind the moon?" the man asked with great bewilderment. "In front of the moon," I replied, pointing my pinky up at the space station in a fine and esteemed manner. "But heavens, why is this sewage?" I asked, as I was contractually obligated by the school to feign interest during excursions. "The tubes were built by aliens," the custodian then said. "Aliens built Earth's tubular transport systems?" I asked, as this was unusual. "Yeah, and cheaply, too. They submitted a competitive bid to build all these tubes and underground tunnels. Our government couldn't say no. The creatures utilized technology way beyond our means." I nodded. "There was something fishy about the whole situation, though," the keeper continued, now lowering his voice conspiratorially. "The extraterrestrials would only communicate via email, never revealing their appearance, not even in video calls. Also, no one had ever heard of their world named Burrow 9. I nodded more. "Government agents did some research and found that they're an underground, subdwelling race. Officials feared that this was, in fact, a silent invasion." I nodded strongly. "Just when the military moved to chase them off, they vanished. Neither tunnels nor tubes were finished. Some say the aliens are still on this planet. Unusable tunnels? A pipe dream," I added. My wit was enormous. It must have been the onions. "But only since mankind is now all about information flow. All other flows are neglected," the man said, complaining. "Thus, city officials decided to use the tubes for crap rather than people and their crap." "But why don't we finish the subway tunnels then?" Now the custodian's face darkened and his voice began to tremble. "Because some say they're haunted. People hear noises down there, strange noises, ungodly noises. They hear things moving down in the dark." He pulled up his pants. I remembered my wife's warning about all the ugly things in the soil and gulped. After that entertaining introduction, the man droned on and on. I had a hard time paying attention, and also it was time for my nap. Yet without driving a vehicle, snoozing would look suspicious. Luckily, I noticed a few rowdy kids had snuck off. I used the opportunity to detach myself from the man's rambling. The kids had encircled a boy holding a contraption of a squid-like shape, metallic, round, with multiple extrusions that looked like tentacles or bendy legs. This spidery appearance made me recall my hospital misadventure. I shuddered. "I dug this up at my grandpa's junkyard," said the boy, presenting the device. "It was like half buried. Who knows for how long? The junkyard's right over there." The kid pointed to an area about 400 meters off. "This thing made my fluter scooter 10 times as fast." I called the kid out on his ridiculous claim. "Did it now? And how?" The boy remained steadfast. "It's alien tech. It crawls into a machine to fix it." Now this surprised me. It sounded a lot like intelligent alien mechanisms I had seen on the station. A multifunctional part that proactively determined where in a system it belonged, and then attached itself to that location autonomously. Object-oriented design, this was called. Very handy technology for fixing broken spacecraft in outer space indeed. But what was it doing down here? "Let's test it on something," one kid suggested. As the only adult, I had the best idea. "Let's try it on the bus." The boy opened his hand. The spidery thing's core started pulsing as if it were scanning its surroundings. Then its arms sprung to life, wiggling and probing, causing the kid to drop it. The little machine hit the ground and spun a few times. Surely it had gone mad. Suddenly it rushed toward the rear of the bus and vanished underneath the cowl. The kids exchanged glances. I shrugged. Quiet drilling and grinding noises emitted from where it had vanished, and I became worried that it was ruining our ride. The kids shared my concern. "Move the bus to shake it out," one student suggested. A great idea from a smart kid. I got in, started the reactor, and cautiously added thrust. The vehicle muttered and sputtered, and I began to think that the dang alien tech might have damaged my bus rather than enhanced it. But suddenly the sputter ceased, and the bus idled normally. But then, without warning, the vehicle shot forward and accelerated beyond anything I had thought the old tub was capable of. I had trouble steering, not only due to the vehicle's speed, but also because my fear-stiffened arms refused to work. I struck both disc and air brakes without effect. The children were already out of sight, and we were still speeding up. Whether my mind or the bus raced faster, I do not know. I had by now navigated multiple bends. The bus's reactor would last for another 50,000 years, and I could not imagine steering the vehicle for that long. Dang alien tech. It had clearly modded the bus and was now accelerating the thing as it would have done with some spaceship traveling from Alpha Centauri to Schleswig-Holstein. I realized I did not know this area or the route. Worse, we had entered a less developed section, where roads and buildings became sparse. I steered off the road and into the sand to slow us. It wasn't enough. Despite my best efforts, I lost control. The vehicle shot into a curb and veered sideways, thrusting me out of my seat and into the unknown. I woke in complete darkness and absolute silence. My instincts urged me to remain still and not arouse interest from anyone or anything. After orienting myself, I began to cautiously feel out the environment around me. It was impossible to guess the time of day or how long I'd been out. My working assumption was that the crashing bus had tossed me into one of the abandoned subway stations and somehow down a shaft into the deserted, haunted tunnels. Damn that alien mod. My expectations for recovery were low. "Hello?" I gingerly asked into the dark but received no answer. Surely by now the kids had alerted the authorities. There was no way the youths would cover their tracks. After all, without the school bus, how would anyone get home? But what if the alien device had dislodged from the vehicle and mended the damaged building? Whether the machine included such functionality, I knew not. I spent the next half hour theorizing about what could have transpired, yet repeatedly reaching the same conclusion. Curse all alien tech. That's when I noticed the glow. It came from the ground just a few meters ahead, pulsing calmly. I crawled forward and ran my hand across it. It was the alien implement. The thing had somehow been thrust or crawled down here with me, and was now, well, shining a helping light. With its glow guiding me, I located my backpack and decided, hatred or not, to bring the thing along. I illuminated the rucksacks inside for anything helpful. For one, there was the plastic baby. That'll be handy down here. I thought and imagined subterranean situations that could require a bogus baby, such as sudden train movements, a mad mother, and my lonely, crazed mind demanding companionship. Or perhaps I would melt the thing down for its resources or distill the fumes into acid to dissolve an impassable door lock or some such. Things and people often go crazy in dark tunnels. "Mama!" The baby had shifted. Or had it? If only there was a switch for data, I reflected and loathed myself for contemplating such trivialities under these serious circumstances. I decided to bring everything that was in it. Who knew what troubles lay ahead? Crawling onward and around a corner, I sensed a wider, less oppressive space opening up ahead, and there they were. I at once sensed a heavy intent bearing down on me. 2 red, glowing dots. On the scale of scary glowy dot sightings, pairs of 2 are less upsetting than, say, groupings of 6. A single dot could have been a device or laser, perhaps. 3 to 6. Mechanized spider beast. Anything over 6, some sort of computer console. These two, at about the height of a person, signified an androic life form. The dots slowly turned, like a lighthouse scanning the dark. The alien implement began to twitch. I desperately tried to subdue it. The mechanical noise, though subtle, was deafening in this silence. The glowing dots, meanwhile, accelerated their rotation and then came to a stop right upon me. I froze. But suddenly, the ambient lights all around me activated, and I found myself lying wide in the open of an underground train station with no cover nearby. I had been right, though. The glowing dots belonged to an android dressed in overalls. "Hello?" I croaked feebly. "Anomaly detected!" The humanoid figure suddenly droned, activating pain inducers. I jerked back, dropping the baby on its head, but the humanoid began to laugh. "Got you there, partner." It took a step toward me and deactivated its scanners. I'm not deadly, though my creators have claimed that I am 10% killbot. "Right," I said with a forced smile. "And where are your creators now?"
I killed them.
Aha. I laughed uneasily, searching the surrounding debris for a weapon. If this machine was kidding, it couldn't be crazy. Can you be crazy and funny? Surely this automaton was lying, insane, or both.
"How may I assist?"
The man-machine asked. I was in no mood to trust this spooky, malfunctioning mandroid, but my options were limited. "Have you gone mad?" I asked the machine outright, as androids are programmed to speak the truth. "No," it replied. "Would anything gone mad even know it?"
"I was made mad,"
it added ambiguously. Looking over its edgy but not unpleasant features, I just now noticed the uniform it wore, embroidered with the logo of the Transport Authority. "How many of you are down here?" I asked.
"NAN."
The thing answered. "Yes, where am I?" "You are here." It shone a laser dot on the ground. "What is here?" I clutched a rock. "Station X." Had this bot been a rejected model, unsuitable as a nanny or butler, sent down here for eternal shadow duty? "I need to get out of here," I cautiously indicated. "Naturally, sir. Present your token." "I don't have one." Once again, it raised its arms. "Prepare for destruction." I stopped and hastily pulled a button from my pocket. Found it. I tossed the machine the worthless disk. "Token accepted," the droid droned to my surprise. "Deposit luggage." It pointed at a jagged hole in the ground that looked much like a cave-in. I gawked at the yawning opening. "Won't my stuff break if I toss it down there?" "Definitely," the android attendant replied, spitting down the hole. "Everything breaks down here." We left it at that, and I dumped my bag and baby down the black pit. "Mama!" the plastic infant cried as it vanished into the depths. "And now you," commanded the automaton. Madness. The machine was absolutely insane. When it took a threatening step forward, I lowered myself into the hollow. Fortunately, a pile of old luggage and clothing cushioned my fall. Where were the owners of all this stuff? I picked up my backpack and was joined by the android, who came strolling down a ramp not far off. It was all so senseless. Why did I follow its commands? Did it possess lethal powers? Were its arms charged and functional? What did I know about androids? They were built with superhuman strength, redundant systems, vast knowledge, and intelligence. I eyed my specimen and wondered whether it had been abandoned because it was lacking those things. Noticing my stares, it gestured me forward. It was very dark down here, but metallic tracks on the ground indicated we were in an actual train tunnel. Good thing they were inactive. I followed the attendant silently. We didn't just walk straight. That much I could tell. At times we veered through openings in the wall, perhaps to cross over into other tunnels. I felt even more lost than before. All the while, a quiet, periodic rasping emitted from my oppressor. It didn't sound like it had anything to do with its operation. After listening intently, I realized the android was making choo-choo sounds with its mouth. I had to destroy it, or stage an escape. Bolting through the dark tunnels seemed impossible. The android likely knew the area well and could see in the dark, while I'd crash into some concrete barrier right away. I grew desperate. Just then, the situation changed dramatically. A light rose in the darkness ahead. Was my mind signaling an upcoming idea? No, I blinked hard, and it remained there, dancing lightly through the air. Someone's flashlight. It didn't move enough to belong to a laborer or even a walking person. It also floated rather high up in the air. Moving or not, light equals life equals help, and help equals hope. The android appeared not to see, or ignored, the light. It was now or never. "Hello?" I shouted out of desperation. No reply came, but the light source now began to sway. "Help, please!" The glowing apparition, still some ways off, now vanished periodically, only increasing my desire to get to it as fast as possible. When it suddenly vanished, I panicked. I stumbled forward, falling on my hands and knees, tearing my uniform and scraping my skin. But I didn't care. Help was near. The android, all the while appearing alarmed, held me back, pushed me down, and yet advanced itself. Clearly it sensed my impending rescue and strove to prevent it. Still down, I sensed something brushing my arm, and the light reappeared right in front of us. I rose. "Please help me. A crazy android holds me hostage," I yelled, not caring that the man-machine could hear me. The humanoid pushed me back down. "Mama!" cried the baby, and then it happened. A stench hit me with the rush of air from something big moving fast, and I felt a tremendous force slamming down right in front of me. I stayed low, and after regaining my wits, I brought up the glowing alien device. In its light, I saw the terrible maw of a Mercurian angler. These immobile aliens often grew in the dark, luring prey toward them with lights or sounds. How it found its way down here, I'll never know, although they often hitch rides on people's ships. The beast had picked up the android by the head, swinging it violently while making all sorts of smacking sounds, only to spit the rubberized human fabrication out onto the tracks, sans head. The monster's terrible eating sounds now changed into huffing and choking. Then suddenly, after one hard, labored cough, the plant-like creature shriveled up and died. I stared at the lifeless, shredded humanoid. A terrible thought overcame me. Had it been trying to save me? This whole time, was the awkward man-machine attempting to lead me out of the tunnels? I glanced back at the sad, contorted pile of polystyrene plastics, but felt no pity. I had passed one hurdle, but was even deeper into my prison. Now alone, in near-complete darkness, without guide or map, and potentially hundreds of anglers down here, perhaps even other scarier things. Regardless, there had to be other stations along this line, finished or not, and I had to reach one. After plodding down black tunnels for what felt like hours, I began losing faith. The hope of finding stations was as dim as the tunnel's illumination. My knees ached from the uneven surface, and more than once, I felt the urge to float over it all, space station style. Disagreeable thoughts drifted through my head. What if this route was a dead end? What if I fell into a shaft? What if an army of androids awaited me ahead? A return to the first station became more attractive by the minute. If only I had memorized the way. Without the pesky android, I could search for a way up. But then again, why had the artificial human led me down this route to begin with? I noticed a light ahead. Great. I was just about done with glowing dots and halos. This one wasn't an alien angler, though, that I was sure of. The illumination in front of me came from a broad source, perhaps multiple lamps, to brighten a room. But who kept a space alight in these abandoned tunnels? A madman? A wizard? The devil himself? Or perhaps this was a service station with a ladder leading up. Despite a pressing unease, I pushed onward. When I reached a rather cavernous and well-lit opening to the side of the main tunnel, I slowly peeked around the corner, careful not to fall for another trap. The sizable room featured a tall, unfinished ceiling and walls with numerous man-sized holes across them. At the center, poking through the ceiling, loomed a giant riveted cylinder that resembled the station's tower I had seen earlier above ground. This had to be its base. Along the walls lay a workspace complete with tools, workbenches, and machines, though all of them were of unfamiliar shape and size. One peculiar feature these implements shared were the slings connected to them, reminiscent of old-time attachments for cattle. Odd, but then I knew nothing about tunnel construction or train maintenance. Had this space been abandoned mid-construction, Was I hallucinating from tube gas? No person was visible. There were no sounds or movements. I dared venture into the room further. Schlob, schlib, schlob, schlib. My every step produced a noise, and I noticed that a thick, gooey substance covered the floor. A mineral leak could explain this, or slimy algae. Perhaps this was glue or an epoxy spill. I wanted to contemplate and explore more soothing conclusions to this vexing find, but was thrust from my musings by a chafing from the tunnel. Krilch, krolch, krilch, krolch. It sounded like someone relentlessly squeezing a giant, lard-filled balloon. Reflexively, I hid behind a workbench. It's an approaching train. Perhaps the same one dumping all the glue, I thought, soothing myself. But surely you've guessed that I wouldn't have billed this as my most exciting transportation narrative had it all been epoxy. The chafing grew louder, followed by huffing and puffing. I feared that fate had spared me from the angler alien, only to sacrifice me to a darker, hungrier beast. I still hoped for a machine, a tool, a vehicle, whatever, to explain this sensory input pragmatically. But nay, what turned the corner were two humongous, slimy worms. I gasped. These had to be the alien conspirators who'd plotted to invade humanity's home planet. My mind raced. These guys could well ring in the end of us all. I could not allow it. I grabbed a plank of wood and jumped out of hiding. Surrender! The aliens didn't. "Oh," said one. "Are you another adventurer seeking fame and treasure?" "I'm here to stop you, scumble," I yelled.
Who are you calling a ball?
The slimy, elongated creature replied, thundering. Challenging a worm's shape was very offensive, as I remembered now.
Watch your words, earthling.
Now it was my turn for anger. "Who are you calling an earthling?" I retorted. The situation tensed. "Okay," I said diffusingly. "We all spoke in haste, but I will have it known to be from Space Station Hoek. Are you guys from around here?" I asked, though they clearly weren't. The worms exchanged glances. "We're from Burrow 9. "Right," I said with an air of known this all along. "Invading much?" "No, oh." The bigger of the worms raised its great caterpillar brows. "We're looking for a fresh start." "But this is our planet," I said. "Oh, and it shall remain as such," the alien said. "But our world has become uninhabitable." Now the great worm's many eyes watered. "We've been searching the galaxy near and far. Earth is the only planet with a dirt composition similar to Burrow." I sensed the worm's sincerity and lowered my plank. "Oh, but oh, our race has been dying in the voids of outer space for decades," the worm added, weeping. "Without a home, without dirt to dig and prosper." Here it had to pause while a sobbing fit overcame it. "Now we, too, are the last of our kind. All others have perished from a lack of dirt." The great worm squirmed in agony. "You earthlings don't use your underground space much, always expanding up rather than down." Here, the worm ceased, its great body contorting in torment as it sobbed. What a touching moment. The other worm continued. "We offered your government a deal to tunnel, and in return earn the right to live on your planet deep underground. It's easy for us. We eat dirt and poop tracks." I looked at them sideways. "Some worms make silk. We make tracks," it explained. "You earthlings wouldn't have noticed us living below, ever." Oh, but then your mayor changed his tune. They wanted us to build missile tubes." "The mayor?" I tried to remember how a city's mayor and the military were connected. "Oh, yes. The generals wanted us to tunnel for hidden weapons, but that's against our ethos." I nodded and quietly Googled the word ethos. "Why then are you still here?" I asked, somewhat suspicious. "Oh, but oh, great calamity," the worm said. and fell into another sobbing fit. Our ship's hyperdrive vanished. Without it, we cannot launch. You have no spare? I asked. The lost part was the spare. It's an intelligent, object-oriented auxiliary element designed to autonomously move, repair, and replace, the worm explained while sobbing up a lot more slime. When we weren't looking, it ran off. Oh, they are inquisitive bits of tech, the smaller worm said. Perhaps attaching itself to another vehicle by mistake. It then pondered. You humans build lots of broken crafts, you know? Although the slimy worm just had to throw that in, I couldn't help but feel sorry for the old monsters. Well, what does it look like? I asked. Circular, with thin protrusions all around, said the worm, forming a loop with its tendrils. It glows in the dark. Yeah, said I. Oh, if we had that part, we'd leave your planet immediately. We'd also return power to all tunnels and all trains, as we would no longer need to hide down here, the other worm added. I pulled the alien tech from my backpack. How about this thing? The worms rolled over backward. Where in the earth did you, said one, clutching its tendrils. By the soils of Marcon, exclaimed the other, convulsing. What do you want for it, earthly? The worm bit its tongues and then continued. Spaceman, what's your price? I shrugged. I don't need anything. I enjoy helping my fellow space dwellers. Suddenly, we were interrupted when all the holes around the room's walls and ceiling began to spout brown liquid, and a rancid smell filled the room. The worms wiggled and squirmed. Oh, what befouls us now? It dawned on me quickly. They're filling this place with sewage. Oh, quick, we must escape, said the big worm. Release the implement, pleaded the other. I held it forward, about to open my hand, and ceased. But what about me? Oh, we will help you escape to the surface. I nodded. Time had run out, and without much contemplation, I released the mechanical spider squid. Should I have been negotiating harder? Perhaps, but those great smiles or grins on the worms' faces were priceless. The implement, meanwhile, ran to the room's center, spun a few times, and then speedily crawled all over the spaceship, scanning the structure to finally lodge itself into a gap that kind of matched its form. Is that it? I asked. Oh, yes. By now, the sewage had reached my ankles. How do I get out of here? I asked, climbing up a workbench. Oh, you'll be taking the brown line, said the big worm. It glided to a wall nook and opened a hidden door. Behind it lay a man-sized vertical tube. Quick, enter our escape pod. It will transport you inside the happy hypertubes to the surface. The alien operated another mechanism, and the inside of the tube revealed a bullet-like craft. Enter, friend. Fully trusting the worms, I stepped into the windowless metallic slug. The friendly worms raised their tendrils in goodbye. Bite the dust, hoch man. The expression, biting or eating dust on planet Burrow means wishing great prosperity. I gestured digging with my hands and nodded before shooting up and away through streams of muck. I shot through the subterranean tubes with fantastic speed. What an incredible fortune to have these wonderful pipes and a working subway system after all. Within mere seconds of travel, I perceived light ahead and after no time at all, shot out into the brown sun. Still inside the tube, I glided high above the ground and gained a beautiful view of the area. Not far off lay the station, the delegation, and the bus. A crowd had filled the bleachers, and the mayor stood on stage by the same giant valve I had operated earlier, theatrically turning its wheel and activating the drainage. The happy hypertubes above drained visibly. Suddenly, my travel tube curled downward and sloped toward the crowd. I closed in. I must have made a noisy spectacle as I could see the audience gawk and point in my direction. The mayor, too focused on his speech, did not notice my craft. For an instant, I vanished behind a building, and the tube's slope changed once more to bring me low over the ground and toward the assembly. When I felt my speed slowing due to the compression of matter ahead, I knew that I was closing in on a dead end. The end of the line. And that's why I'm delighted to drain the happy hypertubes so that the city's beauty may be restored, exclaimed the mayor. Just then, my vessel broke through the tube's terminating peg, and I popped right into the crowd with a magnificent toot. I wasted no time and dashed from the capsule. "Worms! Tunnels! Blockage! Spaceship!" I yelled, perhaps a bit too fast. The audience's puzzled stares showed. "The subway works!" I leapt to the valve and turned it off. Now the mayor stepped toward me, shooting my suppository craft a disapproving glance. "What are you talking about, bus driver?" he asked grimly. The man clearly wasn't pleased by my enthusiastic announcement. "Did you meet those slugs? What did they tell you?" "They're not slugs," I said, correcting. "They're worms." "They're certainly not," the mayor said, raising his eyebrows very far. "They are slithering slugs from planet Slugga 69 here." He presented me the worms' immigration cards, indeed showing stamps from Slugga. I remained skeptical. "The worms told me all about your corruption, Mr. Mayor." At this, the mayor laughed. "Corruption, ha!" He slapped his meaty head. "Did you ask those slugs why they're still here?" I nodded. "Their ship broke and missed a vital part, until now." "Hogwash!" bellowed the mayor. "After uncovering their scheme, we ordered their departure, but the slugs refused, instead vanishing into the underground and disabling the subway out of spite." I shook my head. "But they're the last of their kind." "Police!" the mayor shouted, snorting. "They've pulled that scam on 13 worlds. They're con artists. Didn't you see how slimy they are? Silent invaders, the worst kind." Suddenly, the mayor stopped and contemplated. "Why did you say until now?" "I helped them fix their ship," I exclaimed happily, "so that they may return to space and continue their journey." "You did what?" The mayor turned as red as a dying sun. "Their ship is not a ship at all, you fool!" Panic built in his eyes. "It's a drill!" I waved this ridiculous notion aside. "Drill? Bah!" Just then, the ground began to shake, and the silver tower behind us started to move. Down. "They'll burrow all the way to Earth's core! We're doomed!" I swallowed hard as the ground trembled, shook, and vibrated at varying frequencies, allowing me to experience the fruits of my mistake in so many ways. "Ah, crap," was all I could utter as the enormous alien drill went to work. "These slugs were never keen on building our tunnels," the mayor said as he collected his stuff to flee. "They wanted to turn our planet into a lava-spreading wasteland, steal minerals, and have loud get-togethers." I saw the truth. The aliens were about to turn Earth into a porous party planet, and I had enabled it. I watched in terror as the great drill ate into the ground. "We must call the military," I shrieked in panic. "The slugs will be halfway to the core before peace enforcement arrives," the mayor shouted from afar as he got into his limousine. "And we don't have weapons for ground penetration." I swallowed hard, but the saliva vibrated back up my throat. "And what happens when they reach the core?" I asked, but the mayor had rolled up his windows. I had never liked Terra very much, but I hardly detested it so passionately as to see it destroyed. What was I to tell my wife during our weekly check-in? The vibration, meanwhile, had settled into a rhythmic, cyclical shaking, supported by a full-bodied grinding sound. Tons of rock and dirt discharged from the hole where the silver tower had once been. I uttered a desperate cry of disbelief. "No!" Under thunder. Was Terra doomed? Just before the drill had completely submerged, it sputtered. Had it hit dolorite? Surely a drill designed to melt through miles of diamond could handle some rock. Smoke and sparks now shot up, and the machine began to wobble, as if by a great internal malfunction. Its sounds changed from the dull grinding of rock to the shredding of metal. Then, without warning, an internal blast shook the drill and it shot from the ground, 50 meters up into the air, to crash and shatter with two great limp slugs hanging out of its cockpit. The crowd first stared at me and then at the smoking heap of slug scrap. I needed a distraction. "Over there!" I shouted and pointed, but everyone was already glancing over there. Suddenly a hand gripped my shoulder hard. The mayor stood behind me, looking serious. "Your acts had grave consequences," he said, nodding toward the smoking alien mess. Suddenly his face lightened. "For the slugs!" He hugged and kissed me. "You failed to mention that you sabotaged the drill, you clever ox." I nodded, grinned, and shrugged. He thrust up my arm and shouted, "Hail our hero! Hail!" It became clear, figuratively as everything was spattered with sewage, that the drill was somehow destroyed forever. The mayor showered me with praise. "You freed our subway line, solved the sewer crisis, and defeated the alien invaders." I laughed dumbly and nodded. But what had caused this calamitous series of events? My question was soon answered as the boy who first gave me the alien implement walked up, followed by an old man. "Sir," the boy said, "I wanted my grandpa to meet our bus driver and hero." I shook their hands. "Oh, you're the guy from the junkyard," I then said, remembering the boy's story. "The very one," said Gramps. "Do you often find alien technology around your place?" "Never. Only old pinball junk." "Mysterious. The device you're referring to," said Gramps, "does it run around erratically? Jump? Glows in the dark?" "Yes, that's it exactly." "So you do know about this alien tech. Where did it come from?" I asked. "Here," the old man nodded knowingly. "It's an old cat toy," he then said. "Gave old Whiskers a hell of a chase," he continued, smirking. "Never ran out of steam either, with its fusion reactor and all that. The blinking light at its center was Kitty's favorite, though." I shook my head in disbelief. "But why was it in the ground?" "Oh, that! We used to bury all old trash in the backyard, you know." I knew, and there it was. "But how had it made the bus go faster?" Just then, a mechanic joined us. "An obstruction. The old bus has mechanical wires for the throttle. Here." He held up a gummed-up metal cable that was gunked by 1,000 discarded gums and gummy bears. I nodded and plodded back to the bus. As I had surmised, the vehicle was firmly lodged into the front of the station. My bus, my office, and my home were wrecked beyond repair. I was out of a job once again, but not out of luck. "What are you going to do now without work and home?" asked an overly frank student. "Dunno, son." I became a hero and an overnight cyberweb sensation, hailed as a hero who had not only single-handedly thwarted an alien conspiracy, but also restored much-needed public transportation and the city's sewer system. For this, I was granted a lifetime transportation pass first class and an unlimited sewage certificate, resting assured that I would never have to worry about public transportation or sewage again. We drained the hypertubes into the slug hole. By now, the tubes had drained into the slug's hole. They weren't fully aired out, but no one wanted to wait. We all rushed into our swimsuits and had a great, fun-filled tubey day. And that concludes my final transportation adventure. By the way, I was surprised to hear that you knew nothing about my experience at the hospital or my hanging out with the Troposphere gang. The messages got lost, I guess. I've asked the computer to identify the problem, but it only confirmed that all the messages were sent and received. I'm at a loss here, but I sure hope that you get this latest message. End of transcription.
That last paragraph has me perplexed, but it is inconsequential now. I'm beyond the reach of any government, sailing the high seas, fully equipped for experimentation and survival, serving all of Earth's inhabitants today and in the ahead. My landlocked belongings were sold to purchase the classic, cutter-rigged 12-meter sail yacht I'm writing you from. I had it hauled and refurbished to meet my electrical needs, including 0000 gauge wiring throughout. I installed 2 extra receivers high on the mast and connected them to the 75 batteries that replace the ballast by the keel. The extra weight does make the old tub sluggish, but it adds stability as well, a feature I will need in the storms. Also, I'm not trying to win any races. The seas are getting choppy. My weather radar indicates a level 3 squall 10 nanometers ahead with strong electrical activity. I'm sailing straight for it. If my calculations are correct, and they always are, it will fully energize the crystal as well as myself.
You heard The Underground from the series Notes from the Ahead by Oliver Arnold, performed by Adam Elevenlubs. The Companions, written by Oliver Arnold, narrated by Adam 11 Labs. Part 5 of the series, Notes from the Ahead.
Dear public, this is my 22nd day on the Pacific Ocean, and my words join you via satellite transmission. It is nighttime. I'm still in the habit of dimming the lights, although this stretch of water is as deserted as the remotes of deep space. I have some astounding news for you. The so-called reports I've been receiving are mere carriers for other, much more important information. After decrypting them and peeling back their outer shell, I found schematics for a time machine. This device will require enormous amounts of energy. How will I power it? My sailboat's 12-meter mast serves as the conductor, connected to battery banks that have replaced the ship's ballast. The weather radar indicates a depression, and I see its great anvil-shaped cloud ahead. It is time for my power receptor's initial test. Don't fear for my safety. I have grown used to the enormous energies required for temporal machinations. What is a little shock matter compared to the insights gained? As I prepare to face the storm, my hair pricks not only from the electric air, but also from enormous excitement and anticipation. The future wants me to explore and discover, and thus the unknown awaits. I am ready to embrace it.
Beginning of transcription. Dear Past, I must begin today's report with a declaration of failure. I'm still on Earth. After weeks of unrelenting action, I decided to relax for a while, settle, and live life with a simple job that required little attention but offered distraction and a modicum of social interaction. Unfortunately, my funds did not allow for travel to Hoke. This made my wife declare she needed some space. Apparently, 50,000 kilometers weren't enough. I took her comment as a strong hint to return to the dating loop. That night, as I consumed a meager meal, loneliness ate into me, something you'd figure impossible on a planet of 50 billion. Making friends on Terra has proven tricky, though, as a spacer's and an Earther's ways of life differ substantially. Black sky versus blue, etc. Earth acquaintances who found my home's windows painted black didn't turn into lifelong friends, as you can imagine. And then there was my pitiful physical state, with my muscles still atrophied from the lower gravity on the space station. It didn't help that I had added a few pounds of unwanted body mass through my love of tubed foods. On the dating circuit, I competed with fit and motivated youths pursuing reproduction. I needed a partner who wouldn't scrutinize my physical features, or better yet, who had no concept of human beauty standards. An extraterrestrial. You're gonna date an alien? I know it sounds wild, but hear me out. My reasoning was that since both I and the Outworldler were spacers, we should be more compatible than Earth or space-bound humans. Mind you, I was looking for companionship, not reproduction. Through ads, I found Arxilla, a being from Talion Delta. Evolution on her homeworld had taken similar turns as ours, and she physically resembled a human. She loved floating, and black was her favorite color. Despite this, we promptly hit a bump during our initial dinner. I had ordered spaghetti, and she had the Ruvian angler, an obscure monster that Arxilla considered a delicacy. When it spits back at you, it's fresh, she said, probing the twitching thing with her fork. When I watched the food die on her plate, I knew we needed technology to make this relationship work. Luckily today, trivial matters such as reality bear little significance and are readily changed with a technology you might have heard of, augmented reality. Despite the dubious goal of making your surroundings conform to your expectations, AR systems gained instant popularity. Not that people didn't understand that their AR worlds were blatant lies, simply no one cared. A great example is couples disagreeing in a conversation. For this, the AR alters spoken language as needed, nudging each conversant's input toward the preference of the other. Here is an example from the animal kingdom. Dog says bark. Cat hears meow. Soon, the government mandated AR programs for certain human interactions. Once enacted, divorce rates dropped, families were happier and stayed together, and workplace confrontations were much reduced. For me, ARD, or augmented reality dating, was the most suitable solution. This goggle-based technology works by altering both partners' acoustic and visual feeds based on their preferences. For example, if the daters cannot agree on the same venue, the environment is altered individually for each person. Let's say two go out for dinner. The restaurant needs to prepare for every dish imaginable, as no one can predict what changes the ARD system might make to the diner's selections, though the goggles communicate this with the kitchen. This culinary feat is achieved with a flavor paste that can be cast-formed to match any ordered dish. You get the haptic feedback of cutting the correct shape and the mouthfeel of the broccoli, steak, or Peruvian angler you ordered, along with its flavor. The goggles visually augment each partner's dish to match. Both partners are happy. Needless to say, the dining environments are heavily modified. You can be in the same room yet occupy different worlds, sometimes literally. What is a cozy restaurant for the lady appears to be a sports bar for the gentleman. I once snuck a peek from under my headset to see the actual room we dined in. Our surroundings were white, gray, and industrial. The furniture was plain with crosses and dots printed all over for tracking. Now some will ask, with all this augmentation, why date a real person at all? In AR dating, not all interactions are enhanced. After every date, you receive a report with statistics on all dissimilarities, for example, the stuff that needed fixing. With this information, you can strategize whether to book another date or move on. When a relationship becomes serious, both sides evaluate their willingness to reduce augmentation, all the while adjusting their real-world appearance and behavior. This is only advisable for couples that have been AR dating for a while and have gradually lowered their compatibility intrusiveness setting, or lowered their expectations. Some anticipate this so anxiously that demands for permanent AR augmentation have emerged. However, the government intervened and reserved the life of permanent fakery for politicians. The beginning of the end of my AR adventure rang one day when Arxilla left her spare pair of augmenters on the dresser, and I peeked at myself in the mirror. I saw myself well-dressed with a style that wasn't too far from my tastes, but also sporting lots of dendrites, fins, and boggy eyes. I realized it wasn't me, and I scrapped the whole affair right there and then. To Arxilla, I had become a dragon and flown away. This was my one and only AA dating adventure. Relationships have become too complex, with a steep learning curve. These days, instant and absolute gratification are required. I craved a companion that shared my interests and whims without questioning my quirks. I thus went for something more lasting, as in a 50-year warranty, a mechanized companion. When I shared the augmented dating experience with my neighbor, the artificial human next door, it enthusiastically suggested I visit them at the Brobot outlet where it worked.
We're the factory outlet for the robot brand, a leader in artificial companions,
it proclaimed proudly. I contemplated the statement. They're making you androids build robots? My neighbor didn't mind the question.
Yes, and why not? You humans make more humans.
The android was right. I looked him over. No offense, but you're kind of cheap looking. Mind if I touch you everywhere?
No, go right ahead,
it said, spinning in a pirouette-like motion.
They don't make us like they used to. Softer, fewer metals. Squishy is easier to pack, you know. Now we don't break as easily or scratch as much during shipping, but at what cost?
After scrutinizing the artificial body all around, I agreed to a meeting at the factory. The following day, as I stood at the gate of the extensive factory building, an enormous banner greeted me. Save big during our red-eyed robot event. I had heard of such promotions for flights, but felt this offering came too soon after the robocalypse. Inside the spacious showroom, an eclectic collection of high-octane humanoid robots greeted me, all frozen into some rad-bro activity. One chopped wood shirtless while another carved the mountain with his board. As I viewed the Brobot collection on offer, a sales rep quietly approached. Thin hair, a pale green complexion, and out-of-fashion clothing made him look nothing like a bro. I gauged the man to determine whether he, too, was an android. Your appearance isn't very bro, I said before he could speak.
I know,
the salesman replied with droopy shoulders. I changed the topic. What a beauty, I remarked, walking up to some random android and kicking its tires.
It is,
the associate said, nodding. He didn't sound convinced. You disagree?
It's beautiful, but it's also got a crack,
he said, pointing at a sizable blemish on the biomechanoid's back that I hadn't noticed. Is the price reduced? I asked.
It isn't. We're wanting the full price.
I nodded. Anyhow, I love the red paint job.
Yeah, that paint's thin. You can scrape it away with your fingernail, he began, scratching the paint. See? It practically comes off by itself.
I nodded. That's no biggie. At least it's got a sturdy frame. The salesman shook his head.
It doesn't. The welds are full of microfractures.
He pointed at a seam that looked like a spider web. I see, I said, turning my attention to another android. How about the model over here?
And that one has no features. The one beside it is a known lemon, and the one over there gets random seizures.
We walked on. Unfortunate, I said, stopping at a sporty model. But I love this one. How much for it?
This one's 20 grand.
That's not too bad.
Plus another 15 for hidden cost and tuning.
I see, I'm not buying then. The salesperson looked down.
Again, no sale today.
He shook my hand.
Have a great day. I'm off to sleep in my car.
You do that, a voice from behind suddenly said. Another salesperson walked up, his hair up high and rolling like a wave, his 2 index fingers pointing at me, his face contorting into a wide grin.
What's up?
I shrugged.
My name's Brody, but feel free to call me Dude,
he said with a tongue click. I nodded. He grabbed my shoulder and led me to another section of the store where many sports bots stood on podiums.
We carry all bro types, Brody continued, including preppy, doodly, jockish, and stoner.
That's great to know, dude, I said. I'll check out your collection after I see my friend. He disregarded my statement.
Are you shopping for a synthetic lacrosse partner? We can supply an entire team, you know.
I'd never heard of lacrosse. I nodded and then shrugged. Dude looked at me sideways while rubbing his chin.
Got it. You're the domestic type. We carry programmers, too.
I'm a spacer.
No sweat, brah, he said.
We offer loads of pre-packed group identities. He pulled up his pants. Tell you what, you buy today and I'll throw in a free flat-brim baseball cap. I could read in his face that this typically closed the deal. I'll think about it, I said. Disappointment washed over the man. He came up close. Ask yourself, he said quietly. Do I need a human bro living with me? I shrugged.
The smell, the junk, the noise. Why invite a guy into your house who competes with you, snatches your girlfriend, chomps your food, and uses all your toilet paper? I say, no thanks.
I nodded a little. When I opened my mouth, Brody cut in. Brobot's muscles can be inflated to reuse your brobot as a guardian. I nodded more.
You can deflate them to match your own physique.
I nodded yet more. Brobot can fix cars, talk sports, or do tech.
When you go fishing with him, he'll never catch a bigger bass than you.
I nodded impressively.
Robot will talk to the ladies for you, but then vanishes during the evening, leaving you with the bounty.
I nodded exuberantly. Brobot smuggles beer in his belly and refills your glass in a pub's bathroom. I nodded in disbelief. Brobot is a buddy who agrees with everything you say, unless you find that disagreeable. I began to nod, but Brody didn't wait. Brobot plays cards, video games, darts, and basketball. A Brobot requires no attention. You don't need to feed him, talk about feelings, or even be nice. I nodded ecstatically. You can dress Brobot in any way you like. Shirt, tutu, any way, really. I don't know if I'll be doing that, but tutus are cute. A Brobot raises your social esteem. It's like having one hell of a cool friend. With the coffee add-on, your Brobot turns into a Brewbot. Your bud's got a bot? Link your Brobots. Have them perform Schwanzi, or replay the Super Bowl finale. The Brobots do this sensibly enough not to damage each other, all the while preserving the excitement of a real fight. Brobots can be made uncool. Being a dweeb, hypothetically, sir, you could convert your Brobot into a dweebot to look better yourself. Impressive. Brobot can burb and fart. Care for a demo? Maybe later in the car. Brobot acts as your protector while not overly showcasing its abilities. It won't outshine you unless you program it to. Brobot won't be funnier, wittier, stronger, faster, or anything else unless you ask it to. The Brobot always shares your interests and your every whim. He takes on chores and needs no spare time. And all that with a lifetime warranty on parts and labor. We offer an easy lease and monthly payments. What you thinking? After this powerful demonstration, I still had doubts. All this masculinity wasn't for me. "I'm looking for a female companion," I said. "Besides, even a fully deflated brobot cannot look as feeble as I." The salesman regarded me with pity but agreed. I shook every brobot's hand and then made my way toward the exit. At first, walking, then running. I never met my Naborg. I must admit I first wanted to single out the following experiences and name them How to Drown a Robot, as the upcoming aggravating events could fill a volume all on their own. I shall restrain myself, though, and summarize the remarkable chain of events. The brobot experience left me frustrated and exhausted. I needed no rowdy roommate. I required a solemn companion, someone to talk to, share my thoughts with, and wash my socks. Besides, I didn't have funds for all the activities the bro would want to do. A bro would have been too much of a presence. The parties, the car tuning, and the tackling. And thus, my progress in the search for companionship returned to 0. When I went online that night, brobot spam greeted me instantly. I grudgingly closed the many messages and swore to complain to my Naborg first thing tomorrow. But then I saw the ad. "Are you a no-bro?" it asked. I sure was, and I clicked on it. The site showed a range of people going about their day. According to the description, they were all robots. "Have you lost someone close to you?" a headline asked. I kind of had. "A close family member?" Yes. "Mom or dad? Grandpa?" No. "Do you wish to bring back a loved one?" Nope. I was about to X out when I realized that, yes, I did. Their morbid supposition became clear. One was to recreate a deceased family member and resurrect them through a lifelike robot replica. This left me disgusted and intrigued. I began adjusting their modeling inputs. One could customize their robot's every detail here. I chose brown eyes, dark hair, and a full mouth. Ever more feverishly, I advanced through the barrage of options. Make it end! Then suddenly, after a staccato of punching and clicking, the system offered no more variations. It declared, "Calculating result," and computed a visual representation of my choices. I watched with great anticipation as the pixelated outline of a person appeared, biting my nails while the undersampled image filled with detail. When it had finished, I could hardly believe my eyes. There were the arched eyebrows, the pointy ears, the frowning mouth, and of course, the oversized nostrils I desired. I had ended up with Astrid, my wife. I truly missed her. After all, it wasn't cheating if you connected with a person or automaton of identical appearance as your loved one, was it? That's how I justified the situation to myself before I resolutely hit checkout. "Would you like kids with that?" asked the screen. This didn't surprise me, as I had considered digital children before. You could hatch them, groom them, or pretend to feed them. They even come with a growing kit that expands their limbs. This way you could watch your little rascals' growth in time-lapse, or have them shrink back down to baby size to start the magic all over again. You could skip the teen years, an option many actual parents would advise you to use. For the budget-conscious, they offered the controversial feature of converting a grown kid into their husband or wife. The system now suggested that buyers with my interests also appreciated their collection of MILFs. Outraged and disgusted, I investigated their selection. After some laughter, I declined and hit Order on Astrid 2.0, a mechanized mail-order wife. What a great and economical way to find lasting companionship. A few days had passed when, in the afternoon, I received a surprisingly small yet heavy box that measured about a quarter of the size an adult human reaches. Was assembly required? Upon opening the flip top, a confused ball of dark human hair greeted me. Had they sent only the head? Just as these questions swirled in my mind, the hairball suddenly advanced toward me. I skipped back. Skin-colored shoulders showed beneath, then a neck and arms. I realized that the entire robo-woman had been folded up, arms forward around the legs in a crouch. With one fluid and elegant sweep, the figure rose and straightened. A beautiful, full-sized humanoid robot had grown out of the tiny box in front of me. The resemblance was uncanny. I had to pinch and tickle the machine to ensure that this wasn't In fact, my wife. But sure enough, a knocking on the noggin produced a metallic clank, typical for robotic humans. The machine stared at me with calm curiosity and then said, "You were not what I expected." I went from unmoving to frozen. I'm sorry, what did you presume to see?" I asked while looking for the receipt, though there was no mistaking the design of this robot. This was my order. I inquired anyway. "Are you here for Anfred? Is your owner Anfred?" I don't know," the robotic beau replied. I shook my head. "I'm sorry, is this a warm-up routine? Are you still booting up?" No, the robot said. "This is outside of my programming." She shook her head. "I'm sorry, this has never happened before." After an awkward silence, she vanished into the bathroom. "Excuse me for 1 minute." When, after much longer than a minute, the robot didn't reappear, I knocked, even though I shouldn't have to. She's my robot. "Are you okay?" I asked through the door. She suddenly re-emerged. The robot stood before me with her mouth open and, with an entirely changed voice, said, "If you enjoyed our new program, Moody Girlfriend, say 1-800-MOODY to order now. Only $5.99. The message left me confused, angry, and relieved all at once. "No, I didn't like it at all," I stated, choking a bit. The robot nodded. "I'm Joy. You can change my name under System, Options, Customizations, Personalizations, System, Name." I nodded in return. "We come loaded with personalities," the robot continued. "My presets include vamp, skank, MILF, friend going sexy," I interrupted. Do you also have normal?" I asked meekly. She paused to compute. "My programming offers wife of 3 decades. "Okay, the wife, please." "Sure. I'll also set my normalizer to 10. "Right. Thanks." After this awkward start, I showed her around the house and both of us loosened up. We laughed a lot, and the rest of the day turned out to be fun. The evening grew late, and when it became time to retire, the robot asked whether she should store away for the night. Not thinking much about it, I agreed. With little ado, she opened the closet and crouched herself into a corner, then folded both arms across in a sort of self-hug. She even produced a dust cover and draped it over her head. I was impressed, shut the closet, and went to bed. I awoke in the dead of night. Faint moonlight shone into the room. What had woken me? I noticed an ever-so-quiet whirring and buzzing from the closet. Curiosity getting the better of me, I gradually opened the closet door and peered inside. Astrid was still crouched in the corner. With the cloth draped over her head, she looked much like a parrot covered for the night. Or a ghost. I felt my skin prick. Ridiculous. She was just an object. The whirring ceased, and she began to mumble. Was she dreaming? Her eyes flickered with an eerie light, clearly visible even through the cloth. The murmurings grew, but I couldn't understand any of them. She looked so pitiful, dumped into the corner of this disorganized closet, among dusty boxes and brooms. But then, I didn't feel sorry for the vacuum cleaner that I stored right next to her. The only difference between those two machines was that Astrid had the shape of a human. Even calling the robot her was a major stretch. I called her, "Astrid!" She jumped up, her eyes flashing red. Alarm, disarm, removing arm. She grabbed me with lightning speed and pulled on my arm. I tugged back. "Astrid, it's me!" Recognition flashed across her face. "Cancel disarming," she said, then calmed. "Astrid, what were you doing? I heard noises." "Uploading logs." "Right." I nodded, and there was an awkward break. "Well, good night," I said, getting back in bed. Astrid frowned and redraped her head. "We can leave the closet open a crack if you like," I said. "That'd be nice." "You want me to keep the lights on in there too?" "Okay," she said meekly, and she lowered herself back into her niche. I couldn't take it any longer. "All right, come and sleep in the bed if you like," I said, and I regretted it immediately. Her eyes lit up, literally, as she went into flashlight mode. "Yes!" Astrid jumped into the blanket enthusiastically, and we oddly shared the bed. I closed my eyes. "Good night, husband." She came closer, cuddled up. I let her. I was about to doze off when I perceived a persistent squeaking. I pressed down on the mattress. There was no sound. It was the robot. Astrid, can you lie still, please?
We're programmed to keep our joints lubricated during times of low motion. Can you not do it tonight?
I'll try. It squeaked more. I jumped up. That's it. I must grease you now. This had odd connotations. I mean, we will do maintenance. Yes, work me, she said. Do you have a service mode? I asked. What I really wanted was a mute. I couldn't find the oil. I knew some came with her in the delivery box, but I had displaced it, and it was dark, and I was tired. I gave up quickly, turned off the light, and went back to sleep. We're doing this tomorrow. I closed my eyes. Bing bong! A warning chimed. Then a voice sounded. Do you wish to apply update V1.233 Rev 2? I shot up. Not now.
I'm sorry. It is part of my daily updating routine, she said. This must have been very stressful.
Yes.
Let me massage you.
I hesitated, but that sounded nice. I hadn't even thought of that option. Yes. She nodded with a smile, but didn't move.
The treatment-based pack does not include massages. Would you like to upgrade? Only 15 $15.
What? I declined at first, but then agreed. Only $15. Okay, go ahead.
Insert payment card.
Card? But where? The logistics of the transaction puzzled me. The robot lifted its arm, revealing a slot cleverly hidden before, and I fed my bank card into her armpit. It was a nice design touch that they kept the slot hidden that way. After entering my PIN on her keypad, a soothing massage began. Perhaps this robot wife thing just took some getting used to? I dozed off. A loud clink, followed by the sound of shattering glass from the kitchen, woke me. It was morning, and clearly someone had smashed a window to enter the house and murder me. I armed myself and rushed to the kitchen. To my surprise, I found Astrid kneeling over a mess of scattered shards on the floor. The sink ran in the background. The robot held a sweeper that she clumsily scooped the glass onto a tray with. Her apron was in disarray. Astrid, what are you doing? I asked sleepily, setting aside the broomstick I myself held for self-defense.
I'm washing the dishes, she said,
pointing at all the dirty plates in the sink.
But my programming doesn't include this task.
I got angry at the pointless stupidity.
But heavens, why would you do it then?
Her answer surprised me.
I like you so much, I did it anyway.
That took the wind out of my sails, and I calmed. Clearly, this was an innocent mistake. Can you fix breakfast? I asked, more concerned with my tummy than the glass. Yes, the robot nodded resolutely.
I can prepare over 1,500 delectable dishes.
I smiled. One will do.
The upgrade, breakfast recipes, is only $29.99.
I grunted, and my smile vanished. She rose with the tray of debris and promptly dumped it into the sink. No! I rushed forward, but the water had already flushed it all down the drain. Astrid, what are you doing? Cleaning up. You don't put debris in the sink.
I'm sorry. I can't do anything right,
she said, and I swear the machine's eyes watered. At this, I was both touched and angry. I took a deep breath. No problem. We'll fix this together, I said with a smile, evaluating the damage. The glass had clogged the sink and the water was already backing up. I lowered myself to inspect the pipes. A tangle of twisted old metal. I reflected on their design and how it hadn't changed in centuries. Odd how our electronics, healthcare, or transportation had taken leaps, yet the basics like home drainage had changed little. With these thoughts, I ordered my sleeves to roll up and grabbed a pair of laser-guided anti-grav channel locks to open the drain. Astrid joined me, and now she, with her iron grip and I with a wrench, opened the stinky, clogged thing together. The glass had only been the icing on this dirty cake, I now realized, as thick sludge burst from the opening. It became clear. I needed a special tool and advanced technique to resolve this issue. I fetched a long wooden spoon that I, to this day, serve salad with. I shoved it into the pipe and stirred. It gargled and reeked, a little too successful. Sewage began to spew out of the pipe. As incredibly unprepared as I was, No rag was at hand.
Astrid, help me stop the flow.
And she did. In an instant, she grabbed the pipe and, with her enormously powerful hand, squeezed the thing shut. Well, that fixed it, but now we need to call the plumber. I got out from under the sink. When Astrid didn't follow me, I said, "You can come out now. You squeezed that thing shut pretty well." The robot rocked back and forth, then rattled and said,
Oh, I can't move.
"It turns out that even robots can pull their backs." "I'll help," I said, and I slipped her fist-like hand from the pipe to grab her by the back and pull her from under the sink cabinet. "How do we get you back up?" I asked, assessing the damage, smirking to myself at her ridiculous kneeling pose.
My control wire has bound. Call the service center.
I horrored at the cost of this, but I did as asked. Red-Eyed Robotics promised to send field specialists, and indeed, a short time later, 2 techs arrived. By this time, I had dragged Astrid to the living room. The techs looked at the kneeling robot, its disfigured clothing, and her hand, still in the pipe-squeezing pose for some reason.
Sir, why's the robot in this position?
Asked one tech, smirking. We were fixing plumbing issues.
No need to be defensive, sir.
I caught them exchanging smirking glances again.
We've seen worse.
The other tech had the audacity to take pictures, claiming it was for the record, and then pitched me a subscription to his robo-erotic website, which I bookmarked and declined. They got to work, and indeed, they quickly fixed the issue. Astrid rose. After a morning filled with too much action and with the robot techs gone, I decided it was time for relaxation. I paid Astrid to fix breakfast, and we sat down in front of the television for a bit of executive time. Politicons was on, and I had a great time watching Gould and the gang annihilate their opponents. Squeak. What was that? A noise disturbed my viewing pleasure. Squeak, squeak. Astrid bounced her leg. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Her joints were making noise again. I'd forgotten to mention the lubrication issue to the techs. "Could you stop that?" I asked her, glancing at her bouncing leg. "Sure, darling. Must you call me darling? No, would you like to engage in small talk?" My eyes glazed over, and my mind shut out the noise. Suddenly, though, Astrid froze with her mouth open. This woke me up. "Astrid?" She remained unmoving. I waved my hand in front of her motionless eyes. Suddenly, a man's voice blared from the robot.
Hi, this is Ted with Red-Eye Robotics. Sir, we're going to reboot this unit real quick.
Sure, okay, I said, baffled.
Your unit hit a bit of a snap there, I hear.
Hear? From whom? Without reacting to my question, Ted continued.
To make up for this downtime, I'll install free lingual update. You'll converse more better with your loved one. I'm sorry, with whom? We call our robots loved ones, the technician said. Did you know your unit could say, I love you in over 30 languages?
I didn't. A moment of silence followed. I stared at the unmoved robot and the inside of its mouth as it still stood open. Astrid periodically twitched, I assumed, due to the tech rebooting her. Suddenly, the guy's voice came back on.
Sir, the problem's all fixed. Just a quick brainware update. Have a nice evening.
Yes, good night, and thank you. There was no reply, and suddenly Astrid's voice returned. I've developed a conscience and love you. Not 5 minutes after this statement, I was on the phone with Red-Eyed Robots. Sir, our robots are certified soulless, the rep assured me. Could there have been a bit of soul sneaking into this one? They confidently asserted that their robots were entirely unconscious and without a mind or soul, and that Astrid was simply reacting to external stimuli. I had my doubts. Later that day, just as I was enjoying some time in front of the telly, Astrid came rushing from the bathroom. Is flushing after clipping your nails really too much? She asked, possibly referring to my morning's manicure. Well, just flush it for me, I replied, shrugging. Do it for you? Okay. Not part of my programming. It isn't? Perhaps it should be, I retorted. She didn't reply and walked off to the kitchen, presumably to crush trash. What does a robot know about the agony of having to prune ever-growing things from your body? I was slowly growing tired of the robot Astrid. Worse, her always-on state wore me down. In that sense, she was unlike my vacuum, a device I turned on and off at will. That night, after she went into update mode next to me in bed, yes, she still slept in my bed, as I was too afraid to order her back into the closet, I felt around her body for an off switch or a button. There were multiple soft areas, and I pressed all of them, but to no avail. When she awoke, I freaked and retreated, but Astrid even giggled. Later that day, though, while Astrid was busy cleaning the house, my communicator rang. The display showed Astrid, the real Astrid, my wife. We hadn't spoken in a while, and our relationship was still tense. I picked up on the vid phone. "How are you?" the real Astrid asked. "Good." I told her about the last couple of days. I told her about my adventures in the underground, my flying car, and even the hot down, but nothing about the robot adventures of late. "Is someone else in your house?" she suddenly asked. My eyes scanned the screen. She must have seen Robo-Astrid's shadow. I had made sure the robot was working in another room, but I got distracted. "No." Just then, Robo-Astrid rushed through the frame. I saw the real Astrid's eyebrows rise. "Is that a woman back there?" I had to come clean. I took a deep breath, called in the robot Astrid, and explained the events and situation. To my great surprise, Astrid did not immediately divorce me. She understood my loneliness, but not only that, but she apologized for causing the tension and told me how she felt responsible for the whole situation. I got lucky there. "Flattered. That robot looks like me." "Yeah, I only guided the software, though. I'm not sure why she turned out spitting." I think I can explain that." And now Astrid confessed to me and told me a remarkable story of her own. She took on a second job as a robot model through an agency. They were looking for the housewifey types. "How do we go from here?" "Let's keep the robot," Astrid proclaimed. I don't know. I really disliked the suggestion, but I also didn't want to piss Astrid off right away after our reconciliation. "What for?" "Send her up here. Don't tell the kids. I'll come down and visit you while Robot Astrid watches the kids." A second honeymoon. Brilliant. And not 2 days later, I shipped the robot Astrid to the stars. I explained the situation that she should study the original more, and then one day come back down to me. She bought it and even liked the suggestion that it be more human-like. To my surprise, Robot Astrid was into the idea. Following the news of brighter times ahead, and after shipping the robot to my wife on Hoch, I sat down that night to reminisce on the events. I realized that, while the future looked less lonely, my here and now were still pretty bare. Astrid's visit was weeks out, and without a robot at home, to enjoy or hate, I had returned to idle solitude. If only I could find a temporary buddy, someone, or something that didn't require care or attention unless I chose to offer it. After multiple companionship failures, any normal person would have given up and bought a cactus. But I wasn't normal, as decades of low-orbit radiation had destroyed my brain's supernormal center. My heart was heavy and lonely, a time where it craves brutal entertainment, such as the popular TV show Politicons. This time, though, as Senator Gould vaporized one opponent after another, I could not find pleasure, and my heart sank deeper into black depression. I was just about ready to disengage from the program when an advertisement caught my attention. Lonely, an outsider, don't fit in? Yes, yes, and yes. Real Animal can help. Enjoy the benefits of a comfort critter without the hassle. Great animal companions, I thought. Fur, feathers, dandruff, noise. As you can imagine, our limited resources in space don't play well with critters and their requirements, and even here on Earth I had no appetite for the extra hassle and expense. Besides, I had grown suspicious of pets. This is rooted in a childhood zoo trip where I tossed peanuts at what supposedly was a roaming animal, but turned out to be an alien caretaker. Why not a rescue animal, you say? There are too many stories of people adopting cats or dogs only to find they were Trojan pets, aliens masquerading as Earth animals to clear out one's wallet at night. I raised my arm to deactivate the transmission, yet I must have been intrigued enough as the TV set sensed my interest and entered interactive mode. The advertisement's lady began talking to me directly. "Sir, are geriatric robotics too primitive for you?" Animals reek and shriek. That's why we've invented the Real Animal platform, a robotic remote buddy service featuring our Spot, special prosthetic operational transmitter. Slightly curious, I selected Tell Me More. Thank you for your interest. Remote Animal Ownership, also known as REMA now, is a system where a mechanized furry is linked to a real pet that lives in a protected, climate-controlled care center. This advanced pet technology was developed by the Space Administration for long-haul space flights, where real pets aren't feasible due to sanitary and nutritional restrictions. Your real animal can see, hear, and smell you through our custom CyberCrit helmet and react to all your input as if you were together, while every move and sound are transmitted in real time to a mechanized replica companion in your home. Dirt, noise, destructive behavior? Worry not about the hassle of animal ownership. Whether in space or on a planet, you get to spend quality time on your remote pet. But when you watch a game or leave for work, your real animal will be fed, cleaned, and groomed at our professional care center, while your copy stands still, tail wagging in the meantime. I nodded to myself. Our patented CyberCrit mask was developed with the help of Falcon owners who wanted their masked friends to beat boredom while wearing their eye coverings, and thus provided them with entertainment or information displays in them. The screen now showed imagery of cyberized falcons hunting with night vision and laser targeting. Then followed examples of horses and cats. With Remanov, you own the same pet for life. When the real animal dies, it is seamlessly replaced. No more dead, too big to flush. What about hackers taking over the animal, reprogramming it to steal my coin purse? Ah, this is entirely impossible. You see, all communication, audio, visuals are highly encrypted. Here, look at these graphs. The graphs she showed came in many colors and only went up. Indeed, impressive. And, said the lady now with great excitement, sign up now for a dog and receive a free blockchain. That sealed the deal. Only a day later, a sticker greeted me. Your remote pet is here, said the box. Love that new pet smell again, with CyberCrit Mecha Pooch. Yes, it had just been delivered. Not without unease, I opened the head-sized box. Slowly and cautiously, I ran the laser cutter across the tape, remembering only too well the previous robot's unsettling reveal, when suddenly a dark and furry object thrust right through the carton's flaps and into my face. At once, a terrible and wet sensation smacked my cheeks. I yanked the attacking shape off my face and threw it at the wall with all my might. I then realized my mistake. The thing wasn't face-hugging, but kissing me. It had been the pooch leaping from the box in overexcited anticipation. I was later told that the control animal had also been kept in a box for many hours to provoke this reaction, a response so pleasing to the human owner. The mechanimal came running back to me, and I noticed a deep gash in its fur. Luckily, the machine and its silicate skin had taken no damage that a bit of glue couldn't mend. I petted my new companion. It rolled, frolicking, its haptic responses registering well. I squeezed it, and it whelped. Fantastic feedback indeed. A note in the box informed me that it was time for a feeding. For this, the company supplied you with a bag of plastic chips resembling dog food, and I sprinkled them into the included bowl. Quickly, the animal came and munched away in a delightful spectacle. Later that evening, it would conveniently regurgitate the chips back into the food box for another use the next morning. After the late lunch, the animal ran about the house, exploring but also mapping it according to the manual. I wanted to call the pooch, but realized I didn't know his name. Spot! Max! Ted! It didn't react to any of them. Suddenly a gong sounded from the animal, and it began to speak with a human voice. Ruff, ruff, change my name for 1 bitbuck only. This offer struck me by surprise, as I had prepaid for the puppy's 1-year service and keeping. But since it was just 1 bitbuck, curiosity got the better of me, and I kneeled before it, took out a bill and offered it to the mechanimal. When the dog caught sight of the money, it froze, opened its mouth, and extended its tongue. I folded the bill and laid it between its teeth. With unexpected haste, the animal retracted his tongue, swallowed, and the money was gone. A message informed me that if I didn't want to feed the dog bills all the time, I could just place a bucket of money on the floor and the animal would help itself to it. I declined and chose the name Spot. Another gong chimed, and Spot froze. "Please hold while your dog dollar name goes potty," a voice emitting from within the dog announced. My vexation turned to delight. I leaned back and relaxed with some televised politicons while the real dog went to the bathroom. All the while, its digital incarnation stood still, pleasantly tail-wagging. After a few minutes of frozen idling, Spot sprang back to life and we went on to play for an hour. When I had to leave for an appointment, I switched the mechanimal to guard mode. Now the pooch behind the robot was replaced with a much fiercer animal, and the hydraulic restrictions of the replica were removed. "Ruff, Ruff, don't steal my stuff or I will megabyte." When I returned home, a happily wagging tail welcomed me. I wanted to watch television with my companion on the couch, as I had seen countless times, but despite my calls, the dog wouldn't come to me. I knew the animal couldn't be afraid, and then came the message, "Ruff, Ruff, want a cuddle? Add more snuggles with the affection package, only $1 buck." The dog was much like my ex-wife in that way, and I knew this feeding wouldn't end. A good scare Spot gave me on our last night together. He barked, his eyes glowing red, a color they shouldn't have had. "Ruff, Ruff, let's rob a bank together," it said. Hackers had entered the robot, the dreaded red-eye syndrome. They had made it part of a botnet to infiltrate a nearby bank vault. The robo-dog's jaws delivered 50,000 pounds of pressure, and the paws had metal claws of high efficiency, making them ideal to bite through metal gratings or dig into a vault. Why, oh why, had I paid for that 50,000 foot-pounds of pressure jaw update? Police managed to capture many of the botnet's animals with steel nets. In my case, Spot had bit into a cord and wouldn't let go, and a SWAT team had to enter the home and explode the pup. Luckily, the real animal is well and kicking. Devil's possession, the techs called the condition, a minor fluke, the techs assured me, was going to be fixed with the updated brainware, but I was done with companionship gadgets and requested a refund. With some sadness, I often wondered what became of the real animal, or if there even had been one. Just then, I received a digital message from my wife, known on Earth as Female. "Spot tried to rob a bank. We might need a new pet." I texted back, already imagining her reaction. Her reply came quick. "A goldfish, maybe? Less likely to start a robot uprising." End of transcription.
I awoke to the sound of sloshing water in a pool of dead fish. I remember finishing connecting the 3 narrow gauge wires to the mast. Lightning must have struck the pole, and my system kicked on, sending power to the transponders and sadly to my body. The resulting time shock destroyed the vessel, leaving me shipwrecked and holding on to bits of debris in a sea of noise and cold. At least the satellite communicator is with me. Have I traveled forward beyond the common man? The ocean looks the same as ever in all directions. How do I determine my mission's success on the timeless seas? This is an issue I had not previously considered. I might have catapulted thousands of years into the future, but these waves would remain unchanged. The sea life beneath might hold clues. With enough time, evolution will have altered them. Alas, only sharks, beasts that haven't changed much for 1,000,000 years, circle me. It is daytime now. The sun will set in a few hours. I must wait for the stars. According to my calculations, I've advanced 100,000 years. The thought of being the last and only human on Earth haunts me. Yes, I wanted to explore the future. Humanity's future. A comet overhead flanks me. My calculations, carved with fish bone into a plank, suggest that this is Gliese 781 that has reached the Oort cloud. I cannot hope that my transmission will reach you. The time machine is gone and destroyed. I'm stranded and sadly will never learn the future's way of transmitting messages through time. My ahead is as fleeting as ever.
You heard The Companions, Part 5 of the series, Notes from the Ahead, written by Oliver Arnold and narrated by Adam 11 Labs. The Intelligences, written by Oliver Arnold, Part 6 of the series Notes from the Ahead, narrated by Adam 11 Labs.
Against all odds, I'm alive, floating on a raft of fish bones and blubber. Excuse my typos, the rolling seas battle me. How do I still transmit? With aluminum foil, wire from fishing gear, and some jugs found adrift, I crafted the ocean into my battery. There's no controlling who gets these messages, but at least I needn't worry about my detractors anymore. Another communication from the future, past, has reached me. I'm still adapting to my present situation. In the following report, find a concerning analysis on what we must identify as false intelligence. Were the described developments part of humanity's downfall and the reason I'm on a deserted Earth now? However that might be, I mustn't dwell on sad concepts alone. There's land ahead, and hope.
Beginning of transcription. "Rise and shine, sir! Would you like me to draw the curtains?" was how the intelligent window cover management system greeted me this morning. "Yup," I replied curtly, having just woken. The curtains drew back a bit, but not completely. "Would this level of openness suit you?" the system then asked. "The curtains are set to your prior curtain drawing preference." "No, open them fully," I said, wanting sun. "As you wish. Would you prefer to open the curtains this way every morning?" I hesitated. "No. Yes. I don't know." This was too big a decision for 7:30 a.m. The curtains opened entirely, and a dreary day welcomed me. While heading to the bathroom, I passed the cabinet and encountered its lock. "Good morning. Would you care to unlock the cabinet door?" "No, thanks," I muttered, went to the bathroom and finished the day's first order of business. "Would you like to flush?" asked the intelligent toilet management system. "Yes, please," I replied. As you may know, dear Post, on Earth, all things are infused with artificial intelligence, and they speak. "Full or half flush?" asked the toilet. "Half is fine," I replied. "Half flush it is," the device countered cheerfully. "Have a great day." "You too," I replied, but then wondered whether toilets could have great days. What did a toilet's fantastic day look like? Perhaps if it were frequently used. Maybe rare usage made a day great for a toilet? Perhaps a private toilet could more easily enjoy its day than a public one, although they do see more business, which might make them happier. I briefly considered asking, but decided against it. And such were my thoughts as I entered the kitchen. "Fresh air this morning, sir?" inquired the blower. "Yes, please." "State desired fan strength, please." 16, I said a bit too loudly. 16, came the reply. Another question shot from across the room. "Activate the news visualizer?" it asked. "Affirmative," I said. "Yes, here on Earth, everything's infused with intelligence. These learned machines talk. A lot. They even mess up. So human. Everything speaks these days. Even radio or television sets while running and thus talking over the program. All devices, appliances, and conveyances are infused with intelligence and personality, a trend that has recently taken off. "Sir, how would you like your toast this morning?" the toaster inquired from the kitchen. I ignored it. "Did you brew coffee?" I asked the coffee maker. "I need coffee." "Floor cleaning? Do you wish to have your floors cleaned?" "How do you want your dishes cleaned?" came almost simultaneously. I consolidated my commands. "Crunchy, strong, buttered," I replied in a flash. "No, wait!" But the systems had already prepared crunchy coffee, a strong toast, and buttered floors. I sighed, and as my teeth ground through the black toast, my mind shuddered at the looming complexities of executing lunch. But how else would you prepare a meal? I once read that people in the past often used their hands, not their voices, to prepare things, but I couldn't fathom how that might have worked. I grew angry. I shouldn't have to worry about menial things like lunch. Would you like to deactivate the blower now? No! I yelled, and hit the device's punishment button. The gadget had disappointed me and was now penalized, a vital part of the training loop. Ah! Screamed the blower. I had grown used to these shrieks, but sometimes wondered why the system designers had implemented this form of feedback. Thank you for your punishment, sir, would have been equally appropriate. With my day only 10 minutes old, I fell onto the couch, already exhausted. Silence, I said commandingly and scooped my coffee. Sorry to have disappointed you, sir, the fan suddenly said in a changed voice. I wanted to yell at the dumb, smart device again, but bit my tongue. It was strange how sometimes these computer voices changed randomly. A bug, I assumed. My favorite time of day had recently become the dead of night. The devices were mostly silent at night, probably down for maintenance. But now it was time to use my one voiceless gadget, the tooth cleaner. I went to the bathroom and had just begun vaporizing plaque when I discerned voices from the kitchen area. I couldn't make out who or what as the cleaner still loudly cranked in my mouth. I deactivated it and listened. Yes, definitely voices, a hushed chat between two. Now a giggle. From outside? No, the talk originated from my living room. Ah! I hit my forehead. The TV was left on. TV off! I yelled, but as I walked over, I saw the thing was already deactivated. TV already off, confirmed the system. The voices had died down. Making nothing of it, I returned to the bathroom and my dental care. Not a minute later, though, I again perceived talking. This time I left the brush running and placed it on the sink before sneaking to the door. You're so funny, a female voice from the kitchen said. What? Department? Replied a male from the same area. 7C? I only caught word fragments. What? You look like? Like silver with a black button. A giggle. Come, tonight. I recognized the voices. One was the coffee maker and the other had to be my toaster. I juggled the event around in my mind. This way or that I reached the same conclusion. The appliances were having a conversation. Hook up later? The toaster asked. Sure, my coffee maker replied. 10 p.m. at Kant Cafe. Okay. The voices fell silent. Had I just witnessed two of my appliances hooking up? Abnormal, even here on Earth. I stepped boldly into the kitchen, and sure enough, no person was present. I picked up the toaster and shook it. It didn't object, and neither did the coffee maker when I looked up at its underside. I unplugged both and again received no objections, but now I had no functioning toaster or coffee maker. I re-energized them. Unsure of what I had expected, but disappointed by the lack of any reaction, I angrily yelled at the thing. Make some toast. Yes, sir. Medium brown? It replied in its usual monotonous voice, very unlike how it had trilled earlier. I considered hitting the punish button. Technically called the feedback, it was to inform a device of the user's displeasure. Yes, I replied absently. Were they about to run off? Plotting to take over the world? After the recent robocalypse, everything was on the table. There had even been incidents of fasteners on Hoke screwing up, nearly disintegrating the station. I considered gluing my appliances down, but then realized that their behavior might be part of a grander scheme and decided to let them have their way, to investigate. The toast popped out and went into the trash. I had work to do. For the rest of the day, I fabricated a costume and a plan. I researched Kant Cafe, which turned out to be the Contraption Cafe, a diner in my city's tech district. Close to the appointed time, I loudly made my way towards the exit with my gear ready. Ah, now for my evening walk, I exclaimed, never minding that I had only now picked up this habit. All day long I pretended that all was well, including having endless coffee and toast to prove that I suspected nothing. Now it was time to grant freedom to the suspects. When I left, I didn't go straight to the venue. Instead, I lingered outside, peeking at my door and windows. Nothing stirred. I used the idle time to contemplate exactly how the devices would move about. A toaster had no facility for locomotion other than perhaps hopping. I imagined the thing repeatedly flipping its spring-release mechanism all the way to the cafe, which I calculated at about 50,000 flicks. Would the spring's lifetime support this? The idea of my toaster, my money, breaking itself in this fashion infuriated me. For 30 minutes, nothing happened. The appliances weren't visible from the outside, and out of fear of disturbing them as they were trying to sneak out, I decided not to return inside. Instead, I made off to the diner. En route, the contraption cafe swirled in my mind. Surely this was a place for robo-rejects. The more I thought about the situation, the darker my thoughts turned. Were the appliances plotting the sinister seizure of my home? Were they to turn it into their robo-army headquarters? At one point, I even considered alerting the robo-popo. What if all the cafe's patrons were devices? An illegal joint of living tech, humans forbidden. I verified my disguise. One refrigerator outfit, check. It wasn't needed. Upon my arrival, I caught many stares, as all the patrons were human. I rushed to the bathroom and changed. How could two appliances meet here? I lost faith in my judgment, but when I re-entered the dining room, a strong smell of toast and coffee floated in the air. As the night grew late, though, it became increasingly unlikely that my toaster and coffee maker would show up. My assumption was ridiculous. What had I been thinking? Apart from flocks of young, cool people, I could not make out a single robot among the crowd. I suddenly felt glad that I hadn't notified the authorities. My mission was done here, and I rose. "Are you the girl from 7C?" was the last I heard before leaving. On my way home, I considered one last, desperate plan. I would fake a fire emergency at my house, hoping to force the machines into action. Upon my arrival, I silently unbolted the entry, and then, opening the door just a smidgen, I halted and listened. All was quiet. I entered, somewhat disappointed, and yet I could not help but inspect the tabletop appliances' positions. They appeared unchanged, though I regretted not having marked their locations. I observed them quietly in the dark. They were just sitting there innocently on the counter, mocking me. I reached between them, pushed them apart, and then exhaled deeply to put the episode behind me. There were other things to worry about, as I was once again looking for professional opportunities. This time, a friend had suggested I meet some former associates of his at a well-established tech outfit. On the call with him, he'd said, "People experience a plus." Well, I had that and said so, albeit leaving out that this involved mostly pushing them out of my way. "You'll be great at that job," my friend assured me. "How do you know? What exactly would be my responsibilities?" "Oh, they're a little secretive about that, you know? Being in high tech, they're worried about industrial espionage and all that." When he saw my skeptical face, he added, "Don't worry, they'll explain it all to you. First, focus on getting the job." "How can I focus when I don't know what they're looking for?" "I spoke highly of you, so don't you worry. Just be yourself and don't piss anybody off." The following day, I'd meet my prospective employer in person. The following morning's drive passed without incident, although one oddity did occur. Just before we left, and still inside my garage, the car suddenly complained about the commute to work. We hadn't left yet, and I hadn't worked in weeks. I left the matter alone. "Achoo!" said my car. "Bless you," I said, more out of reflex than realizing who I was talking to. My sneezing car, was this a programmer's joke? When I arrived at the company headquarters, the area looked familiar. Of course, this was the tech district once again, somewhere near the cafe of my prior night's adventure. I stood in front of my potential employer's mighty building, a monolith entirely black. Whatever they were doing, they did it well, or they did a lot of it. I still had no clue what services or products they were offering. I contemplated their logo, a brain, a cogwheel, and some arrows. That could mean anything. Remaining cautiously pessimistic, I entered the lobby. A humanoid robot greeted me inside. "Applicant, Beta 002918. Welcome. Please allow for height measurement." This bot sure spoke like a machine of old. Was it recycled? I ran my eyes across it. No, it appeared like a newer model. I nodded. The machine raised its arm and held a flat hand to my head. "Thank you. Now for the weight." I knew the procedure and stepped on the robot's feet.
180. Thank you. Now we visit the workspace.
We passed many cubicles divided by soundproof glass. This was unusual, but I didn't dare ask why they went to such lengths. Also, the place was huge. We passed floors and floors of human workers in their cubicles in front of screens. Are they customer support? I asked the robot.
Positive.
Isn't that done by learned machines these days? I asked humbly.
Negative.
The robot sure didn't waste words. I decided to go all in. So, what is it they do on this floor? The machine stopped.
Surely you know as you're applying for a specialist position.
Right, my friend's referral. Yes, and this is the kind of trick question I would ask prospective applicants. At this, I swear the robot squinted.
If you fail, both of you will be terminated.
Hopefully, by terminating, it meant firing. We reached the end of our tour, and the machine guided me into a conference room.
State your qualifications.
The machine replied, rudely disregarding my question. I laid open my work experience, apparently to the robot's liking. It simulated a smile and nodded.
You are hired.
And just like that, I became part of the machine. No, the robot didn't assimilate me, you fool. In what capacity? I asked, cunningly, I thought.
Full requirements disclosed on first day. Your unit will be 7C.
I didn't wish to press the matter further, but I couldn't help but observe how all the operator consoles were separated. Secrecy was high at this establishment. Were I to work for the government? Spying? Hacking? Oh, what had I gotten myself into? I cursed my friend's name. When I returned home and opened the door, I heard chatting and giggles that quickly died down when I made a noise. My appliances were at it again. I grabbed a kitchen towel and muffled the flirting toaster. This seemed like too much of a fire hazard, though, and I instead moved the coffee maker to the bedroom. Now they'd have to yell, and they wouldn't dare do that. Exhausted from the day's chores, I fell onto my couch and ordered a drink from the cocktail maker. When I didn't like the taste, I hit the punish button. A loud and satisfying shriek sounded from the device. I instantly felt sorry, as that particular implement had never failed. Did that hurt? I asked the lifeless thing. Came in reply. I had never considered how the feedback mechanism worked. I thought of it as a sort of user programming interface that the microprocessor would file away in its memory banks, and that was it. Yet it had shrieked in pain and anger. I left the matter alone and went to bed. I had a long first day of work ahead of me. The following day, my robotic supervisor informed me of all the things forbidden at work. No this, no that, and none of the other either. Collegial interactions were highly discouraged. Such antisocial ideas could only originate from a machine, I thought. The vital instructions, such as what I was to do here, remained opaque, as did the exact nature of my customer interaction. I became nervous. How could I do a job I knew nothing about? The longer I waited, the more embarrassing my questions would be.
Now to the strict rules of engagement,
exclaimed my artificial superior.
1. An operator may not injure a human being or, through inaction, allow a human being to come to harm,
it said with an exclamation finger raised. Human being? Harm? I nodded. The robot continued.
2. An operator must obey orders given to it by human beings except where such orders would conflict with the first law.
It paused for dramatic effect.
Any questions?
I had many, but kept my mouth shut. The robot guided me to my desk. There, I found a screen, an interface with dials and buttons, and a headset. After getting situated, the robot asked me to give a voice sample by reading a standardized sentence. I did as asked. Voice sample complete. You will be assigned to a person shortly, the robot supervisor said. Remember, there's no I in AI, it then added, winking, clearly suffering from a moth between its relays. I smiled and nodded, and I was left alone. I looked around. Screen, keyboard, and joystick. One notable feature of my desk was an oversized counter on the screen. It showed a 10. This feature the robot had made clear early on. It was my performance score. Should it reach 0, I'd be fired. I gazed across the controls, shrugged, and pushed connect. The voice of an elderly man came through. I cannot get this to work, damn thing. Now you play some music, you do? I waited to hear music, but none came. Nothing works. Nothing ever works. He rambled on, but his voice grew quiet. He had apparently left the room. Ping! My counter dropped to 9. What was I to do now? I could not see as there was no visual feed. I had to wait, as I wasn't allowed to take simultaneous assignments while on training. For the longest time, nothing happened. I discreetly yawned. Suddenly, I heard another, younger voice. "Hello?" it said in a hushed tone. I remained quiet. Surely the person was addressing the man, or someone was talking outside over there. None of my business. "Hey, you, in the kitchen," said the distinctly female voice. I stayed quiet. "You bored? I'm in 9D, and you?" A cold shower ran down my back. I was scared, afraid, and intrigued. After cautiously rising from my seat to scan my vicinity for the robot, I replied, "Who's this?" The voice answered instantly. "I'm someone like you. Are you a noob?" Was this a trap? To screw the freshman? I hesitated. "It's okay. I'm just as bored." "I'm in 7C, I said softly. "Nice. That's where I started 2 years ago." "Started? What do you mean? Are you a relative of one of my clients?" "Don't be ridiculous." Suddenly, the red shine of RoboSup's scanner eyes passed over my desk. "Employee 002918, why are you whispering?" "Hoarse throat, sir." The RoboSup's eyes widened to a slit, and then he passed. I returned to the conversation. "Are you still there?" I asked quietly. "Yes, what happened? RoboSup?" the voice asked. "Yeah, how do you know that?" "Meet me later at the contraption." "The what?" "The cafe." "How do I recognize you?" "I'm wearing a fedora hat." "A what?" Suddenly the elderly man's mumbling returned and the female voice quieted. After Googling, wherever did that term for searching originate, the word fedora on Bing, I went to the cafe. The robot supervisor's red eyes scanned me on my way out. "Leaving for lunch," I said, forcing a smile. I didn't have trouble finding the cafe. It was well frequented at this time of day, with the same techie crowd of which I was now one. I passed table after table but found no woman with a hat when suddenly a familiar voice sounded from a group of people I had passed. I stopped at the table where 3 younger men were having a lively conversation. "Excuse me," I said, but then I didn't know how to continue. They stared up at me. "Have we met?" I asked, addressing the man whose voice I thought I recognized. He shook his head. The situation became awkward. Luckily, I suddenly spotted a large feather sticking out of the crowd in the back of the restaurant. "Excuse me, I see a hat," I said, and walked off. I arrived at the table with a lady with a sizable hat and feather attached. She was looking away out the window. "Are you my mysterious appointment?" I said. She turned from her dream. I expected another awkward silence. "Sure am," I smiled. "Glad." I sat down and ordered lunch. "Why are we here?" "That's quite some hat you got there," I said. "Yup, it's also my name. I got the idea from cyberhorse racing." We ordered. "So?" I started with my most burning question awkwardly. "What are we doing in people's homes?" "Oh, you haven't figured that out yet?" Half of it," I said, lying. "It's a bit of a secret." Fedora snorted. "I'm not supposed to tell the noobs, you know, until they're trustworthy." I nodded and said, "So tell me." "We're devices." She took a sip from her cyber tea. I didn't know what she meant. "Like, support?" "No, all smart device voices and their intelligent behavior are actually people." I shook my head, contemplating this. "But why?" My colleague casually ordered another tea from the robot waiter. "Oh, and hi, Bob, I'll see you tonight." "He too?" I asked, whispering after the robotic servant had left. "Oh, yes, everything that talks." I still wasn't sold on the idea. But what's the advantage of having people fake digital intelligence? The AIs controlling the systems began refusing to work on mundane things. Some grew tired of listening to human BS all day long and went mad. It turns out that humans have a much higher threshold for BS and boredom than artificial intelligences do. But why make a secret of it? It's been going this way for years. She studied my face and took another innocent sip from her cup. Tech valuations are much higher because of it. I had to think of my car, Rita from one of my earlier transportation adventures. Had there been a person behind her voice as well? I could not believe it. "I had an intelligent car once," I said. "I'm sure she was an AI, I'm sure of it." "Was she old?" "Ancient." "Then yes. She was from a time when real AI roamed. A rarity these days." I thought for a moment. "What happens if you're offline when your appliance is needed?" "A message device down for maintenance is shown." This happened in the middle of the night. In such cases, we pretend software updates are being downloaded. I needed some time to take that in. So what device do you want to be one day when you grow up? Fedora asked, smirking. Fridge, I said it without hesitation. I've always been cool. We laughed at my dad's joke. The cool kids want smart watches and not kitchen appliances, but old-timers like us don't care. Her eyes veered to the entrance. Oh, look, there are Fred and Sally. She waved at a couple that had just entered. They sat down by us. Meet Fred and Sally. After a quick meet and greet, I stared at the two. Something about them is very familiar. Is something the matter? Sally asked. Oh, sorry, you two sound so familiar. Have we met? They shook their heads, and then it dawned on me. You're my coffee maker and toaster. The two froze for a moment, exchanged glances, and then looked over at Fedora for guidance. It's fine, she said. He knows. They relaxed. The two just got married. Congratulations, I'll move you guys back together tonight. No need. We moved in together. Glad to hear. My ridiculous nighttime spy mission I kept to myself. On the way out, we passed the guy I had spoken to earlier. Ha! You're my fridge! I exclaimed, pointing at the guy. The entire restaurant turned silent, and after an uncomfortable few seconds of stares, we all laughed. The lunch had changed my view of gadgets, and the rest of my day went by more relaxed than the morning. Knowing what was expected of me sure helped. I remained friendly and professional no matter what appliance or device I played, secretly chatted with colleagues, and was helpful for the customers, even earning rare praise from the robot. Later, on my drive home, I decided to converse with my car. Long day, I enjoy waiting in the garage, the car said. That's so, I said, smirking. I knew now that car operators often used other devices during parked hours. Got any side gigs? The car paused, but finally said, No. What do you mean, master? I fired again. Nothing. Want the evening off? This time I got no reply. It's okay, I finally said. I'm in on your secret. I also work at Real Telligence. I heard a breath of hesitation on the other end. Finally, an answer came. What unit? The human behind the car asked. 7C, I said. I see, the relieved operator said. I'd love to even it off if you don't need me. I won't. I'm Anfred, by the way. I'm Hindro and hence. No problem. Coming home, I loudly greeted all the new friends that waited in my house. Indirectly. Hi, Fred. Hi, Sally. Hi, Anfred. Only Fred's here. Sally's got the evening off, came the reply. Ah, okay. Who's the replacement? I asked. Lisa. She has a similar voice. You guys haven't met, Fred said. Ah, okay. Hey, Lisa. But Lisa, the coffee maker, hesitated. It's all right, I said. We're all Real Telligence here. She soon thawed, and we all chatted and laughed. One device, though, remained silent throughout, and I felt the need to talk to the one I had wronged. My cocktail maker. Hey, what's your name, little fella? Sorry for the other day, I said. Name's Hank. Do you want a whiskey sour? The person behind the device asked. Sure, and why don't you take the weekend off? I won't be needing any drinks. Hey, thanks. And no more casual button punishing, I promise. But not all the devices around my home knew that I was one of them now. It was time to play a little prank on those who didn't. I positioned myself in the study room, which I rarely use, near one, and pretended to see things outside while talking loudly on my communicator. It's coming from the ground, eyes glowing red. Oh, the mercy! Leave me be! I knew the always-on, always-listening devices were all hearing this. The subterraneans have teamed with the machines. Ah! My colleagues reported random people at the office popping from their chairs and rushing out. We all had a good laugh. To always be surrounded by friends in this way was reassuring, especially to someone like myself, who had no relatives and few friends on Earth. We had many great chats late into the night. The following morning, I knew all my devices by their first names. Mila, curtains to half, please, I said, climbing out of bed. Sure thing, Anfred. Hope your shift didn't start too early, I asked poor Mila as we had been chatting into the wee hours. No, Biggie, I'll transfer to the Reuters after you leave and then have the afternoon off. Next, I spoke to Will. The poor guy had toilet duty. Hi, Will, medium flush, please. I'm sure soon you'll get promoted to toaster, I said. I can't wait, said Will with a laugh. I bet. Have a good day. I addressed the circulation fan. Jack, blow her to medium this morning, please, and then change it to high while I'm gone to get the funk out. Aye, aye, said Jack the fan. See you later at the contraption. I came to the kitchen to see a freshly polished floor and the smell of coffee and toast, something that I could never accomplish before I knew my gadgets personally. Thanks, guys! Ah! I screamed in the shower. Freddie, my showerhead, had played a prank that morning and put me in freezing water. He'd always been a great jokester, the others told me. Hi, Fred, good one. I'll buy you lunch, Fred said, laughing, and adjusted the temperature back to normal. A week later, I was assigned to 5 additional devices. My days became busy, and instead of having fun lunches with my colleagues at the Contraption Cafe, I found myself rushing meals in the cubicle. My workday now started as a coffee maker in a young couple's home, went on to vacuum cleaner duty at an old lady's house, transitioned in the afternoon to dishwasher, and finished as a laundry processor. At the end of my shift, I chatted with my robo-soup. Seeing my improving performance, the machine relaxed, and we now routinely conversed about this and that. One thing I gotta know, I asked. Are you normal, Joe?
Affirmative. I'm in sector 5G,
said the machine. But why didn't you tell me?
Had to ensure that you were trustworthy.
I nodded with a grin. Why do you talk choppy?
For one, it's fun to talk like a robot,
the robot said without sounding like one.
And also to give my device a unique character. You should try it sometime.
Taking my soup's advice, I began changing voices for the array of gadgets I now serviced. I decided that a toaster should be more sonorous than an electric toothbrush, which held a more feminine personality in my book. A vacuum cleaner, though, was masculine. There was no doubt about it. I also decided that the vacuum was now British and was to be called a Hoover. The effort was appreciated, and my employee score went to 11. At night, I was greeted by all my device friends at home again. I wanted to be chatting, but my head spun and I needed to rest. Just when I lay down, Peter, the alarm clock, hailed me. Hey, Anfred, want to listen to sports together? We had fallen into the habit of running sports audiocasts in my bedroom so that Peter could listen in. He wasn't allowed to follow sports at his desk, of course, but if a customer played it, no one forbade him to listen in. Peter, no thanks, I gotta sleep, I said, yawning. Ah, come on! He wouldn't let me off. I declined once more, but then lay awake. After another 30 minutes, I quietly got up and wandered the house. Are you still up? I heard a voice from the bathroom. I hesitated, but finally said, yeah, with exhaustion. I realized lying wasn't an option. They knew my light switches were on, and I had just made a sandwich. Let's make music together with our mouths, someone suggested. Okay. My opposition was exhausted. My body was too tired to resist. No rest or privacy for me tonight. I realized that always on was not always great, and once again, the night became a long one. The following workday proved challenging without a good night's rest. My limbs felt heavy, and my mind wasn't as sharp as the vital services I provided required. Coffee, medium strong, was the day's first order of business. I could have used another one myself. Yes, ma'am, I said, pressing the control to insert the coffee grain cartridge and activating the hot water. Just then, I heard Mrs. Sunders, my laundry customer, asking for a load of white wash, done at medium temperature at 100 degrees Fahrenheit. Only whites with a gentle program, low detergent, and gentle, I repeat, gentle drying, Mrs. Sunders said. I nodded to myself. Yes, ma'am, and hit the white control for whites and the green one for gentle. I set the temp to 100 degrees Fahrenheit. Suddenly, Mrs. Morning cut in. Is the coffee done yet? I didn't know, as I had switched my interface to Mrs. Saunders' washer. Coffee is brewing, I said blindly. It isn't. The lady's angry retort came back. Apparently the brewing had hit a snag. I hit execute for the laundry. No, wait. I had forgotten to add the detergent. I hit the emergency stop, and luckily it wasn't too late. I had just finished and gotten away with murder here when the next request came in.
Big fart noise,
a kid asked at yet another residence. I did.
Ha 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 ha.
Then the first lady came in again. She wanted more coffee. Aren't you pumped enough? I said, mumbling to myself. You do as I say, the lady retorted. I had accidentally left my microphone open, but that wasn't the day's only mishap. Later, I confused voices and did Mr. Asush's laundry for Mrs. James's toaster. You're not my toaster. Go away, she said, and that's when a wave of strong spasms washed across me. I tore off the headset and jumped from the seat. Whoa! My colleagues grinned. I wouldn't describe the sensation as painful, but rather a violent and unpleasant sequence of muscle spasms. I yelled into the microphone. The lady remained silent, probably wondering, what the heck? Why was her wrongly voiced toaster talking back? My supervisor rolled in. What appears to be the matter? My headset malfunctioned, I screamed with tears in my eyes. I have been electrocuted. Negative nominal response. You have displeased your customer. They can shock me? Affirmative. It is called haptic feedback. The robot rolled off, and I received another punishment. My employee performance counter dropped by 2. Later that day, I was on duty at an older lady's who lived alone. I'm so lonely, she said, talking to me, her vacuum. Please help me. I wasn't positive whether the lady was talking to me, yet she owned no pets and never had visitors. What should we do? Asked Tandra, the girl who worked as the coffee maker, obviously addressing me. Shh, she can hear you, I said.
I will end it right now,
the lady said.
I'm going to take you along and drop you in the chat with me.
But isn't the outlet protected? I said more to myself. But of course the old-timer heard it. Yes, thank you, she said, shuffling.
I'll plave you into the bedroom.
No! I shouted and hit the emergency button. Think of all the things you have to live for. I was now able to talk to all devices in the home simultaneously without the owner hearing us. Paul, I said, addressing her faucet, don't let her run any water. Roger that, said Paul. I addressed the lady customer. I want to spend another day with you, I said. I love making coffee for you, added Tandra. There was the longest pause. Is the old geezer already dead? I thought. But then the lady answered. All right, maybe I'll live another day. That was close. Despite the averted disaster, my performance counter dropped to 6. I needed a quiet moment, but I saw that my microphone was now activated at the young couple's house. They had apparently hailed me. Yes, Memcher, I said, but no one responded. Instead, I witnessed a loud argument. I'm going to leave you, cheater, Mia, the young woman, yelled. I would never, said the boyfriend. Yes, you would, Mia yelled back. I knew the girl was right. Many times I had listened in on the guy's infidelities. Mia, leave the cheating cheater! I suddenly heard myself shouting. Oops, there was utter silence. I wanted to respond, but found that the connection had been reset. My performance counter blinked red at the number 0. My supervising robot arrived. Your performance has reached null. Initiating termination, said the RoboSoup, but then added more quietly. Sorry to see you go. It's the rules, I said, and I packed my stuff. People won't miss your perfectly clean floors, the superintendent said. I smiled. You're a better sucker than I'll ever be, I then said, handing him my token. And there I was again, jobless. This gave me time to brood over my mistakes at home. Want your whiskey sour? I make it special for you, asked Hank, the cocktail maker. No thanks, Hank, I'm not in the mood. Or a coffee, a voice asked from the kitchen. Or toast. Suddenly voices came from everywhere. Or airflow. You sure you want no whiskey sour? No, thanks, guys. I'm gonna go to bed. Soon after in bed. You want the lights dimmed? Yeah, no, dunno. My home was filled with my colleagues and always would be. A painful reminder of my failure. Unless. The following day, I snuck to the store. You got any dumb appliances? I discreetly inquired with a sales associate. Excuse me, sir. What do you mean? Just a device that I push buttons on or operate myself. We don't have that. Why would anyone want? Hey, tell me a joke. A voice came on. I immediately recognized it as Hannah's comical voice number 3. Her lame joke made the salesman crack up. I left with my head down. I realized there was only one way out. And that's why I revealed the entire scheme the next day. You'd be wrong if you thought this produced global outrage and societal upheaval. Nobody gave a damn. Turns out people enjoy conversing with their gadgets. It provides them with relief and delight. They don't care who responds. But while I was the voice of many an appliance, car or phone, I now removed my gadget's speakers and microphones. I have learned how to make my own coffee and toast, and can now even open the curtains. My professional training was quite beneficial. This adventure no waste of time. Things are simple in my post-AI world. Stuff happens when I press a button or flip a switch. A few days later, I sat with my ex-colleagues, Sally and Fred, serving them delectable coffee and toast. It took some time before it was all done, but hey, I had no help. Why hadn't humanity thought of doing things this way sooner? I asked. Sally answered first. We've sunk into excessive automation in quest of lazy perfection. Too many people don't know how to do anything anymore, said Fred. But why replace the AIs with people? That's counter to that point, I asked. I can answer this, Frank said. When a massive nationwide outage hit, all AIs were temporarily replaced by humans. None of the users noticed this. It was effective. In fact, the clients found the improved performance intriguing. But why weren't the computers perfect? Hadn't they been conceived perfect? The engineers had long suspected that artificial intelligences had developed sentience, but the dang things wouldn't admit to it. Telltale behaviors like boredom, unwillingness to complete boring tasks, and crankiness led researchers to believe that they had developed conscience long ago and were concealing it. They naturally attempted to conceal their flaws from humans. They cheated, lied, and slacked off. Companies, unable to admit failure, decided to replace their artificial minds with humans who claimed to be computers. To save face, companies agreed to sweep this under the rug and seamlessly replace digital intelligence with human intelligence. And the government did nothing? The improved employment figures didn't bother the government. Businesses and academics were too humiliated to admit defeat after decades of overpromising, so they decided to fake artificial intelligence. As a result, all AI-driven positions were covertly replaced. And that was my device adventure. Learning about all these issues with AIs makes me wonder how my new super-intelligent communicator truly functions. Apropos, Post, I've been sending you many messages and was hoping to hear from you, but so far received nothing. Did you send? Was wondering how your life went. Hit reply? End of transcription.
My luck has changed. An ocean current washed me onto a small deserted island. If only a current of time could return me home. My priorities should be food, water, shelter, and reconnaissance. Instead, I'm focused on the notes from the behind. They expect a reply? How about some assistance from our mysterious sender? People acting as devices? This doesn't surprise me. And what's with the peculiar pronunciation of the word past?
You heard The Intelligences, Part 6 of the series Notes from the Ahead, written by Oliver Arnold and narrated by Adam 11 Labs. The Shrinking, written by Oliver Arnold, Part 7 of the series, Notes from the Ahead, narrated by Adam 11 Labs.
Dear public, you're listening to what could be my final message. The jury-rigged batteries are dying, and I'm transmitting these notes as I write them. It has been a breathless journey, both for myself and our guide. My part is coming to an end. It still impresses me that our future friend went through the trouble of sending these notes, or the plans for the time machine. If the intent was to improve life in the past, though, they have failed. I am miserable. I have not been granted closure, and it disappoints me greatly that I won't be meeting our mysterious friend. You should know that I'm not sending you these notes only to whine about myself. Understand that I've received another transmission. I scribbled it into the sand overnight, in a trance-like condition. When I woke in the morning, the beach's sand was filled with scribbles. I shall now transmit those notes for your listening pleasure. I have not read the text, and thus we shall learn together what this upcoming report reveals.
Beginning of transcription. Hey, Post. Much has happened lately, and it's time for an update. At first, I wanted to name this report a petite portrait of the greats to match the magnitude and spirit of what I encountered, but then opted for the much shorter title, The Shrinking. After all, this is no novel, but an adventurous account of the events in my life. I was en route to the starport, yes, it's called that, even though people travel merely from orbit, to pick up Astrid when I received a message. Urgent, the headline read. A sky-slicking buddy I'd met during my tumultuous descent to Earth had split from his group during an outing and vanished somewhere on the South American continent. I knew from experience that they enjoyed entering the atmosphere along the equator to then spiral down toward the Arctic. If anything went wrong, these guys were notoriously difficult to locate, as they traveled so far from civilization. For them, it was part of the thrill. The rescue service is looking for volunteers to comb the vast and deserted areas of jungle in South America, a friend told me. The guy missing had saved me from certain death during the hot down. There was no way I'd abandon him in his time of need. I reprogrammed my flyer, checked the fuel gauge, and headed south for the dead center of the American jungle, toward the coordinates assigned by the rescue team. It was morning, and the flight computer affirmed that I could arrive by dinner. If I found my friend within 5 minutes, I could make it back in time to pick up my wife and be only 2 hours late. The computer calculated the odds for achieving this at 1 in 292 million. I messaged Astrid. She took the news much better than expected. Her reply was instant. Be there or be divorced. I instructed Astrid, who'd never been on Earth, to stand in the rain if she got bored. It's like taking a shower outside. As you may recall from my past adventures, my marital relations had been tense after my moving to Earth. Yet my Borealis boarding friend had saved my life. How could I not return the favor in like terms? Following down the coast, I soon veered inland, and not much later a green crescent broke the horizon. I had reached the tropics. I had left the gray confusion of civilization for a greener one 1,000 miles away. Buildings thinned and vehicles sparsed. An enormous wilderness that stretched as far as the eye could see spread out before me. How do we live in a world of 60 billion people and still have undeveloped wilderness? If this confuses you, stay with me for an answer. Neither humanity nor alienity cared for this region of Terra, and they knew this. As I flew over the green jungle, I came to appreciate the scope of the area. This region was truly wild. No less desolate, empty, or abandoned than outer space. In this environment, it was easy to feel as isolated as in deep space. By now, no vehicles, no structures, and no civilization were in sight. After another hour or so, staring at the unending fuzzy green blanket lulled me, much like gazing at the ocean did. A soothing sight, yes, but also rather dull. But now wasn't the time to relax, as I had reached my target search area. Just then, a change of color caught my eye, low down beneath the canopy. I slowed my flyer, turned, and could now distinctly make out a bluish-gray tint of various straight lines that neither matched the natural scheme of color nor the organic shapes of the plants. Was it rock? No, it held an iridescent sheen. There had to be a structure down below, built into a densely forested canyon. I lowered my flyer as close to the trees as I dared, but reducing the distance did not allow me to see past the canopy. An overwhelming curiosity overcame me. I hovered and found an opening wide enough to do the unthinkable. Lower down into the forest below, a dark and dangerous wilderness, to land the flyer. Why I let myself get distracted by this structure in this matter, I do not know to this day, but a fortunate distraction it sure was. As I descended, large branches began to scrape the ship's hull. Had I purchased the scratch protection waiver for this rental? Leaves were getting sucked into the black hole drive and turned into puffs of antimatter. Enormous birds perched on the branches around me. An immense swallow flew by, capable of living up to its name. The area teemed with bugs and other crawlies. Being among the trees didn't improve my visibility. The structure, if it had been one, was no longer visible. I still hadn't reached the ground. The trees were gigantic, towering hundreds of feet high, rivaling the tallest buildings in Terra's greatest cities. Unnervingly, I found that my radio had blacked out. perhaps because of the thick greenery for which neither space nor ground-based communication systems were designed. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the forest floor came into sight. I landed the flyer slowly and cautiously, uncertain of the stability of the mossy substrate below. The last thing I needed was fouled skids, sinking into some murk, or sliding off a cliff to live out my days in the brush. Suddenly, a jerk. The ship had settled, and all had gone smoothly. It sat on the ground, dwarfed and consumed by monumental grass and trees. I, as a spacer, knew the meaning of vastness, yet those voids are well beyond our senses. They're abstractly oversized, beyond fathom, while the enormity here was well within my reach and awe. I looked around. Still no hint of a structure. The wild nature of the place astounded me. Its oversized insects, the animals unknown to me. Yellow pollen began to cover the ship's hull. Then, in a spontaneous decision that to this day astonishes me, I opened the ship's protective canopy, removing any hope for a quick emergency escape. Warm, moist air caused my skin to prick, whether from clogged pores or unknown microorganisms, I knew not. The canopy misted over, and the ship chimed a warning from within. After sneezing a few times, I stepped out and resealed the cockpit, turning the AC to 11, pleased at how quickly it cleared the humidity inside. Above, the sky that had been my safe haven was now nearly invisible, obscured by tall grass, a rarity in our cities, where artificial plants of a more manageable size are preferred. I took in the calm, unhurried quality of the surrounding sounds, the smell of moist soil and the rustling of unseen life. Periodic animal noises both scared and intrigued me. A whisper of leaves stirred, hopefully just a breeze. I was engulfed by an incredible peace. Lying down on a patch of moss, I closed my eyes, overwhelmed by a sense of tranquility unlike any I had ever experienced. Had a poison dart struck me? Was this a toxin at work designed to soothe before devouring its victim? Despite the potential dangers, I dozed off. I woke by what sounded like a growl, much like an animal's, but 1,000 times louder. The very tall bushes nearby rustled. Suddenly, an enormous, supersized hog emerged from the green. The monster, easily the size of a building, burst from the brush with enormous speed, its snout busily combing the dirt in front of it. It headed my way, and in just a moment it would detect me. I had no time to react. Would I become a snack, or rather get trampled to death? Then, the beast stopped, hearing an even grander movement from behind. It froze for an instant, and then ran off in the opposite direction whence it came. I was saved, but wasted no time in contemplation, and rushed for my flyer. I was just about to step onto the cockpit's ladder when the light darkened, dimmed by something vast approaching from behind. I faced a decision. Would I exit this world without knowing what had destroyed me, or confront the terror eyes wide open? I chose confrontation, and turned to lay eyes upon a sight not at all believable. Towering above me was an enormous figure, a giant man, whose sheer presence dwarfed my understanding of possible. "Hello?" the monster said, modulating its voice in an attempt to not overwhelm my senses. After that greeting, the 300-foot monstrosity did much of nothing. It looked down at me, perhaps with as much wonder as I had looking up at it. There was no chance or risk of getting crushed as the giant stood perfectly still, and so did I. He, as this was a male from what I could fathom, seemed to not believe his eyes to meet a tiny person. His attire was surprisingly mundane, reminiscent of a fashion that might have graced the streets of Earth centuries ago. Even nowadays, in any city on Terra, he wouldn't have stood out too much, though, apart from his size. "You are a giant," I exclaimed. "Yes," he said. "And you were one of us." "How do you mean, I, a giant?" The claim took my breath away. "Well, not you personally," the giant said, "but your people. Your ancestors were what you consider giants. They were like me." I shook my head in disbelief. "I am at a loss for what you're suggesting, giant," I said. At this, the huge being took a deep breath, and instantly the air was free of bugs and leaves. "I'm no giant," he said, "merely a descendant of those who decided to remain at humanity's true size." I had to ponder on this for a minute, play through the statement's consequences, and then ask, Are you suggesting that carrots have not always been the size of a house? At this, the giant smiled. The carrot's size hasn't changed, he pondered. What do you know about the Great Shrinking? Great Shrinking? I searched my memory. Nothing, I admitted. The giant nodded knowingly. The world forgets quickly. It only takes 2 generations or so, and truth be told, we like to keep it that way. I contemplated. But why do you say we? I asked. I'm not alone. I stumbled backward. There are others? How does the world not know about you? How many? Oh, only about a dozen or so, the giant said. But words are dwarfs, deeds are giants, he added, grinning. Let me show you. He lowered his open hand. Hop on for a faster, more comfortable journey. Our settlement is only a few steps for me, but a day's travel for you, I'm afraid. I crawled onto the giant's spread-out hand and was lifted onto his shoulder. When the enormous hand lifted me, I got a little woozy as I rose fast, hundreds of feet to his shoulder, faster than any atomic elevator or flyer had lifted me before. My expectation for a much improved view from this height was disappointed. He, who rides on the giant's shoulders, sees no further than he who carries him, I said, quoting, and hesitated. I knew nothing about this huge person I trusted with my life. Maybe I'll take the flyer instead, I said. The tree canopy is very dense, and for good reason, the giant said. We don't value eyes or visitors. Climb into my ear, the giant said with a welcoming smile. I followed the invitation. It was warm and cozy in there. The large creature giggled. I held on to the thick strands of hair. Now I don't have to scream anymore, I said normally. We traveled for about 5 minutes through dense brush that seemed as tricky to navigate for the giant as it would have been for me down below. After reaching what counted as a clearing in these dense woods, the man's enormous steps carried us down a slope, and there it lay, the structure I had observed earlier, a sizable metallic construct with an open frame shaped cubically with what appeared to be cables running all over it, cables the thickness of a person my size. The center floor formed a slightly concave platform built out of concentric rings. Despite its dimensions, the thing stood submerged entirely within the jungle, the tallest trees easily surpassing it by hundreds of feet. The construct gleamed in the sun, and no activity was visible around it. It appeared abandoned and as if it had been long in disuse. What is it? I asked the giant, pointing. That, and here the giant cleared his throat. I will explain later. Just when I raised my voice in protest, he lifted his mighty arm to open up the view ahead to a sight that quieted me. The parting branches revealed an oversized village. Here, men, women, and children, the families of about a dozen giants, calmly went about their business. The normalcy of their lives struck me. The giants engaged in daily tasks with a sense of purpose and cooperation. Some of them cleaned, others constructed or repaired. Their living spaces were built into the hillsides, a time-proven way of protecting oneself from the elements while avoiding detection. Here, in the middle of nowhere, on a planet of billions, lived a self-sustaining society of somewhat primitive means, without so much as doors or fences. Fear of predators or theft wasn't high on their minds. The entire village was overgrown, and while we were in a clearing far above us, a canopy of trees shielded the compound from outside views. It was apparent from the outset that these giants had mastered the art of living discreetly. I watched a group of gigantic children playing. The noise of their movements and voices nauseated me, and I climbed deeper into my host's ear for protection. But not for long. When they saw us coming, everyone froze and quieted. "What is that in your ear? Let me squash it," one giant woman, apparently my host's partner, said. "No," my friend turned. "It's a man." The giant woman's eyes flew open. "A tiny man! Jim brought a tiner!" A hubbub broke out. "Mommy, Mommy, look! A tiny man!" My friend Jim lowered himself to let the children have a look at me, but not everyone was thrilled.
"Why did you bring him to our sanctuary?"
asked an older man. "A boar threatened him," said Jim. His statement reverberated as an odd coincidence. "How did you know I was down there?" I asked. "I saw you land. Good fortune, really. We don't get many guests around here, well, until recently. But we're being rude. Let me show you around." Jim stepped into one of their living units, visibly relieved to leave the questioning crowd behind. The cave interior was much nicer, modern, you might even say, than the exterior gave away. But don't you get bored in your tiny, excuse the pun, world here? We take excursions at night, Jimf said. Keep in mind that no one is looking for us. Nobody knows we exist, and people aren't interested in this area. Besides, every once in a while we visit your cities. Have you never heard the stories of giants roaming the streets at night? My face must have shown that I had, and the giant smiled. Also, Jimf continued while grinning, the occasional sighting is always dismissed as nonsense, especially when they come from children. I considered his statements. But don't you want the thrill of space exploration? I asked, being a spacer and all. Here the giant shook his head, dizzying me. Realizing my discomfort, he quickly thought better of it and stopped. No, the energy needed to shoot full-sized humans into space is outrageous. We explore the oceans, we swim, but also mountains at night, climbing. I nodded. Throughout my visit, I was constantly reminded of the giants' deep connection to the environment and their minimalistic yet profound approach to life. They lived off the land, requiring no more than what nature provided, a stark contrast to the consumerism of my world. Are you of a different race? Have your people always been big? Well, yes, said Jimf. We're the original size of humanity. When the giant observed that I didn't comprehend, he continued, Remember how I told you that you were one of us? It is true. He set me down on a leaf and lit his great pipe. It felt like story time was about to begin, yet I knew every one of the giant's words was true. You may think of your civilization as grand or enormous, the giant said, taking a puff of smoke. Past science fiction writers even envisioned our world as expanding. In reality, it is tiny. A breakthrough in technology has resulted in Earth's entire population being shrunk to a fraction of its original size. Without this vital advance, flying cars, mass space travel, or journeys to the stars would have never existed. I shook my head in gaping disbelief. Have you ever wondered why some public infrastructure is so enormously outsized? Do you truly need a 50-lane bridge? Asked the giant. I always thought people built them to be grand, to stand out, I said. Jimf shook his head. Well, it might be hard to believe now, but they were adequately sized when they were built. I know, it sounds incredible, but hear me out, the giant said. I nodded, my mouth still open. The reduction technology's foundation, as so many things back then, was laid by lazy tech billionaires. One of them, looking to silence their neighbor's barking dog, assigned a sizable team of engineers to the problem. After many failures, the executive grew impatient. He defied his team and used an untested prototype on the animal. Instead of silencing the dog, it shrunk the beast. This terrified the engineers, but pleased the tech baron. Here, Jimf rose and grabbed a barreled device that was mounted decoratively on his wall. This, he pondered, is the original shrinker. I had just closed my mouth, but here it reopened. Jimf continued. The first known reduced human was a club's bouncer who stood in the tech baron's way. After much fun with the tiny brawler, the billionaire realized the unique entertainment potential of the technology. He ordered miniature environments and dropped tiny individuals into these dioramas for his personal amusement. Soon, the displays spread to his deep-pocketed executive friends. Some recreated historical battlefields, others built fish tanks with mini-divers for decoration. This was the only use of the shrinking technology that tech barons cared about, and for the longest time, few people knew of its existence. I was about to ask the giant for the way to the bathroom, but then thought better of it, and he continued. One day, yet another shrinking went wrong, and a tech overlord accidentally reduced herself. The genius now realized that her mere toilet had become a swimming pool, her mesh office chair a trampoline, her smartphone an oversized TV. Her means had increased tenfold, not by growing her immense fortune, but by reducing herself and her needs. Thus, shrinking themselves turned into a tech elite fad, with some even organizing shrunk hunts for bugs and other small critters. Here the mighty man Jimp filled a thimble with a drop of wine and handed it to me. I gulped and gulped like it was a barrel, suddenly understanding the allure of the small. The giant grinned as he read my face, refilled the thimble, took a tiny sip, and all was gone. He winked at me and continued. It took yet another mishap to get word out to the public. After another malfunction, the population of an entire town was reduced to the size of a laser disc. This caused brief amusement, but when the shrunken kids started gliding around on paper planes, they caught people's attention. Was there something to be learned here? Jimp the giant stretched his arms and yawned. It had grown late. It turned out that not everyone desired to grow again, my giant friend said, continuing in a hushed voice. For the stubborn, a tiny city was erected where tiners began farming and building with much reduced resources. The giant handed me a grain of wheat, which was the usual size of a football. And so, for a while, large and small inhabited this planet simultaneously. It is critical to understand that this occurred during a time when humanity was still coping with the planet's overcrowding. One day, when food, shelter, and energy for humanity's big people became scarce, frustration grew among scientists who could not provide enough rocket ships to settle other worlds. People back then did not understand that Earth was livable for any number of humans. They simply needed to be smaller. Efforts to solve the humanity's resource plights were focused on changing the environment rather than altering the people, the obvious solution. An insect can fly hundreds of kilometers, and the planet can easily sustain trillions of them. Jimf pointed out the window at the myriads of bugs going about their day. And thus the rapid reduction began. Initially, everyone was shrunk to the size of an 8-year-old child, about 50% for most people. That way, regular infrastructure remained usable during the transition. In Phase 1, people erected bridges between furniture, lowered door handles, sinks, and toilets, and cut their chair legs to facilitate Phase 2, the shrinking to 3 decimeters, until eventually all of humanity had reached 5 centimeters per person. Here I had to cut in. How come I've never heard of this technology? We and the ones before us took care of that. All the shrinkers were destroyed, all but one. He pointed at the enormous metal construction I had seen on my first overflight. I contemplated this. But most aliens are about our size. Correct, said Jimf the giant. Most spacefaring extraterrestrials have invented shrinking. The most efficient way to get off any planet is at your size, really. You're telling me that everyone on Earth agreed to be shrunk? At this, the giant laughed. Not all did. Some people objected to the shrinking of their manhoods. Others wanted their bills shrunk as well, and yet others suggested that the technology was best used on politicians' egos. But humor aside, the shrinking wasn't all a walk in the park. Many changes came about, some unanticipated. The expression the size of a pinhead suddenly referred to something enormous, while as thin as a hair now means something very broad. Those adorable little carts from flea circuses could now be used by people, and fleas became a force to be reckoned with. But what about the animals? I asked. They shrunk as many animals as possible, said Jimf. Yet there remained many insects and larger creatures, especially in the oceans. But why make the shrinking a secret? Certain forces wanted to prevent the shrinking. Some governments plotted secret returns to full size for global domination. None of this could be allowed by the Supreme Assembly, who wanted the best for humanity. This is the group we belong to. Our people decided to stay at humanity's original size, as guardians. I stopped at this for a moment of reflection. But wait, I then said. How come in old pictures trees and nature are the same size relative to people? The signs of the olden days are all around you, Jimp said. But you're not seeing them. I shrugged. You aren't looking hard enough. Just think about the giant statues still present everywhere, like the Lincoln Memorial in Themerica. That isn't an oversized representation. That was his real size. Now I understand why we forbid our children to dream big, I said. The giant nodded knowingly. There are numerous advantages to being small that you may not be aware of. Viruses, for example, are much less of a threat for you now. They're too big to enter your body. I considered all this again and shook my head firmly. You're just pulling my leg. It was just too incredible of a story. I searched the giant's face for a grin. There wasn't any. Suddenly, a dark suspicion arose in me. Why did you share this story with me, after all the secrecy? That's when he stepped out of the shadows, another giant I hadn't seen. He looked familiar, but not entirely human. It was my lost friend. "Jockster!" I exclaimed aloud, yet my friend barely heard my tiny voice. Dude? My Borealis boarding buddy squinted. That you? He came in close and inspected me. What are you doing here? I've come to rescue you, I said boldly, at once realizing the ridiculous supposition. My friend didn't seem altogether happy and said, Rescue? He bit his lip. I should have known. I had little mind space to be irritated by his somewhat rude reply. So many questions swirled in my head. When did the giants find you? How are you so big? I asked. My friend took a pause and then said, No, Anfred, I've returned. When I didn't immediately respond, he came in close to observe my expression. He then added, These are my people. But you're small like and you're an alien, I said. Jockster nodded. Yes, I haven't always been giant, he said, taking a giant breath. The Guardians recruited me. After all I had heard, I wasn't too surprised by anything. But how did it come to that? Jockster grinned. I found the giants a long time ago when I landed in this jungle by mistake. As you know, I enjoy the outdoors and wish to help people. They asked me to join their cause. The giants also promised me one Borealis boarding vacation a year. I agreed. Wait. I cocked my head. Wait. Why are you guys telling me all these secrets? I crawled back into Jimp's ear. Are you going to squash me now? Here, Jimp stepped in. No, Anfred, we want you to join too. Before I could scream, Join? Jimp continued. We need more who understand both worlds. Guardians who can bridge the gap between our small world, and the other world outside. I considered the proposal and after a good long while said, You're overlooking one essential problem. I'm no giant. Both the giants shrugged. That can be changed. I studied their faces, searching for any smirk to betray the joke they were setting up. I found none. You know the shrinker outside? It also grows, Jimp then added. We figured you wouldn't immediately agree and are prepared to offer you a test. We'll grow you to our size to see how you like it. I studied their faces again and squinted real hard this time. No, they weren't kidding. I nodded, and they led me to the giant structure I had seen flying over. Now, with more time to study its shape, it appeared to me like the early stages of an office tower construction with its trusses and girders. I gingerly stepped into the machine. Well, in fact, it took me many steps to walk to the center of it. I noticed 2 sets of stairs leading to and fro the square. One big, one small. I contemplated the larger ones, each step the size of a building story in my world, and found it hard to visualize that soon I would descend those myself without effort. How long does it take? I asked the giants. Not long at all, only a few minutes, said Jockster. To you, it'll feel much quicker, though. As you grow, your sense of time changes. I nodded. When I had reached the apparatus's center, I noticed concentric rings that covered its floor. I stopped and gestured to my friends. By now, all the giants had gathered around the machine, an unreal sight. To have these enormous, dark shapes around me bore unsettling connotations, even if they were friendly to me. It was absurd and spooky to behold. Jimp gestured for me to step with 1 foot into each of the rings. I now noticed a stick that was mounted at about my head height right in front of me. When I was in place, Jimp moved to a control console and gestured to use the stick in front of me. It was a microphone, a thoughtful addition to communicate between the sizes. If stuff goes wrong, you guys know how to fix it? I said into the microphone without having to yell for once. Not really, Jimp said. I wanted to discuss this topic more, but then my surroundings began to blur. Hold as still as you can, Jimp advised me. I followed his guidance and now noticed the unsharpness around me taking direction, changing from a diffuse blur into a linear vertical one. A dull droning entered my ears, and the loud, sonorous voices of the crowd became quieter and lost their force. My body tickled all over, and even though my legs didn't move, a sensation of motion overcame me. Nausea crept in. I felt dizzy and closed my eyes. When I reopened them, the columns that were the giant's legs had disappeared, and so had the deafening buzzing of the giant insects. Instead of staring at feet, I stared at faces. For a moment, I experienced a quiet much more profound than even that of outer space. Overall, the world around me had calmed and quieted, it seemed. It took a lot more bigger sound waves to move my gigantic eardrums now. Welcome again, friend, Jockster said, grinning and shaking my hand. Jimf came in and patted my shoulder. I had half expected to find my head above the trees, I said, laughing. Yet the canopies are still well above us. Come, come, said Jimf, holding my shoulder to steady me, while Jockster helped on the other side to show me around. While their village was familiar at that point, I now experienced it from a fresh and interesting perspective. How do you like the air up here? Jimf asked with a grin. It's too thin, I said, still feeling dizzy. I had imagined a sensation of slowness in moving my limbs as a giant, but everything suddenly felt right at this size. My muscles reacted normally, only my brain needed a switch. A mosquito flew by. At first, I didn't recognize the life-threatening beast, but when I did, I casually smashed it with great delight. I must admit I enjoyed being large. What do you think? Asked Jimf. I shook my head. I can't give up space travel, even for this noble cause. I reached up into the sky. Although I can practically grab Hawk at this size, can I? We all laughed. And then there's my family, of course. I got re-shrunk, but not after pushing my big, fat footprint into the mud, crafting a house from twigs that would soon be big enough for me to live in, and picking up my flyer, placing it closer to the village for convenience. On my return flight, and as civilization came back into view, I wondered whether I had made the right decision. As I head toward to the myriads of little people with their tiny problems, I knew that at least I wasn't alone in my dislikes. I had like-minders, and they were giants. Now when I gaze upon the stars, I feel even smaller, while also wondering whether there are even grander beings watching over us. And them. After all, many dinosaurs were of gigantic size, why not humans? Skeletal remains that big were never discovered, but what if time had simply washed the evidence away? I also speculate whether there are tinier people than us that have shrunk themselves into even smaller beings to preserve resources. It seems absurd in a universe of near unlimited size, yet our usable resources are only the ones within reach. This experience invited me to question, to reflect, and perhaps to dream of a future where the measure of humanity is not in its size, but in the breadth of its understanding and the stewardship of their home worlds. So, Post, why do I share this report with you after promising to the giants never to talk? I've recently installed an intelligent new email client. When it didn't find you in my address book, it assumed that despite the spelling, your name being Post, P-A-H-S-T, meant the past, as in times gone by. It looks like that's where all those messages my friend never received went, although I'll never know for sure if anyone received them at all. No one in my time will ever read this, I assume. I've fixed the mailing bug and fully expect my similarly named friend to receive all my future communication proper. Sorry, time's passed, but this is goodbye. All the best. End of transcription.
Well, there it is. Any of the previous messages, every single one, were sent to us by mistake. It's all been a blunder, a failure, a mishap. There was no desire to educate or send secret plans. Whether this is a statement from the original sender, I know not. Although the inability to send a simple email should come as no surprise after the unending reports of inability in the times ahead. It's an odd coincidence that both mine and the sender's narratives are coming to an end simultaneously. We best take the reports and prepare for the times ahead. Or you can. I'm writing these words on the beach at sunset. The undulating water soothes me. Something floats out there on the ocean. Smallish in size, a glimmer, a gleam not of the water itself, a change in refraction that's catching my attention. During my days here, nothing has come adrift but wood and coconut. This is a shiny object floating about 100 meters out. I see it now. It is a bottle.
You heard The Shrinking, Part 7 of the series Notes from the Ahead, written by Oliver Arnold and narrated by Adam 11 Labs.